Hey y'all, just very quickly before we get into it, my name is Sondley Hamrick. I am compiling chapters 1 through 10 just for your ease of listening. I would appreciate if you did the YouTube things, like, comment, subscribe, bell icon, do all the things. I don't plan on monetizing this series. If I ever came to change my mind, it would be on the individual chapters and not these sort of long form videos where I compile all of them. The end goal is to have 1 through 100 all in one video. So once we reach that point, maybe I'll make a final decision. But yeah, once again, just do the YouTube things, like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell thing. And yeah, we'll hop right into it. Thanks. Journey to the West by Wu Chang-in. Adapted from the W.J.F. Jenner translation, Beijing, 1955, by Collinson Fair. Copyright 2005, Silk Pagoda. Chapter 1. The divine root conceives and the spring breaks forth. As the heart's nature is cultivated, the great way arises. Before chaos was divided, heaven and earth were one. All was a shapeless blur, and no men had appeared. Once Pangu destroyed the enormous vagueness, the separation of clear and impure began. Living things have always tended towards humanity. From their creation, all beings improve. If you want to know about creation and time, read Difficulties Resolved on the Journey to the West. In the arithmetic of the universe, 129,600 years make one cycle. Each cycle can be divided into 12 phases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The 12 branches. Each phase lasts 10,800 years. Now within a single day, the positive begins at the time 1. At 2, the cock crows. At 3, it is not quite light. At 4, the sun rises. 5 is after breakfast. And at 6, one does business. 7 is when the sun reaches noon. At 8, it is slipping towards the west. 9 is late afternoon. The sun sets at 10. 11 is dusk, and at 12, people settle down for the night. If you compare this with the big numbers, then at the end of phase 11, heaven and earth were still one, and no beings had appeared. 5,400 years later came the beginning of phase 12, when all was darkness, and there were still no people or other creatures. For this reason, it was called chaos. Another 5,400 years later, phase 12 was drawing to a close, and a new cycle was about to begin. As phase 1 of the new era approached, gradually there was light. As Xiaoyang said, when winter reaches the midpoint of phase 1, the heart of heaven does not move. Where the positive first appears, nothing has yet come to life. At this time, heaven first had a foundation, 5,400 years later, in the middle of phase 1. The light and pure rose upward, and sun, moon, stars, and constellations were created. These were called the four images, hence the saying that heaven began in one. Another 5,400 years later, when phase 1 was nearing its end and phase 2 was imminent, things gradually solidified. As the Book of Changes says, Great is the positive, far-reaching is the negative. All things are endowed and born in accordance with heaven. This was when the earth began to congeal. After 5,400 more years came the height of Phase 2, when the heavy and impure solidified, and water, fire, mountains, stone, and earth came into being. These five were called the five movers. Therefore it is said that the earth was created in Phase 2. After a further 5,400 years, at the end of Phase 2, and the beginning of Phase 3, living beings were created. In the words of the book of the calendar, the essence of the sky came down and the essence of the earth went up. Heaven and earth intermingled, and all creatures were born. Then heaven was bright and earth was fresh, and the positive intermingled with the negative. 5,400 years later, when Phase 3 was at its height, men, birds, and beasts were created. Thus the three powers, heaven, earth, and man, now had their set places. Therefore it is said that man was created in Phase 3. Moved by Pangu's creation, the three emperors put the world in order, and the five rulers laid down the moral code. The world was then divided into four great continents: the eastern continent of superior body, the western continent of cattle, gift, the southern continent of Jambu, and the northern continent of Kuru. This book deals only with the eastern continent of superior body. Beyond the seas there is a country called Aloai. This country is next to an ocean, and in the middle of the ocean is a famous island called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. This mountain is the ancestral artery of the 10 continents, the origin of the 3 islands. It was formed when the clear and impure were separated and the enormous vagueness was divided. It really is a splendid mountain, and there are some verses to prove it. It stills the ocean with its might. It awes the jade sea into calm. It stills the ocean with its might. Tides wash its silver slopes and fish swarm into its caves. It awes the jade sea into calm. Amid the snowy breakers, the sea serpent rises from the deep. It rises high in the corner of the world where fire and wood meet. Its summit towers above the eastern sea. Red cliffs and strange rocks, beetling crags and jagged peaks. On the red cliffs, phoenixes sing in pairs. Lone unicorns lie before the beetling crags. The cry of pheasants is heard upon the peaks. In caves the dragons come and go. There are deer of long life and magic foxes in the woods, miraculous birds and black cranes in the trees. There are flowers of jade and strange plants that wither not. Green pine and bluish cypress ever in leaf. Magic peaches always in fruit. Clouds gather round the tall bamboo. The wisteria grows thick around the mountain brook, and the banks are newly colored with flowers. It is the heaven supporting pillar where all the rivers meet, the earth's root unchanged through a myriad eons. There was once a magic stone on top of this mountain, which was 36 feet 5 inches high and 24 feet round. It was 36 feet 5 inches high to correspond with the 365 degrees of the heavens, and 24 feet round to match the 24 divisions of the solar calendar. On top of it were 9 apertures and 8 holes for the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. There were no trees around it to give shade, but magic fungus and orchids clung to its sides. Ever since creation began, it had been receiving the truth of heaven, the beauty of earth, the essence of the sun, and the splendor of the moon. And as it had been influenced by them for so long, it had miraculous powers. It developed a magic womb, which burst open one day to produce a stone egg about the size of a ball. When the wind blew on this egg, it turned into a stone monkey, complete with the 5 senses and 4 limbs. When the stone monkey had learned to crawl and walk, he bowed to each of the 4 quarters. As his eyes moved, 2 beams of golden light shot towards the pole star palace and startled the supreme heavenly sage, the greatly compassionate Jade Emperor of the azure vault of heaven, who was sitting surrounded by his immortal ministers on his throne in the hall of miraculous mist in the golden gated cloud palace. When he saw the dazzling golden light, he ordered 1,000-mile eye and wind, accompanying ear, to open the southern gate of heaven and take a look. The 2 officers went out through the gate in obedience to imperial command, and while one observed what was going on, the other listened carefully. Soon afterwards, they reported back. In obedience to the imperial mandate, your subjects observed and listened to the source of the golden light. We found that at the edge of the country of Eloi, which is east of the ocean belonging to the eastern continent of Superior Body, there is an island called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. A magic stone on top of this mountain produced a magic egg, and when the wind blew on this egg, it turned into a stone monkey which bowed to each of the 4 quarters. When he moved his eyes, golden light shot towards the Pole Star Palace. But now that he is eating and drinking, the golden light is gradually dying. In his benevolence and mercy, the Jade Emperor said, "Creatures down below are born of the essence of heaven and earth. There is nothing remarkable about him." On his mountain, the monkey was soon able to run and jump, feed from plants and trees, drink from brooks and springs, pick mountain flowers, and look for fruit. He made friends with wolves, went around the tigers and leopards, was on good terms with the deer, and had the other monkeys and apes for relations. At night he slept under the rock faces, and he roamed around the peaks and caves by day. As the saying so rightly goes, there is no calendar in the mountains. And when winter's over, you don't know the time of year. On hot mornings, he and all the other monkeys would play under the shade of some pines just to avoid the heat. Just look at them all. Climbing trees, picking flowers, looking for fruit, throwing pellets, playing knucklebones, running round sandy hollows, building stone pagodas, chasing dragonflies and catching locusts, worshipping the sky and visiting bodhisattvas. Bodhisattva. I'll have to look up that word, sorry. Tearing off creepers and weaving straw hats, catching fleas and then popping them with their teeth and fingers, grooming their coats and sharpening their nails, beating, scratching, pushing, squashing, tearing, and tugging, playing all over the place under the pine trees, washing themselves beside the green stream. After playing, the monkeys would go and bathe in the stream, a mountain torrent that tumbled along the rolling melons. There is an old saying, birds have bird language, and animals have animal talk. All the monkeys said to each other, "I wonder where that water comes from. We've got nothing else to do today, so wouldn't it be fun to go upstream and find its source?" With a shout, they all ran off, leading their children and calling to their brothers. They climbed up the mountain beside the stream until they reached its source, where a waterfall cascaded from a spring. They saw one white rainbow arching, 1,000 strands of flying snow, unbroken by the sea winds, still there under the moon. Cold air divides the greeny crags. Splashes moisten the mountainside. A noble waterfall cascades, hanging suspended like a curtain. The monkeys clapped their hands and exclaimed with delight, "What lovely water! It must go all the way to the bottom of the mountain and join the waves of the sea." Then one monkey made a suggestion. "If anyone is clever enough to go through the fall, find the source, and come out in one piece, let's make him our king." When this challenge had been shouted 3 times, the stone monkey leapt out from the crowd and answered at the top of his voice, "I'll go! I'll go!" Splendid monkey, indeed. Today he will make his name. Tomorrow his destiny shall triumph. He is fated to live here. As a king, he will enter the immortal's palace. Watch him as he shuts his eyes, crouches, and springs, leaping into the waterfall. When he opened his eyes and raised his head to look round, he saw neither water nor waves. A bridge stood in front of him, as large as life. He stopped, calmed himself, took a closer look, and saw that the bridge was made of iron. The water that rushed under it poured out through a fissure in the rocks, screening the gateway to the bridge. He started walking towards the bridge, and as he looked out, he made out what seemed to be a house. It was a really good place. He saw emerald moss piled up in heaps of blue, white clouds like drifting jade. While the light flickered among wisps of colored mist, a quiet house with peaceful windows. Flowers growing on the smooth bench, dragon pearls hanging in niches, exotic blooms all around, traces of fire beside the stove, scraps of food in the vessels by the table, adorable stone chairs and beds, even better, stone plates and bowls. 1 or 2 tall bamboos, 3 or 4 sprigs of plum blossom, a few pines that always attract rain, all just like a real home. He took a good long look and then scampered to the middle of the bridge, from where he noticed a stone tablet. On the tablet had been carved in big square letters, "Happy land of the mountain of flowers and fruit, cave heaven of the water curtain." The stone monkey was beside himself with glee. He rushed away, shut his eyes, crouched, and leapt back through the waterfall. "We're in luck! We're in luck!" he said with a chuckle. All the other monkeys crowded round him, asking, "What's it like in there? How deep is the water?" "There's no water, none at all," replied the stone monkey. "There's an iron bridge, and on the other side of the bridge there's a house that must have been made by heaven and earth." "However could you see a house there?" the other monkeys asked. The stone monkey chuckled again. "The water here comes under the bridge and through the rocks, and it hides the gateway to the bridge from view. There are flowers and trees by the bridge, and a stone house too. Inside the house are stone rooms, a stone stove, stone bowls, stone plates, stone beds, and even stone benches. In the middle of it all is a tablet which says, 'Happy land of the mountain of flowers and fruit, cave heaven of the water curtain.' It's just the place for us to settle down in. There's room for thousands. Let's all move in. Then we won't have to put up with any more nonsense from heaven. And there we can hide there from the wind and shelter from the rain, with nothing to fear from frost and snow, and never a rumble of thunder. The colored mists glow bright, and the place smells lucky. The pine and bamboo will always be beautiful, and rare flowers blossom every day. The other monkeys were all so delighted to hear this that they said, "You go first, and take us with you." The stone monkey shut his eyes, crouched, and leapt in again, shouting, "Follow me in! Follow me in!" The braver monkeys all jumped through. The more timid ones peered forward, shrank back, rubbed their ears, scratched their cheeks, shouted, and yelled at the top of their voices before going in, all clinging to each other. After rushing across the bridge, they all grabbed plates and snatched bowls, bagged stoves and fought over beds, and moved everything around. Monkeys are born naughty, and they could not keep quiet for a single moment until they had worn themselves out moving things around. The stone monkey sat himself in the main seat and said, "Gentlemen, a man who breaks his word is worthless. Just now you said that if anyone was clever enough to come in here and get out again in one piece, you'd make him king. Well then, I've come in and gone out and gone out and come in. I've found you, gentlemen, a cave heaven where you can sleep in peace and settle down to live in bliss. Why haven't you made me king?" On hearing this, all the monkeys bowed and prostrated themselves, not daring to disobey. They lined up in groups in order of age and paid their homage, as at court, all acclaiming him as great king of 1,000 years. The stone monkey then took the throne, made the word stone taboo, and called himself Handsome Monkey King. There is a poem to prove it that goes, "All things are born from the three positives." The magic stone was quick with the essence of sun and moon. An egg was turned into a monkey to complete the great way. He was lent a name so that the elixir would be complete. Looking inside, he perceives nothing because it has no form. Outside, he uses his intelligence to create visible things. Men have always been like this. Those who are called kings and sages do just as they wish. Taking control of his host of monkeys, apes, gibbons, and others, the handsome Monkey King divided them into rulers and subjects, assistants and officers. In the morning they roamed the mountain of flowers and fruit, and in the evening they settled down for the night in the water curtain cave. They made a compact that they would not join the ranks of the birds or go with the running beasts. I think that's meant to say contract. They had their own king, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. In the spring, they picked flowers for food and drink. In summer, they lived off fruit. In autumn, they gathered pears and chestnuts. They got through the winter on Solomon's seal. The handsome Monkey King's innocent high spirits could not, of course, last 300 or 400 years. One day he suddenly felt depressed during a banquet with his monkey host, and he started to weep. The startled monkeys crowded round, bowed to him, and asked, "What's the matter, your majesty?" "Although I'm happy now," the Monkey King replied, "I'm worried about the future. That's what's getting me down." The other monkeys laughed and said, "Your majesty is being greedy. We have parties every day. We live in a mountain paradise, in an ancient cave, and a divine continent. We are spared of the rule of unicorns, the domination of phoenixes, and the restraints of human kings. We are free to do just as we like. We are infinitely lucky. Why make yourself miserable worrying about the future?" To this, the Monkey King replied, "Yes, we don't have to submit to the laws and regulations of human kings, and we don't live in terror of the power of birds and beasts. But the time will come when we are old and weak, and the underworld is controlled by the King of Hell. When the time comes for us to die, we won't be able to go on living among the blessed, and our lives will have been in vain. All the monkeys covered their faces and wept as every one of them thought about death. Suddenly, a gibbon jumped out from their ranks and shrieked in a piercing voice, "If your majesty is thinking so far ahead, this is the beginning of enlightenment. Now of the 5 creatures, there are only 3 that do not come under the jurisdiction of the king of hell." "Do you know which they are?" asked the Monkey King. "Yes," the ape replied. "They are the Buddhas, the immortals, and the sages. They are free from the wheel of reincarnation. They are not born and they do not die. They are as eternal as heaven and earth, as the mountains and the rivers." "Where do they live?" the Monkey King asked. "Only in the human world," the ape replied, "in the ancient caves on magic mountains." The Monkey King was delighted to hear this. "I shall leave you all tomorrow," he said, "and go down the mountain. If I have to, I'll roam the corners of the oceans and go to the edge of the sky to find these 3 kings of beings and discover the secret of eternal youth that will keep us out of the clutches of the king of hell forever." Goodness! Because of these words, he was to learn how to be free from the wheel of reincarnation and become the great sage equaling heaven. All the monkeys clapped with approval and said, "Great! Great! Tomorrow we'll climb all over the mountain and get lots of fruit to give your majesty a really big banquet to send you off." The next day the monkeys set out to pick magic peaches, gather rare fruits, dig out yams, and cut Solomon's seal. Magic fungus and fragrant orchid were collected, and everything was set on the stone benches and the stone tablets, with fairy wine and dishes. You could see golden pills and pearl pellets, bursting red and plump yellow. The golden pills and pearl pellets were winter cherries, beautiful and sweet. The bursting red and plump yellow were ripe plums, tasty and sharp. Fresh, sweet-fleshed longans with thin skins. Fiery lychees with tiny stones in a red sack. Branch after branch of crab apples. Yellow-skinned loquats with their leaves on. Rabbit-head pears and chicken-heart jujubes. To quench your thirst, remove your cares, and sober you up. Fragrant peaches and tender apricots, as sweet and luscious as jade wine. Crisp plums and arbutus, as sharp as glistening yogurt. Ripe melons with red coats and black seeds. Big 4-section persimmons with yellow skins. Bursting pomegranates, cinnabar pips shining like fire crystal pearls. Opened water chestnuts with firm round flesh like golden agate. Walnuts and ginkgo fruits to eat with tea. Coconuts and grapes to make into wine. Dishes loaded with pine cones, yew nuts, filberts, and crab apples. Tangerines, sugar cane, and oranges covering the table. Hot roast yams. Tender boiled Solomon's seal. Pounded china root and Job's tears. Simmered in soup in a stone pot. Although we humans have rare delicacies to eat, we are no happier than those monkeys in the mountains. The host of monkeys ushered the handsome Monkey King to the seat of honor and sat down below him according to age. Each of them took it in turns to bring him wine, flowers, and fruit, and they drank hard for a whole day. The next morning the handsome Monkey King got up and ordered, "Children, tear down some old pines and make me a raft. Find a bamboo pole to punt and load it up with fruit. I'm going." He went aboard the raft all by himself, pushed off with all his might, and floated off towards the waves of the ocean. He intended to sail with the wind and cross over to the southern Jambu continent. The heaven-born monkey, whose conduct was so noble, left his island to drift with the heaven's winds. He sailed oceans and seas to find the way of immortality, deeply determined to do a great deed. The predestined one should not have vulgar longings. He can attain primal truth without care or worry. He is bound to find a kindred spirit, to explain the origins and the laws of nature. He had chosen just the right time for his journey. After he boarded his raft, the southeasterly wind blew hard for days on end, and bore him to the northwestern shore of this southern continent. Testing the depth of the water with his pole, he found that it was shallow. So he abandoned the raft and jumped ashore. He saw humans by the coast, fishing, hunting geese, gathering clams, and extracting salt. He went up to them, leaping around and making faces, which so scared them that they dropped their baskets and nets and fled in all directions as fast as they could. The Monkey King grabbed one of them, who was a poor runner, stripped him of his clothes, and dressed himself in them like a human. He swaggered through the provinces and prefectures, learning human behavior and human speech in the marketplaces. Whether he was eating his breakfast or going to bed at night, he was always asking about Buddhas, immortals, and sages, and seeking the secret of eternal youth. He observed that the people of the world were too concerned with fame and fortune to be interested in their fates. When will the struggle for fame and fortune end? Toiling from morning till night, never pleasing yourself. Those who ride donkeys long for stallions. The prime minister always wants to be a prince. They only worry about having to stop work to eat or dress. They never fear that the king of hell will come to get them. When trying to ensure their sons and grandsons inherit their wealth and power, they have no time to stop and think. Although he asked about the way of the immortals, the Monkey King was unable to meet one. He spent 8 or 9 years in the southern Jambu continent, going through its great walls and visiting its little counties. When he found that he had reached the great western ocean, he thought that there must be sages and immortals on the other side of it, so he made himself another raft like the last one, floated across the western ocean until he came to the western continent of Cattlegift. He went ashore and made extensive and lengthy inquiries until one day he came upon a high and beautiful mountain, thickly forested on its lower slopes. Not fearing wolves and undaunted by tigers or leopards, he climbed to the summit to see the view. It was indeed a fine mountain. 1,000 peaks brandishing halberds, screens 10,000 measures tall. In the sunlight, the mountain haze is lightly touched with blue. After the rain, the black rocks look coldly green. Withered creepers coil round ancient trees, and the old ford marks the bounds of the mysterious. Strange flowers and precious plants, flourishing in all 4 seasons, rivaling fairyland. The nearby cry of a hidden bird, the clear running of a spring. Valley upon valley of mushroom and orchid. Lichen grows all over the cliffs. The range rises and dips in dragon-like majesty. Surely there must be lofty hermits here. As he was looking at the view, the Monkey King heard a human voice coming from the depths of the forest. He rushed into the trees, and when he cocked his ear to listen, he heard a song. Watching the chess game, I cut through the rotten, felling trees, ding ding, strolling at the edge of the cloud of the mouth of the valley. I sell firewood to buy wine. Cackling with laughter and perfectly happy, I pillow myself on a pine root, looking up at the moon. When I wake up, it is light. Recognizing the old forest, I scale cliffs and cross ridges, cutting down withered creepers with my axe. When I've gathered a basketful, I walk down to the market with a song, and trade it for 3 pints of rice. Nobody else competes with me, so prices are stable. I don't speculate or try sharp practice. Couldn't care less what people think of me. Calmly lengthening my days. The people I meet are Taoists and immortals, sitting quietly and expounding the yellow court. The Monkey King was overjoyed to hear this, and he said with glee, "So this is where the immortals have been hiding." He bounded deeper into the woods for a closer look and saw that the singer was a woodcutter cutting firewood. He was wearing the most unusual clothes. On his head he wore a hat, woven from the first skin shed by new bamboo shoots. The clothes on his body were made of yam, from the wild cotton tree. The belt round his waist was of silk from an old silkworm. The straw sandals under his feet had straps torn from rotten sago trees. In his hand he held a steel axe. On his back he carried a hempen rope. At climbing pines and felling dead trees, who was a match for this woodcutter? The Monkey King went closer and called to him, "Old immortal, your disciple greets you." The woodcutter dropped his axe in astonishment and turned round to say, "No, no, I don't even have enough to eat or drink, so how can I possibly let you call me an immortal?" "If you're not an immortal," the Monkey King said, "why do you talk like one?" "I don't talk like an immortal," the woodcutter said. "At the edge of the wood just now," the Monkey King replied, "I heard you say, 'The people I meet are Taoists and immortals, sitting quietly and expounding the Mantingfang.' The Mantingfang contains the truth about the way, so if you're not an immortal, what are you?" The woodcutter laughed. "It's quite true that the song is called 'The Fragrance of the Mantingfang,' and an immortal who lives near my hut taught me it. He said he saw how hard I had to work, and how I was always worried, so he made me sing this song when things were getting me down. It lightens my cares and makes me forget my weariness. I was singing it just now because I had some problems on my mind, and I never imagined that you would be listening. If you've got an immortal for a neighbor, you ought to learn from him how to cultivate your conduct and get him to teach you a recipe for eternal youth." "I've had a hard life," the woodcutter replied. "My mother and father brought me up till I was about 8, and just when I was beginning to know about life, my father died. My mother remained a widow, and I had no brothers or sisters. As I was the only child, I had to look after my mother morning and night. Now she is old, and I can't possibly leave her. Our land is so overgrown that I can't grow enough to feed and clothe both of us, so I have to cut a couple of bundles of firewood to sell in the market for a handful of coppers to buy the few pints of rice that I cook for myself and my mother. That's why I can't cultivate my conduct." "From what you say," the Monkey King replied, "you're a filial son and a gentleman. You're bound to be rewarded for it one day. But I'd be grateful if you could show me where that immortal lives, so that I can go pay him my respects." The woodcutter said, "It's not far from here. This mountain is the Spirit Tower Heart Mountain, and in it there is the cave of the setting moon and the 3 stars. In that cave lives an immortal called the Patriarch Subhuti. I don't know how many disciples he has trained. There are 30 or 40 of them cultivating their contact with him at the moment. If you take that path south for 2 or 3 miles, you'll reach his home." The Monkey King tugged at the woodcutter and said, "Take me there, elder brother. If I get anything out of this, I won't forget your kindness." "You idiot," the woodcutter replied. "Didn't you understand what I told you just now? If I went with you, I wouldn't be able to earn my living, and who would look after my poor old mother then? I've got to get on with my woodcutting. Go by yourself." After hearing this, the Monkey King had to take his leave. He came out of the forest and found the path, which led up a mountain slope for 2 or 3 miles. When he saw the cave, he pulled himself up to his full height to take a look. It really was a magnificent place. Misty clouds scattered colors. Sun and moon shimmered bright. 1,000 ancient cypresses. 10,000 lofty bamboos. 1,000 ancient cypresses. A soft green drawing the rain from the sky. 10,000 lofty bamboos, and a misty valley is azure blue. Outside the gate rare flowers spread brocade. Beside the bridge wafts the scent of jade flowers. Rocky crags jut, glossy with green moss. On overhanging cliffs blue lichen grows. Sometimes the call of the crane is heard, and often you see the phoenix soar. The call of the crane echoes beyond the ninth heaven and the Milky Way. When the phoenix soars, the brilliance of its wings colors the clouds. Black apes and white deer can just be made out. Golden lions and jade elephants prefer to keep hidden. If you look closely at this happy land, you will see that it rivals paradise. He saw that the doors of the cave were shut fast and everything was still, with no signs of people. He turned round and noticed that there was a stone tablet, about 30 feet high and 8 feet wide, at the top of the cliff. On it was carved in enormous letters, Spirit Tower Heart Mountain, Cave of the Setting Moon and the 3 Stars. The Monkey King exclaimed with delight, "The people here are really honest. The mountain and the cave do exist." He took a good long look, but did not dare to knock on the door. He climbed to the end of a pine branch and ate some pine seeds to amuse himself. Before the long doors of the cave opened with a creak, an immortal boy came out. In the nobility of his bearing and the exceptional purity of his features, he was completely different from an ordinary boy. His hair was bound with a pair of silken bands. His flowing gown had 2 capacious sleeves. His face and body were naturally distinguished. His mind and appearance were both empty. For many years a guest beyond the world of things, an eternal child amid the mountains, untouched by any speck of dust, he let the years go tumbling by. When this boy had come out, he shouted, "Who's making that row out here?" The Monkey King scampered down the tree, went up to him, and said with a bow, "Immortal child, I am a disciple who has come to ask about the way and study under the immortal. The last thing I'd do would be to make a row here." The boy laughed. "So you've come to ask about the way, have you?" "Yes," the Monkey King replied. "Our master has just got up," the boy said, "and has now mounted the dais to expound the way." Before he had started to explain about origins, he told me to open the door. He said, "There is someone outside who wants to cultivate his conduct. Go and welcome him." I suppose he must have meant you. "Yes, he meant me," the Monkey King said with a smile. "Come with me," the boy said. The Monkey King straightened his clothes and followed the boy deep into the depths of the cave. He saw majestic pavilions and towers of red jade, pearl palaces, and gateways of cowrie, and countless rooms of silence and secluded cells, leading all the way to a jasper dais. He saw the patriarch Subhuti sitting on the dais and 36 minor immortals standing below it. A golden immortal of great enlightenment, free from filth, Subhuti, the marvel of the Western world. Neither dying nor born, he practices triple meditation, his spirit and soul entirely benevolent. In empty detachment, he follows the changes. Having found his true nature, he lets it run free. As eternal as heaven and majestic in body, the great teacher of the law is enlightened through eons. As soon as the handsome Monkey King saw him, he bowed low and knocked his head on the ground before him many times, saying, "Master, master, your disciple pays his deepest respects." "Where are you from?" the patriarch asked. "You must tell me your name and address before you can become my pupil." "I come from the water curtain cave in the mountains and fruit in the flowers and fruit mountain in the land of Eloi in the eastern continent of superior body," replied the Monkey King. "Throw him out!" the patriarch roared. "He's a liar and a cheat, and even if he tried cultivating his conduct, he would get nowhere." The Monkey King desperately kept hitting his head on the ground and said, "Your disciple spoke the truth. I promise I wasn't lying." The patriarch asked, "If you were speaking the truth, why did you say that you came from the eastern continent of superior body? Between here and the eastern continent there are 2 seas, and the southern Jambu continent. So how could you possibly have come here from there?" The Monkey King, still kowtowing, replied, "I sailed across seas and oceans, crossed frontiers, and wandered through many countries for over 10 years before I arrived here." "So you came here by stages," the patriarch remarked. "What is your surname?" "I'm not surly," the Monkey King replied. "If people call me names, it doesn't bother me. And if they hit me, I don't get angry. I'm just polite to them, and that's that. I've never been surly." "I didn't ask if you were surly. I wanted to know the surname you inherited from your parents." "I didn't have any parents," the Monkey King replied. "If you had no parents, did you grow on a tree?" "I grew not on a tree, but in a stone," the Monkey King replied. "All I remember is that there was a magic stone on the top of Flower and Fruit Mountain, and that one year the stone split open, I was born." Concealing his delight at seeing this, the patriarch remarked, "In other words, you were born of heaven and earth. Walk around for a moment and let me have a look at you." The Monkey King leapt to his feet and shambled around a couple of times. The patriarch smiled and said, "Though you have rather a base sort of body, you look like one of the rhesus monkeys that eat pine seeds. I ought to give you a surname that fits your appearance and call you Who? Macaque. The elements that make up the character Who are animal, old, and moon. What is old is ancient, and the moon embodies the negative principle. And what is ancient and negative cannot be transformed. But I think I would do much better to call you Sun, Monkey. Apart from the animal element, the character Sun has one part implying male and one part suggesting a baby, which fits in my basic theories about children. Your surname will be Sun." When the Monkey King heard this, he kowtowed with delight and said, "Great, great! Now I have a surname. I am eternally grateful to you for your mercy and compassion, master. I beg you to give me a personal name to go with my new surname. Then it will be much easier to address me." "There are 12 words within my sect," said the patriarch, "which I give as names. You belong to the 10th generation of my disciples." "What are these 12 words?" asked the Monkey King. "Broad, great, wisdom, intelligence, true, likeness, nature, sea, bright, awakened, complete, and enlightenment. If we work out the generations of disciples, then you would have a name with Wu, awakened, in it." so we can give you the Dharma's name Sun Wukong, which means monkey awakened to emptiness. Will that do? Marvelous, marvelous, said the smiling Monkey King. From now on, my name will be Sun Wukong. When the great vagueness was separated, there were no surnames. To smash foolish emptiness, he had to be awakened to emptiness. If you want to know what success he had in cultivating his conduct, you must listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 2. He becomes aware of the wonderful truth of enlightenment. By killing the demon, he realizes his spirit nature. The story goes on to tell how after being given a name, the handsome Monkey King jumped for joy and bowed to Subhuti to express his thanks. The patriarch then ordered the others to take Sun Wukong out through the double doors and teach him how to sprinkle and sweep the floor, answer orders, and deport himself properly. All the immortals went out in obedience to this command. When Sun Wukong was outside the doors, he bowed to all his spiritual elder brothers and laid out his bed on the veranda. The next morning, and every following day, he studied language and deportment under his spiritual elder brothers, expounded the scriptures, discussed the way, practiced calligraphy, and burnt incense. When he had any spare time, he would sweep the grounds, dig the vegetable patch, grow flowers, tend trees, look for kindling, light the fire, carry water, and fetch soy. Everything he needed was provided. Thus 6 or 7 years slipped by in the cave without his noticing them. One day the patriarch took his seat on the dais, called all the immortals together, and began to explain the great way. Heavenly flowers fell in profusion, while golden lotuses burst forth from the earth. Brilliantly, he expounded the doctrine of the 3 vehicles, setting forth 10,000 dharmas in all their details. He slowly waved his whisk, jewels fell from his mouth, echoing like thunder and shaking the 9 heavens. Now, preaching the way, now teaching meditation, he showed that the 3 beliefs are basically the same. In explaining a single word, he brought one back to the truth, and taught the secrets of avoiding birth and understanding one's nature. As Monkey sat at the side and listened to the exposition, he was so delighted that he tugged at his ear, scratched his cheek, and smiled. He could not help waving his hands and stamping. When the patriarch noticed this, he said to Monkey, "Why are you leaping around like a madman in class instead of listening to the lesson?" "Your disciple is listening to the exposition with all of his attention," Monkey replied. "But your marvelous words made me so happy that I started jumping around without realizing what I was doing. Please forgive me." "To this," the patriarch replied, "if you really understand my marvelous words, then answer this question. How long have you been in my cave?" "Your disciple was born stupid," Monkey replied, "so I have no idea how long I've been here. All I know is that whenever the fire in the stove goes out, I go to the other side of the mountain to collect firewood, and there I see a hill covered with fine peach trees. I've had 7 good feeds of peaches there. That hill is called Tender Peach Hill. If you have eaten there 7 times, you must have been here 7 years. What sort of way do you want to learn from me?" "That depends what you teach me, master. As long as there's a whiff of way to it, your disciple will learn it." "There are 360 side entrances to the way, and they all lead to a true result," the patriarch said. "Which branch would you like to study?" "I will do whatever you think best, master," replied Monkey. What about teaching you the way of magic arts? What does the way of magic arts mean? Magic arts, the patriarch replied, include summoning immortals, using the magic sandboard, and divining by milfoil. With them, one can learn how to bring on good fortune and avert disaster. Can you become immortal this way? Asked Monkey. No, certainly not, replied the patriarch. No, shan't learn it. Shall I teach you the way of sects? The patriarch asked. What are the principles of the sects? Within the branch of sects, there is Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and I'll make a slight aside. It is written Taoism. I understand that modern scholars prefer Taoism with a D, but I am reading it as it is written, Taoism with a T. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, the study of negative and positive, Moism, medicine, reading scriptures, and chanting the name of a Buddha. You can also summon immortals and sages with this branch. Can you attain immortality that way? Asked Monkey. To try and attain immortality that way, the patriarch replied, is like putting a pillar in the wall. Master, Monkey said, I'm a simple chap, and I can't understand your technical jargon. What do you mean by putting a pillar in the wall? When a man builds a house and wants to make it strong, he puts a pillar in the wall. But when the day comes for his mansion to collapse, the pillar is bound to rot. From what you say, Monkey observed, it's not eternal. No, shan't learn it. Shall I teach you the way of silence? The patriarch then asked. What true result can be got from silence? Said Monkey. It involves abstaining from grain, preserving one's essence, silence, inaction, meditation, abstaining from speech, eating vegetarian food, performing certain exercises when asleep or standing up, going into trances, and being walled up in total isolation. Is this a way of becoming immortal? Monkey asked. It's like building the top of a kiln with sun-dried bricks, the patriarch replied. You do go on, master, said Sun Wukong. I've already told you that I can't understand your technical jargon. What does building the top of a kiln with sun-dried bricks mean? If you build the top of a kiln with sun-dried bricks, they may make it look all right. But if they have not been hardened with fire and water, then they will crumble away in the first heavy rainstorm. There's nothing eternal about that either, then, replied Monkey. No, shan't learn that. Shall I teach you the way of action, then? The patriarch asked. What's that like? Monkey asked. It involves acting and doing, extracting the negative and building up the positive, drawing the bow and loading the crossbow, rubbing the navel to make subtle humors flow, refining elixirs according to formulae, lighting fires under cauldrons, consuming red lead, purifying autumn stone, and drinking women's milk. Can doing things like that make me live forever? Monkey asked. To try and attain immortality that way is like lifting the moon out of water. What does lifting the moon out of water mean? The moon is in the sky, the patriarch replied, and only its reflection is in the water. Although you can see it there, you will try in vain to lift it out. No, shan't learn that, Monkey exclaimed. When the patriarch heard this, he gasped and climbed down from the dais. Pointing at Sun Wukong with his cane, he said, You won't study this, and you won't study that, so what do you want, you monkey? He went up to Monkey and hit him 3 times on the head, then went inside with his hands behind his back and shut the main door, abandoning them all. The class was shocked, and they all blamed Sun Wukong. "You cheeky ape! You've no idea how to behave. The master was teaching you the way, so why did you have to argue with him instead of learning from him? Now you've offended him. We don't know when he'll come out again." They were all very angry with him, and regarded him with loathing and contempt. But Sun Wukong was not bothered in the least, and his face was covered with smiles. The Monkey King had understood the riddle, and had the answer hidden away in his mind. So he did not argue with the others, but bore it all without a word. When the patriarch hit him 3 times, he had been telling him to pay attention at the 3rd watch. And when he went inside with his hands behind his back and shut the main door, he had told the Monkey King to go in through the back door and be taught the way in secret. The delighted Sun Wukong spent the rest of the day with the others in front of the 3 Stars Cave, looking at the sky and impatient for the night to come. At dusk, he went to bed with all the others, pretended to close his eyes, controlled his breathing, and calmed himself down. Nobody beats the watches or calls out the hour in the mountains, so he had no way of knowing the time except by regulating his breath going in and out of his nose. When he reckoned that it was about the 3rd watch, he got up very quietly, dressed, and slipped out through the front door, away from the others. When he was outside, he looked up and saw. The moon was bright and clear and cold. The vast space of the 8 points was free from dust. Deep in the trees a bird slept hidden, while the water flowed from the spring. Fireflies scattered their lights, and a line of geese was stretched across the clouds. It was exactly the 3rd watch, the right time to ask about the way. Watch the Monkey King as he follows the old path to the back door, which he found to be ajar. The patriarch has left the door open, so he really intends to teach me the way, he exclaimed in delight. He tiptoed forward, went in sideways through the door, and walked over to the patriarch's bed, where he saw the patriarch sleeping, curled up, facing the inside of the room. Not daring to disturb him, Sun Wukong knelt in front of the bed. Before long, the patriarch woke up, stretched out both his legs, and mumbled to himself. "It's hard, hard, hard. The way is very obscure. Don't make light of the gold and the cinnabar. To teach miraculous spells to any but the perfect man is to tire the voice and dry the tongue in vain." Sun Wukong said in reply, "Master, your disciple has been kneeling here for a long time." When the patriarch heard that it was Sun Wukong who was speaking, he pulled some clothes on, sat up cross-legged, and shouted, "It's that monkey! Why have you come into my room instead of sleeping out in front?" "Master, you told me publicly in front of the altar yesterday that your disciple was to come in here through the back gate at the 3rd watch, as you were going to teach me the way. That is why I made so bold as to come to pay my respects beside the master's bed." The patriarch was very pleased to hear this, and said to himself, "This wretch was indeed born of heaven and earth. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to understand my cryptic message." Sun Wukong said, "There is no 3rd pair of ears in this room, and your disciple is the only other person here. I hope, Master, that in your great mercy you will teach me the way of immortality. If you do, I'll always be grateful to you." "You are predestined," the patriarch said, "so I shall be happy to tell you. Since you understood my cryptic message, come over here and listen carefully while I teach you the miraculous way of immortality." Sun Wukong kowtowed with gratitude and knelt before the bed, listening with all his attention. The patriarch said, "True spells revealing secrets and all-powerful. are the only sure way of protecting one's life. They all come from essence, vapor, and spirit, must be stored away securely and never be divulged. Must never be divulged and be stored in the body. Then the way I teach you will flourish of itself. Many are the benefits of learning spells. They give protection from evil desires and make one pure. Make one pure with a dazzling radiance, like a bright moon shining on a cinnabar tower. The moon contains a jade rabbit, the sun a golden crow. The tortoise, and the snake are always intertwined. Always intertwined, then life is firm, and one plant golden lotuses in fire. Grasp all the 5 elements and turn them upside down, and when you are successful, you can become a Buddha or an immortal. The patriarch's explanation went to the root of things, and Sun Wukong's heart was filled with bliss as he committed the spells to memory. He bowed to the patriarch to express his deep gratitude and went out of the back door to look. He saw that there was a trace of white in the east, while the golden light of the moon was shining in the west. He went to the front door by the old path, pushed it open gently, and went in. He sat down where he had been sleeping earlier, shook his bedding, and said loudly, "It's dawn, it's dawn, get up." The others were all asleep, unaware of Sun Wukong's good fortune. At daybreak he got up and muddled through the day, while secretly keeping to what he had been told. In the afternoon and evening he regulated his breathing. After 3 years had passed in this way, the patriarch once more sat on his lecturing throne and expounded the Dharma to his students. He recounted famous sayings and parables and discussed external phenomena and external appearances. Without warning, he asked, "Where is Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong went forward, knelt down, and replied, "Your disciple is present." "What way have you cultivated since coming here?" "Your disciple is now fairly well conversant with the Dharma," Sun Wukong replied, "and my source is getting gradually stronger." "If you are conversant with the Dharma and you know about the source," the patriarch replied, "and if the spirit has already flowed into you, then you must beware of the 3 disasters." Sun Wukong thought for a long time. Then he said, "Patriarch, you're talking rubbish. I have often heard that the way is lofty and its power mighty, that there is as eternal as heaven, that it can overcome fire and water, and prevent all illnesses from arising. So how could there be 3 disasters?" To this, the patriarch replied, "This is not the ordinary way. It involves seizing the very creation of heaven and earth, and encroaching on the hidden workings of the sun and moon. Once the elixir is made, devils and spirits cannot tolerate it. Although it will preserve the youthfulness of your face and prolong your life, in 500 years' time heaven will strike you with a thunderbolt. You must be clear-sighted in nature and mind, so that you can hide from it before it comes. If you succeed in avoiding it, you will live as long as heaven, and if you don't, it will kill you. Another 500 years later, heaven will burn you with fire. This fire will not be heavenly fire, or ordinary fire, but hidden fire. It will burn you from the soles of your feet to the crown of your head. Your 5 viscera will be reduced to ashes, your 4 limbs will be destroyed, and 1,000 years of asceticism will have been so much wasted time. Yet another 500 years later, a wind will blow at you. It will not be north, south, east, or west wind, nor will it be a warm, fragrant wind from the northwest, nor will it be the kind of wind that blows among flowers, willows, pine, and bamboo. It will be what is called a monster wind. It will blow through the crown of your head down into your 6 entrails. It will go through cinnabar field below your navel and penetrate your 9 orifices. Your flesh and your bones will be destroyed and your body will disintegrate, so you must avoid all 3 of these disasters. When he heard Sun Wukong's hair stood on end, and he kowtowed with the words, "I implore you, my lord, to show pity and teach me how to avoid these 3 disasters. If you do, I will be grateful to you forever." "That would be easy," the patriarch replied, "but for the fact that you are different from other people, which means that I can't." "I have a head that faces the sky and feet standing on earth," said Sun Wukong. "I have 9 orifices and 4 limbs, 5 viscera, and 6 entrails. How am I different from anyone else?" "Although you are quite like other people, your cheeks are too small." Now the monkey had a funny face, with cheeks that caved inwards and a sharp chin. Sun Wukong felt it with his hand and replied with a laugh, "Master, you didn't take everything into account. Although I'm a bit short of jaw, I've got more dewlap than other people to make up for it." "Very well, then," the patriarch said. "Which would you prefer to learn? The 36 heavenly transformations, or the 72 earthly ones?" "Your disciple wants to get as much out of it as he can, so I'd like to learn the 72 earthly ones." "If that's what you want," the patriarch replied, "come here and I'll teach you the spells." Thereupon he whispered into Sun Wukong's ear, and who knows what miraculous spells he taught him. The Monkey King was the sort of person who understands everything once he is told a tiny part, and he learned the spells on the spot. He practiced and trained until he had mastered all 72 transformations. One day, the patriarch and all his disciples were enjoying the sunset outside the 3 Stars Cave. The patriarch asked Sun Wukong, "Have you succeeded yet?" Sun Wukong replied, "Thanks to your infinite mercy, Master, your disciples' results have been perfect, and I can now rise on the clouds and fly." "Let me see you try a flight," the patriarch said. Sun Wukong used his skill to perform a series of somersaults that carried him 50 or 60 feet into the air, then walked around on clouds for about as long as it takes to eat a meal. He covered about a mile altogether before landing in front of the patriarch, folding his arms across his chest and saying, "Master, that's flying and soaring in the clouds." The patriarch laughed. "That's not soaring on the clouds. It's just climbing up them." There is an old saying that an immortal visits the northern sea in the morning and the Kangwu in the evening. But to take as long as you did just to go a mile doesn't count as climbing on the clouds. "How can it be possible to visit the northern sea in the morning and the Kangwu in the evening?" Sun Wukong asked. "All cloud soarers start off from the northern sea early in the morning, visit the eastern, western, and southern seas, and then come back to Kangwu. Kangwu is what the northern sea is called in the Lingling language. When you can go beyond all 4 seas in a single day, you can regard yourself as a cloud soarer." "But that must be very difficult," Sun Wukong observed. "Where there's a will, there's a way," the patriarch replied. "Nothing by halves, Master," replied Sun Wukong with bows and kowtows. "I beg of you, in your great mercy, to teach me the art of cloud soaring. I promise that I will always be grateful." "Immortals take off with the stamp of their feet," said the patriarch, "but you do it differently. Just now I saw you pull yourself up. As that is the way you do it, I'll show you how to do it your own way, and teach you the somersault cloud. Sun Wukong bowed again, imploring him to do so, and the patriarch taught him the spell. For this kind of cloud, the patriarch said, you make the magic by clasping your hands in the special way. Recite the words of the spell, clench your fist, shake yourself, and jump. With one somersault, you can go 60,000 miles. When the others heard this, they all exclaimed with a laugh, Lucky Sun Wukong! With magic like this, he could be a messenger delivering official letters and reports, and he'd never go short of a meal. When it was dark, the patriarch and his pupils returned to the cave. That night, Sun Wukong moved his spirit, practiced the technique, and mastered the cloud somersault. From then on, he was free from all restraint, and he enjoyed the delights of immortality, drifting around as he pleased. On a day when spring was giving way to summer, and all the students had been sitting under some pine trees listening to lectures for a long time, they said, Sun Wukong, in what life did you earn your present destiny? The other day our teacher whispered to you how to do the transformations to avoid the 3 disasters. Can you do them all yet? It's true, brothers, said Sun Wukong with a grin. I can do them all. In the first place, it's because our master taught me. And in the second place, it's because I practiced them hard, day and night. This would be a good time for you to give us a demonstration. At this suggestion, Sun Wukong braced his spirit to show off his skill. What's it to be, brothers? Tell me what you'd like me to turn myself into. Turn into a pine tree, they all said. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, said the magic words, shook himself, and changed into a pine tree. It was truly green and misty throughout the 4 seasons, raising its upright beauty to the clouds, not in the least like a demon monkey, every inch a tree that withstands frost and snow. When the students saw it, they clapped their hands and chuckled aloud, saying, Good old monkey, good old monkey. They did not realize that the row they were making had disturbed the patriarch, who rushed out through the door, dragging his stick behind him. Who's making a row out here? He asked. The students hurriedly pulled themselves together, straightened their clothes, and went over to him. Sun Wukong, who had now resumed his real appearance, said from the forest, Master, we were holding a discussion here, and there were no outsiders making a din. Yelling and shouting like that, the patriarch angrily roared, is no way for those cultivating their conduct to behave. If you are cultivating your conduct, the subtle vapors escape when you open your mouth, and when you wag your tongue, trouble starts. What was all the laughing and shouting about? Just now, Sun Wukong did a transformation for fun. We told him to turn himself into a pine tree, and he did. We all praised and applauded him, which was why we disturbed you with the noise, master. We beg you to forgive us. The patriarch sent them all away except for Sun Wukong, to whom he said, Come here. Is that a way to use your spirit? To change into a pine tree? Is this a skill you should be showing off in front of people? If you saw somebody else doing that, wouldn't you ask him to teach you? If other people see you doing it, they're bound to ask you to teach them. And if you want to keep out of trouble, you'll have to do so. Otherwise, they may do you harm, and then your life will be in danger. Sun Wukong kowtowed and said, Please forgive me, master. I shan't punish you, the patriarch replied, but you'll have to go. Sun Wukong's eyes filled with tears. Master, where am I to go? Go back to where you came from. Sun Wukong had a sudden awakening, and he said, I came from the water curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit in the country of Aulai, in the eastern continent of Superior Body. If you hurry back there, the patriarch replied, you will be able to preserve your life. If you stay here, it will be absolutely impossible to do so. Sun Wukong accepted his punishment. Yes, master, he said. I've been away from home for 20 years, and I do miss the old days and my children and grandchildren. But when I remember that I have not yet repaid your enormous generosity to me, I can't bring myself to go. What sort of kindness would you be doing me if you stayed? I'll be happy enough if you keep me out of any disasters you cause. Seeing that there was nothing else for it, Sun Wukong bowed and took leave of him, saying goodbye to all the other students. Now that you're going, the patriarch said, I'm sure that your life will not be a good one. Whatever disasters you cause and crimes you commit, I forbid you, under any circumstances, to call yourself my disciple. If you so much as hint at it, I'll know at once, and I'll tear off your monkey skin, chop up your bones, and banish your soul to the 9th darkness. I won't let you out for 10,000 eons. I promise to never give away a single letter of your name, said Sun Wukong. I'll just say that I taught myself. Sun Wukong took his leave and went away. Making the spell by clasping his fist, he jumped head over heels, summoned a somersault cloud, and went back to the eastern continent. Within 2 hours, he saw the water curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit. The handsome Monkey King was so pleased that he said to himself, When I left here, my mortal flesh and bones were heavy, but now I have the way, my body's light. No one in the world has real determination. To the firm will, the hidden becomes clear. When I last crossed the seas, the waves got in my way, but now on my return, the journey's easy. The parting words still echo in my ears. When will I see the Eastern Ocean again? Sun Wukong put away his cloud and headed straight to the mountain of flowers and fruit. As he followed the path there, he heard the call of cranes and the cries of apes. The crane calls echoed beyond the Milky Way, and the ape cries were pathetically sad. Sun Wukong shouted, Children, I'm back! Big monkeys and little monkeys came bounding in their thousands and tens of thousands from caves and the cliffs, from the grass and the flowers, and down from the trees. They all crowded round the handsome Monkey King, kowtowed, and said, Your Majesty, you're a cool one. How could you stay away for so long, abandoning us all here? We've been desperate for you to come back. A demon has been mistreating us terribly. He's occupied our water curtain cave, and we've been fighting for our lives with him. Recently, he's been stealing our things and carrying off many of our youngsters. We've had to stay awake all night to guard our families. Thank goodness you've come back. Another year without you, Your Majesty, and every one of us would be under his control, cave and all. Sun Wukong was furious. Who is this demon? What an outrage! Tell me everything about him, and then I'll go and give him what's coming to him. The monkey host kowtowed again and said, Your Majesty, the wretch calls him the Demon King of Confusion. He lives north of here. How far away is his lair? Sun Wukong asked. He comes and goes in cloud and mist, with wind and rain, or thunder and lightning, so we don't know how far it is. If that's how it is, Sun Wukong replied, then don't worry. Just keep yourselves amused while I go and find him. The splendid Monkey King jumped into the air, and as he somersaulted towards the north, he saw a high and precipitous mountain. It was a fine sight. Perpendicular peaks jutting straight up, deep-sunk winding streams. The perpendicular peaks jutting straight up pierced the sky. The deep-sunk winding streams led to the underworld. On pairs of cliffs, the plants compete in strangeness. Elsewhere, pine vies in greenness with bamboo. To the left are docile dragons, to the right are tame tigers. Iron oxen plowing are a common sight. Golden coins are always sown as seeds. Hidden birds sing beautifully. Red phoenixes stand in the sun. Racing over stones, the clear waves twist and bend in a vicious torment. Many are the famous mountains in the world, and the flowers that bloom and wither on them. But this scenery is eternal, unchanging through the 4 seasons. It is truly the mountain from which the 3 worlds spring, the cave in the belly of the water that nourishes the 5 elements. As the handsome Monkey King stood gazing in silence at this view, he heard voices. When he went down the mountainside to look, he found the cave in the belly of the water, facing the cliff. Several minor demons were dancing around in front of the cave doors, and they ran away as soon as they saw Sun Wukong. "Wait a moment," Sun Wukong said. "I want you to take a message for me. I am the king of the Water Curtain Cave and the mountain of flowers and fruit that lies due south of here. I've come to find that demon of confusion of yours, or whatever he's called, the one who's been mistreating my children and grandchildren, and have it out with him." The minor demons scuttled into the cave and reported, "A disaster, your majesty." "What do you mean, a disaster?" the Demon King asked. "There's a monkey outside the cave," the minor demons reported, "who says that he's the king of the Water Curtain Cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit. He says that you have been bullying his children and grandchildren, and that he's come specially to find you and have it out with you." The Demon King laughed. "Those monkey devils are always going on about a king of theirs who renounced the world to cultivate his conduct. I suppose it must be him who's here now. Did you see how he was dressed, or what weapons he was carrying?" "He hasn't got any weapons. He's bareheaded, and he's wearing a red gown belted with a yellow silk sash, and a pair of black boots. He isn't dressed like a monk, or a layman, or an immortal. He's bare-handed and empty-fisted, and he's standing outside the doors yelling." "Bring me my armor and weapons," said the Demon King when he heard this. The minor demons produced them at once, and when he had donned his armor, he went out of the door with all the demons, his sword in his hand. "Who is the king of the Water Curtain Cave?" he roared. Sun Wukong took a quick look at it, and saw that on his head he wore a dark golden helmet, glistening in the sun. On his body he wore a black silk gown, flapping in the breeze. Below that he wore black metal armor, girt with a leather belt. On his feet he wore patterned boots, as splendid as a field marshal's. His waist was 10 feet round, and his height was 30 cubits. In his hand he held a sword, with gleaming point and edge. He called himself the Demon King of Confusion, and his appearance was truly dazzling. "You insolent demon!" shouted the Monkey King. "Your eyes may be big, but you can't see who I am." The Demon King laughed at him. "You don't even stand 4 feet from the ground. You're still in your 20s, and you've got no weapon in your hand. What sort of mad courage makes you challenge me to a fight?" "You insolent demon," retorted Sun Wukong. "How blind you are. You may think I'm small, but I can grow easily enough. You may think I'm unarmed, but I could pull the moon down from the sky with my 2 hands. Don't worry. Old Sun Wukong will sock you one." Sun Wukong gave a jump and leapt into the air, taking a swing at his face. The Demon King put out his hand to stop him and said, "Look how big I am, you dwarf. If you use your fists, I'll use my sword. But I'd only make myself look ridiculous if I killed you with the sword. Wait till I've put my sword down and then I'll give you a display of boxing." "Well said," explained Sun Wukong. "Spoken like a man. Come on, then." The Demon King dropped his guard to throw a punch, and Sun Wukong rushed in towards him, punching and kicking. When he spread out his hand, it was enormous, and when he clenched his fist, it was very hard. Sun Wukong hit the Demon King in the ribs, kicked his backside, and smashed several of his joints. The Demon King seized his steel sword that was as big as a plank and swung it at Sun Wukong's skull. Sun Wukong dodged the blow, and the sword only split the air. Seeing how ugly the Demon King had turned, Sun Wukong used his magic art of getting extra bodies. He pulled out one of his hairs, popped it in his mouth, chewed it up, and blew it out into the air, shouting, "Change!" It turned into 200 or 300 little monkeys, who all crowded round him. Sun Wukong now had an immortal body, and there was no magic transformation of which he was not capable. Since he had followed the way, he could change each of the 84,000 hairs on his body into anything he wanted. The little monkeys were too quick and nimble for a sword or spear. Looking at them, leaping forwards and jumping backwards, rushing up and surrounding the Demon King, grabbing him, seizing him, poking him in the backside, pulling at his feet, punching him, kicking him, tearing his hair out, scratching at his eyes, twisting his nose, all picking him up together and throwing him to the ground. They went on until they had beaten him to a pulp. Sun Wukong snatched his sword from him, told the little monkeys to get out of the way, and brought it down on the crown of his head, splitting it into two. Then he led his forces charging into the cave, where they exterminated all the demons, big and small. He shook his hair and put it back on his body. The monkeys who did not go back on his body were the little monkeys the Demon King had carried off from the Water Curtain Cave. Sun Wukong asked them how they had got there. There were 30 or 40 of them, and they replied with tears in their eyes, "It was after your majesty went off to become an immortal. He has been fighting with us for the last 2 years. He brought us all here by force. All the things here, the stone bowls and plates, were stolen from our cave by that beast." "If that's our stuff, take it all out," said Sun Wukong. He then set fire to the cave in the belly of the water and burnt it to a cinder. "Come back with me," he ordered the monkeys. "Your Majesty," they replied, "when we came here, all we could hear was the wind howling in our ears as it blew us here, so we don't know the way. How are we ever going to get back?" "There is nothing at all to that spell he used," said Sun Wukong. "I can do it too, as now I only have to know the smallest bit about something to understand it completely. Shut your eyes and don't worry." Splendid Monkey King. He recited a spell, took them riding on a hurricane, then brought the cloud down to the ground. "Open your eyes and look, children," he shouted. As soon as the monkeys' feet touched the ground, they recognized their home. In their delight, they all ran along the familiar path to the cave, and the monkeys who had stayed in the cave crowded in as well. They divided themselves into age groups and bowed in homage to the Monkey King. Wine and food was laid out to celebrate, and they asked him how he had defeated the Demon King and saved their children. When Sun Wukong had told him the whole story, the monkeys were full of admiration. "Where did you learn such arts, your Majesty?" they asked intently. "When I left you," Sun Wukong replied, I followed the waves and the currents and drifted across the eastern ocean to the southern Jambu continent. Here I taught myself to take human form and to wear these clothes and boots. I swaggered around for 8 or 9 years, but I never found the way, so I sailed across the western ocean to the western continent of Cattlegift. After long inquiries, I was lucky enough to meet a venerable immortal who taught me the true result, which makes me as immortal as heaven, and the great Dharma gate to eternal youth. The monkeys all congratulated him and exclaimed that his like could not be found in 1,000,000,000 years. Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Children, we should congratulate ourselves on having a surname." "What is your Majesty's surname?" the monkey masses asked. "My surname is now Sun, and my Buddhist name is Wukong." The monkeys all clapped their hands with joy and said, "Your Majesty is Old Sun, and we are Second Sun, Third Sun, Thin Sun, Little Sun, a family of suns, a nation of suns, a den of suns." They all offered Old Sun their respects, with big plates and small bowls of coconut toddy, grape wine, magic flowers, and magic fruit. The whole household was happy. My word. By uniting themselves with a single surname, they are waiting to be transferred to the Register of Immortals. If you don't know how this ended and want to know about the rest of their lives there, then listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 3. The 4 seas and 1,000 mountains all submit. In the 9th hell, the 10th category is struck off the register. We have related how the handsome Monkey King returned home in glory, bringing a large sword he had captured when he killed the Demon King of Confusion. From then on, they practiced military arts every day. He asked the little monkeys to cut down bamboo to make spears, carve swords of wood, and learn to use banners and whistles. They learned to advance and retreat, and build a camp with a stockade round it. They spent a lot of time playing at this. Once Sun Wukong was sitting in his seat of meditation when he wondered, what would happen to us if our games were taken for the real thing? What if it alarmed some human monarch or gave offense to some king of birds or beasts? They might say that we were having military training for a rebellion and attack us with their armies. You would be no match for them with your bamboo spears and wooden swords. We must have really sharp swords and halberds. What are we to do about it? When the monkeys heard this, they all said with alarm, "Your Majesty has great foresight, but there's nowhere we can get them." When it was the turn of the 4 older monkeys to speak, 2 bare-bottomed apes and 2 gibbons, they came forward and said, "Your Majesty, if you want sharp weapons, they can be very easily obtained." "How could it be easy?" asked Sun Wukong. "To the east of our mountain," they replied, "there is a lake some 70 miles wide that is the boundary of the country of Eloi. That country has a princely capital, and huge numbers of soldiers and civilians live in the city. It must have workshops for gold, silver, bronze, and iron. If you went there, Your Majesty, you could either buy arms or get them made. Then you could train us to use them in the defense of our mountain. This would give us long-term security." Sun Wukong was delighted with the suggestion. "Wait here while I go there," he said. "Splendid, Monkey King." He leapt on to his somersault cloud, crossed the 70 miles of the lake, and saw that on the other side there was indeed a city wall, a moat, streets, markets, 10,000 houses, 1,000 gates, and people coming and going in the sunlight. There must be ready-made weapons here, Sun Wukong thought, and getting a few by magic would be much better than buying them. So he made a magic with his fist, and said the words of the spell, sucked in some air from the southeast, and blew it hard out again. It turned into a terrifying gale carrying sand and stones with it. Where the thunder clouds rise, the elements are in chaos. Black fogs thick with dust cloak the earth in darkness. Boiling rivers and seas terrify the crabs and fish. As trees are snapped off in mountain forests, tigers and wolves flee. No business is done in any branch of commerce, and no one is working at any kind of trade. In the palace, the king has gone to his inner quarters, and the officials in front of the steps have returned to their offices. The throne of princes are blown all over. Towers of 5 phoenixes are shaken to their foundations. Where the storm blew, the prince of Aulai fled in terror, and the gates and doors were shut in the streets and markets. Nobody dared to move outside. Sun Wukong landed on his cloud and rushed straight through the gates of the palace to the arsenal and the military stores, opened the doors and saw countless weapons. Swords, pikes, sabers, halberds, battle axes, bills, scimitars, maces, tridents, clubs, bows, crossbows, forks, and spears were all there. At the sight of them, he said happily, "How many of these could I carry by myself? I'd better use the magic for dividing up my body." "Splendid, Monkey King." He plucked a hair from his body, chewed it up, spat it out, made the magic with his fist, said the words of the spell, and shouted, "Change!" It turned into hundreds and thousands of little monkeys, who rushed wildly about, grabbing weapons. The strong ones took 6 or 7 each, and the weaker ones 2 or 3. And between them, they removed the lot. He climbed back up on the clouds, called up a gale by magic, and took all the little monkeys home with him. The monkeys big and small of the mountain of flowers and fruit were playing outside the gates of the cave when they heard the wind. At the sight of countless monkey spirits flying through the air, they fled and hid. A moment later, the handsome Monkey King landed his cloud, put away his mists, shook himself, replaced his hair, and threw all the weapons into a pile beside the mountain. "Children," he shouted, "come and get your weapons." When the monkey masses looked, they saw Sun Wukong standing by himself on some level ground, and they all rushed over to him to kowtow and asked what had happened. Sun Wukong told them the whole story of how he raised the gale and took the weapons. After all the monkeys had thanked him, they snatched sabers, grabbed swords, seized battle axes, fought for pikes, drew bows, stretched crossbows, shouted, yelled, and so amused themselves for the rest of the day. The next day they paraded as usual. Sun Wukong assembled all the monkey host, and they numbered over 47,000. This had alarmed all the strange beasts of the mountain: wolves, monsters, tigers, leopards, deer, muntjacs, river deer, foxes, wildcats, badgers, raccoons, lions, elephants, horses, orangutans, bears, stags, wild boar, mountain cattle, antelopes, rhinoceroses, little dogs, huge dogs. The kings of various kinds of monsters, 72 in all came to pay homage to the Monkey King. They offered tribute every year and attended court in each of the 4 seasons. They also took part in drill and paid their seasonal grain levies. Everything was so orderly that the mountain of flowers and fruit was as secure as an iron bucket or a wall of bronze. The kings of the monsters sent gongs, drums, colored flags, helmets, and armor in great abundance, and every day there were military exercises. One day, amid all this success, the handsome Monkey King suddenly said to the other monkeys, "You are now expert in the bow and crossbow, and highly skilled in other weapons, but this sword of mine is too clumsy for my liking. What shall I do about it?" The 4 veteran monkeys came forward and submitted a suggestion. "Your Majesty is an immortal, so mortal weapons are not good enough for you. We wonder if your Majesty is able to travel underwater." "Since hearing the way," Sun Wukong replied, "I have mastered the 72 earthly transformations. My somersault cloud has outstanding magical powers. I know how to conceal myself and vanish. I can make spells and end them. I can reach the sky and find my way into the earth. I can travel under the sun or moon without leaving a shadow, or go through metal or stone freely. I can't be drowned by water or burned by fire. There's nowhere I cannot go. If your Majesty has these magical powers, the stream under our iron bridge leads to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. If you're willing to go down there, go and find the Dragon King and ask him for whatever weapon it is you want. Wouldn't that suit you?" "Wait till I get back," was Sun Wukong's delighted reply. Splendid Monkey King. He leapt to the end of the bridge and made a spell with his fist to ward off the water. Then he dived into the waves and split the waters to make way for himself, till he reached the bed of the Eastern Sea. On his journey, he saw a Yaksha demon who was patrolling the sea. The Yaksha barred his way and asked, "What sage or divinity are you, pushing the waters aside like that? Please tell me so that I can make a report and have you properly received." "I am the heaven-born sage, Sun Wukong, for the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, and your old Dragon King's close neighbor. How is it you don't know me?" When the Yaksha heard this, he hurried back to the Crystal Palace and reported, "Your Majesty, Sun Wukong, the heaven-born sage from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, who says he is your neighbor, is coming to your palace." Ao Guang, the old Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, leapt to his feet and went out to meet Sun Wukong with his dragon sons and grandsons, his prawn soldiers, and his crab generals. "Come in, exalted immortal," he said, taking Sun Wukong into the palace, where they introduced themselves, seated him in the place of honor, and offered him tea. Then the Dragon King asked him, "Exalted immortal, when did you find the way, and what magic arts did you acquire?" "After my birth," said Sun Wukong, "I renounced the world and cultivated my conduct, and thus obtained an immortal and indestructible body. Recently I have trained my sons and grandsons to guard our cave, but unfortunately I have not yet found myself a weapon. I have long heard that my illustrious neighbor enjoys the delight of a jade palace with gate towers of cowrie, and I was sure that you must have some magic weapons to spare, so I have come especially to beg one of you." Not wishing to refuse this request, the Dragon King sent Commander Perch to fetch a large sword and offer it to Sun Wukong. "I don't know how to use a sword," said Sun Wukong, "so could I ask you to give me something else?" The old Dragon King then sent Colonel Mackerel and Guard Commander Eel to fetch a 9-pronged spear. Sun Wukong leapt down from a seat, took it, tried it out, then flung it down, saying, "It's too light, far too light, and it doesn't suit me. I beg you to give me another." The Dragon King smiled as he said, "Exalted immortal, don't you see that this weighs 3,600 pounds? "It doesn't suit me. It doesn't suit me at all," protested Sun Wukong. The Dragon King, feeling frightened now, ordered Provincial Commander Bream and Garrison Commander Carp to bring out a patterned heavenly halberd for warding off spells that weighed 7,200 pounds. As soon as he saw it, Sun Wukong bounded forward to take it. He tried a few postures and thrusts with it, and then stuck it in the ground between them. Still too light. Far too light. The Dragon King, now really terrified, said, "Exalted Immortal, that halberd is the heaviest weapon in my palace." "As the old saying goes," said Sun Wukong with a grin, "never think the Dragon King has no treasures. Have another look, and if you find anything satisfying, I'll give you a good price for it." "I really have nothing else," the Dragon King replied. As he was speaking, his dragon wife and dragon daughters came in from the back of the palace and said, "Your Majesty, by the look of him, this sage must really be somebody. This piece of miraculous iron that anchors the Milky Way in place has been shining with a lovely rosy glow for the last few days, and creating a most auspicious atmosphere. Perhaps it has started to shine to greet this sage?" "That piece of miraculous iron is one of the nails that you the Great used to fix the depths of rivers and seas when he brought the waters under control," said the Dragon King. "What use could it be?" "Never mind whether it's useful or not," his wife replied. "Just give it to him, and let him do with it as he pleases. At least you'll get him out of the palace." The Dragon King did as she suggested, and described the piece of iron to Sun Wukong, who said, "Bring it out and let me see." "It can't be moved. You'll have to go and look at it yourself, Exalted Immortal." "Where is it? Take me there," said Sun Wukong. The Dragon King took him into the middle of the sea treasury, where all of a sudden they could see 10,000 rays of golden light. Pointing at it, the Dragon King said, "That's it, where all the light is coming from." Sun Wukong hitched up his clothes and went to give it a feel. He found that it was an iron pillar about as thick as a measure for a peck of grain and some 20 feet long. Seizing it with both hands, he said, "It's too thick and too long. If it were a bit shorter and thinner, it would do." As soon as these words were out of his mouth, this precious piece of iron became several feet shorter and a few inches thinner. Sun Wukong tossed it in his hands, remarking that it would be even better if it were thinner still. The precious iron thereupon became even thinner. Sun Wukong was taking it out of the sea treasury to have a look at it when he saw that it had 2 golden bands around it, while the middle part was made of black iron. There was a line of inlaid writing near the bands, which said that it was, "As you will, cold-banded cudgel. Weight, 13,500 pounds. Sun Wukong was delighted, though he did not show it. "I think that this little darling will do whatever I want." As he walked along, he weighed it in his hand and said reflectively, "If it were even smaller still, it would be perfect." By the time he had taken it outside, it was 20 feet long and as thick as a rice bowl. Watch him as he uses magical powers to try a few routines with it, whirling all around the Crystal Palace. The old Dragon King was trembling with fright, and the little dragons were scared out of their wits. Terrapins, freshwater turtles, seawater turtles, and alligators drew in their heads, while fish, shrimps, lobsters, and giant turtles hid their faces. Holding his treasure in his hands, Sun Wukong sat down in the main hall of the Palace of Crystal and said with a smile to the Dragon King, "Many thanks, worthy neighbor, for your great generosity. The old Dragon King humbly acknowledged his thanks, and Sun Wukong went on. This piece of iron will be very useful, but there is one more thing I want to ask. What might that be, exalted immortal? Asked the Dragon King. If I hadn't got this cudgel, that would be the end of the matter. But as I have got it, the problem is that I don't have the clothes to go with it. What are we to do about it? If you have any armor here, I'd be most obliged if you gave me a suit. The Dragon King said he had not any. A guest should not have to trouble two hosts, said Sun Wukong. I won't leave without one. Please try some other sea, exalted immortal. You may find one there. It's better to stay in one house than to visit three. I beg and implore you to give me a suit. I really don't have one, replied the Dragon King. If I had, I would present it to you. If you really haven't, then I'll try this cudgel out on you. Don't hit me, exalted immortal, don't hit me, pleaded the Dragon King in terror. Let me see whether my brothers have one that they could give to you. Where do your brothers live? They are Ao Kin, the Dragon King of Southern Sea, Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, and Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Southern Sea. I'm damned if I'm going there. As the saying goes, 2 in the pocket is better than 3 owing. So be a good chap and give me one. There is no need for you to go, lofty immortal, the Dragon King replied. I have an iron drum and a bronze bell. In an emergency we strike them to bring my brothers here in an instant. In that case, said Sun Wukong, hurry up and sound them. And indeed, an alligator general struck the bell while a terrapin marshal beat the drum. The sound of the bell and the drum startled the other 3 Dragon Kings who had arrived and were waiting together outside within the instant. One of them, Ao Kin, said, Elder brother, what's up? Why the drum and the bell? It hurts me to tell you, brother, the old Dragon King replied. There's this so-called heaven-born sage from the mountain of flowers and fruit who came here this morning, saying that I was his neighbor, then demanded a weapon. I offered him a steel-pronged spear, but he said it was too small, and a pattern halberd that he said was too light. Then he picked up the miraculous iron that fastens the Milky Way, and tried a few movements with it. Now he's sitting in the palace demanding a suit of armor, but we haven't got one. That's why I used the bell and the drum to call you here. You 3 must have some armor. Please give him a suit, then we can get rid of him. When Ao Kin heard this, he said in a fury, To arms, brother! Arrest this criminal. No, it's out of the question, said the old Dragon King. If that iron cudgel of his gets you, you're done for. If it hits you, you die. If it comes close, your skin is broken. And if it so much as brushes against you, your sinews are smashed. Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, said, Second brother, you must not attack him. Instead, we should put a suit of armor together for him, then send him away. We can send a memorial about it to heaven. Then heaven will of course punish him. You're right, said Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea. I have a pair of lotus root cloud-walking shoes. I've brought a suit of golden chainmail, said Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. And I have a phoenix-winged purple-gold helmet, added Ao Kin, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. The old Dragon King was very pleased, and he brought them into the palace to meet Sun Wukong and present the equipment to him. Sun Wukong put on the golden helmet and the armor and the cloud-walking shoes, then charged out, waving his cudgel and saying to the dragons, My apologies for disturbing you. The 4 Dragon Kings were most indignant, but we will not go into their discussions on the protest they sent to heaven. Watch the Monkey King as he parts the waters and goes straight back to the Iron Bridge where the 4 senior apes can be seen waiting for him at the head of the monkey host. Sun Wukong suddenly leapt out of the waves without a drop of water on him and gleaming with gold. As he came across the bridge, the monkeys were so astonished that they fell to their knees and said, "How splendid you look, your majesty! How splendid!" Sun Wukong, his face lit up with youthful vigor, climbed up to his throne, thrust his cudgel into the ground in their midst. The foolish monkeys all tried to grab this treasure, but it was as futile as dragonfly trying to shake an iron tree. They were unable to move it in the slightest. Biting their fingers and sticking out their tongues, they said, "Grandpa, it's so heavy. How can you possibly lift it?" Sun Wukong went over, lifted it with one hand, and laughed as he said to them, "Everything has its rightful owner. This little treasure has been lying in the sea treasury for goodness knows how many thousands of years, but it just happened to start shining this year. The Dragon King thought it was just a piece of ordinary iron, and said it was the miraculous treasure that holds the bed of the Milky Way in place. None of his men could move it, so he had to ask me to go and fetch it myself. It was more than 20 feet long then, and as thick as a peck measure. When I picked it up, I felt that it was too big, and it shrank till it was several times as small. I told it to get even smaller, and it did that too. Then I told it to get smaller still, and it got many times smaller again. I hurried out into the light of day to look at it, and I saw that there was an inscription on it that read, "As you will, gold-banded cudgel. Weight 13,500 pounds. Stand aside and I'll make it change again." Holding his treasure in his hand, he said, "Shrink, shrink, shrink." And it became as small as an embroidery needle, tiny enough to be hidden in his ear. "Your Majesty," the monkeys cried out in astonishment, "bring it out and play with it again." So the Monkey King brought it out of his ear again, laid it on the palm of his hand, and said, "Grow, grow, grow." It became as thick as a peck again, and 20 feet long. Now that he was really enjoying himself, he bounded over the bridge and went out of the cave. Clasping his treasure, he used some of his heaven and earth magic, bowed, and shouted, "Grow!" He became 100,000 feet tall. His head was as big as a mountain, his waist like a range of hills. His eyes flashed like lightning. His mouth seemed to be a bowl of blood, and his teeth were as swords and halberds. The cudgel in his hands reached up to the 33rd heaven and down to the 18th hell. The tigers, leopards, and wolves, the beasts of the mountain, and the 72 monster kings all kowtowed and bowed in terror, trembling so much that they went out of their minds. A moment later he reverted back to his proper size, turned his treasure into an embroidery needle, hid it in his ear, and went back to the cave. The panic-stricken kings of the monsters all came to offer their congratulations. There was a great display of banners and drums, and the air resounded to the sounds of gongs and bells. Rare delicacies were set out in great quantities, cups brimmed with coconut toddy and the wine of the grape. And the Monkey King feasted and drank with his people for a long time. Then training went on as before. The Monkey King named 4 senior apes as his 4 stalwart generals. He named the two bare-bottom apes Marshal Ma and Marshal Liu, and called the two gibbons General Bang and General Ba. He entrusted the stockade, questions of his discipline, and rewards to these four. Thus freed from cares, he mounted the clouds and rode the mists, wandering the four seas and enjoying the 1,000 mountains. He practiced his martial arts, visited many a hero, used his magical powers, and made a wide and distinguished circle of friends. He met with 6 sworn brothers of his, Bull Demon King, the Salamander Demon King, the Rock Demon King, the Camel King, the Macaque King, and the Lion King. With him included, they made 7. For days on end, they talked about politics and war, passed round the goblet, strummed, sang, piped, danced, went off on days out together, and enjoyed themselves in every possible way. A journey of thousands of miles seemed to them to be no more than a walk in the courtyard. It could be said that they traveled 1,000 miles in the time it takes to nod one's head, and covered 300 with a twist of the waist. One day he instructed his 4 stalwart generals to arrange a feast for the 6 other kings. Oxen and horses were slaughtered, sacrifices were made to heaven and earth, and the assembled monsters danced, sang, and drank themselves blotto. When he had seen the 6 kings out and tipped his senior and junior officials, Sun Wukong lay himself down under the shade of the pines beside the bridge and was asleep in an instant. The 4 stalwart generals made the others stand round and guard him, and they all kept their voices down. In his sleep, the handsome Monkey King saw 2 men approach him with a piece of paper in their hands, on which was written, Sun Wukong. Without allowing any explanations, they tied up his soul and dragged it, staggering along, till they reached a city wall. The Monkey King, who was gradually recovering from his drunken stupor, looked up and saw an iron plate on the wall, on which was inscribed, World of Darkness, in large letters. In a flash of realization, he said, The World of Darkness is where King Yama lives. Why have I come here? Your life in the world above is due to end now, his escorts said, and we were ordered to fetch you. To this the Monkey King replied, I have gone beyond the 3 worlds, and I am no longer subject to the 5 elements. I don't come under King Yama's jurisdiction. How dare you grab me, you idiots? But the fetchers of the dead just went on tugging at him, determined to drag him inside. The Monkey King lost his temper, pulled his treasure out of his ear, and gave it a shake. It became as thick as a rice bowl. It only took a slight movement of his arm to smash the 2 fetchers, dead to a pulp. He untied his bonds, loosed his hands, and charged into the city, whirling his cudgel, so terrifying the ox-headed and horse-faced devils that they fled in all directions for cover. All the devil soldiers rushed to the Sin Luo palace and reported, Your Majesty, disaster, disaster! A hairy-faced thunder god is attacking us out there. Stricken by panic, the 10 kings who sit in the 10 palaces, judging the criminal cases of the dead, hurriedly straightened their clothing and went out to look. When they saw his ferocious expression, they lined up in order and shouted at the tops of their voices, Please tell us your name, exalted immortal. If you don't know who I am, replied the Monkey King, then why did you send men to bring me here? We wouldn't dare do such a thing. The messengers must have made a mistake. I am Sun Wukong, the heaven-born sage of the water-curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit. What are your posts? We are the 10 kings. Tell me your names at once, if you don't want a bashing. To this the 10 kings replied, We are the king of King Wang, the king of Shuzhang, King Songdi, King Wuguan, King Yama, King Impartial, the king of Mount Tai, the metropolitan king, the king of Biancheng, and the king of the ever-turning wheel. To this, Sun Wukong replied, You are all kings and have esoteric understanding, so why don't you know any better? I, Sun Wukong, have cultivated the way of immortality, and will live as long as heaven. I've soared beyond the 3 worlds and leapt outside the 5 elements. So why did you send your men to get me? Please don't be angry, lofty immortal, the 10 kings said. Many people in the world share the same name, so perhaps the fetchers of the dead went to the wrong place. Nonsense, nonsense! As the saying goes, the magistrate may be wrong and the sergeant may be wrong, but the man who comes to get you is never wrong. Go and get the register of life and death for me to see. The 10 kings invited him to come into the palace and look through it. Sun Wukong went into the Senluo palace with his club in his hand and sat down in the middle of the hall facing south. The 10 kings then ordered the presiding judge to fetch the register, and the judge hastened to his office and brought out 5 or 6 documents and 10 registers. He looked through them all one by one, but could not find Sun Wukong's name in the sections devoted to hairless creatures, hairy creatures, feathered creatures, insects, or scaly creatures. Then he looked through the monkey section. Now, although monkeys looked like men, they were not entered under the humans. Although they were like the hairless creatures, they did not live within their boundaries. Although they were like the running animals, they were not under the jurisdiction of the unicorn. And although they were like birds, they were not ruled by the phoenix. There was another register, and Sun Wukong looked through this one himself. Under soul number 1350 was the name of Sun Wukong, the heaven-born stone monkey, who was destined to live to the age of 342 and die a good death. I won't write down any number of years, said Sun Wukong. I'll just erase my name and be done with it. Bring me a brush. The judge hastily handed him a brush and thick black ink. Sun Wukong took the register, crossed out all the names in the monkey section, and threw it on the floor with the words, "The account's closed. That's an end of it. We won't come under your control any longer." Then he cudgeled his way out of the world of darkness. The 10 kings dared not to go near him, and they all went to the Azure Cloud Palace to bow in homage to the Bodhisattva. Damn it, I didn't look up that word. Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha. Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. I'll clarify at the end of the chapter. I'll look it up and bring clarity. And discuss the report they would send up to heaven. But we will not go into this. After charging through the city wall, the Monkey King tripped over a clump of grass, tried to regain his balance, and woke up with a start. It had all been a dream. As he stretched himself, he heard his 4 stalwart generals and the other monkeys saying, "Your Majesty, time to wake up. You drank too much and slept all night." Never mind about my sleeping. I dreamt that two men came for me. They dragged me to the city wall of the world of darkness where I came round. I showed them my magic powers and went yelling all the way to the Senluo Palace, where I had an argument with those 10 kings and looked through the register of life and death of us. Whether there was mention of your names in the register, I crossed them out. We won't come under the jurisdiction of those idiots anymore. All the monkeys kowtowed to him in gratitude. The reason why, from that time on, so many mountain monkeys have never grown old is that their names are not on the books of the officials of the underworld. When the handsome Monkey King had finished telling his story, the 4 stalwart generals informed the other monster kings, who all came to offer their felicitations. A few days later, his 6 sworn brothers also came to congratulate him, and all were delighted to hear how he had struck the names off the books. We will not describe the daily feast that followed. Instead, we will describe how one day the supreme heavenly sage, the greatly compassionate Jade Emperor of the Azure Vault of Heaven, was sitting on his throne in the Hall of Miraculous Mist, in the golden gated Cloud Palace, surrounded by his immortal civil and military officials at morning court. When the immortal Kui Hongji reported, "Your Majesty, Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, has presented a memorial outside the Hall of Universal Brightness, and is awaiting a summons from your Imperial Majesty." The Jade Emperor ordered that he be called in, and the Dragon King came to the Hall of Miraculous Mist. When he had done obeisance, an immortal page came from the side to take his memorial. The Jade Emperor read it through. It ran, "Your subject, Guang, the humble dragon of the Eastern Sea, of the Eastern Continent, of superior body, in the nether watery regions, reports to the Jade Emperor of the Azure Vault of Heaven. Recently, one Sun Wukong, an immortal fiend born on the mountain of flowers and fruit, now living in the Water Curtain Cave, bullied this humble dragon and occupied my watery house by force. He demanded a weapon by displaying magical prowess. He insisted on having armor by showing off his evil powers. He terrified the watery tribe and made the tortoises and alligators flee in terror. The dragon of the southern sea trembled. The dragon of the western sea was made miserable. The dragon of the northern sea had to hang his head and come in submission, and I, your subject, Guang, humbled myself before him. We had to present him with a miraculous iron cudgel, a golden phoenix-winged helmet, a suit of chainmail, and a pair of cloud-walking shoes, and we escorted him out politely. He continued to show off his martial arts and magic powers, and all he had to say for himself was, 'My apologies for disturbing you.' There is truly no match for him, and he is uncontrollable. Your subject now presents this memorial and respectfully awaits your sage decision. I humbly beg that my heavenly soldiers be sent to arrest this evil demon, so that the sea and mountains may be at peace, and the ocean may enjoy tranquility." When the Jade Emperor had read this through, he ordered, "Let the dragon god return to the sea. We shall send generals to arrest this demon." The old Dragon King bowed till his head touched the floor and took his leave. Then the venerable immortal Ji, a heavenly teacher, reported, "Your Majesty, the King of Queen Wang, one of the ministers of the underworld, has come with a memorial from the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha." A jade girl messenger took the memorial, which the Jade Emperor read through. It ran, "The regions of darkness are the negative part of Earth. Heaven contains gods while the earth has devils. Positive and negative are in a constant cycle. Birds and beasts are born and die. Male and female alternate. Life is created and change takes place. Male and female are conceived and born. This is the order of nature, and it cannot be changed. Now the evil spirit, the heaven-born monkey of the water-curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit, is presently giving full rein to his wicked nature, committing murders and refusing to submit to discipline. He killed the devil messengers of the ninth hell with his magic, and he terrified the 10 benevolent kings of the underworld with his power. He made an uproar in the Sinluo Palace and crossed some names out by force. He has made the race of monkeys completely uncontrollable and given eternal life to the macaques. He has annulled the law of transmigration and brought them beyond birth and death. I, impoverished monk that I am, importune the might of heaven by presenting this memorial. I prostrate myself to beg that the heavenly soldiers be dispatched to subdue this fiend, bring the positive and negative back to order, and give lasting security to the underworld. When the Jade Emperor had read this through, he ordered, "Let the Lord of Darkness return to the underworld. We shall send generals to arrest this demon." The king of Qingwang then bowed till his head touched the floor and took his leave. His celestial majesty then asked all his civil and military officers, "When was this monkey demon born? What is his origin, that he should have such powers?" Before he had finished speaking, 1,000-mile eye and wind, accompanying ear, came forward from the ranks of the officials and said, "This demon monkey is the stone monkey who was born of heaven 300 years ago. At the time, nobody paid any attention to him, and we do not know where he refined himself and became an immortal in recent years, so that he has been able to make the tigers and dragons submit to him and to strike his name off the register of the dead. Which divine general shall be sent down to capture him?" asked the Jade Emperor. And before he had finished speaking, the great white planet stepped forward, bowed down, and submitted. "All beings in the upper worlds that have 9 apertures can become immortals. This monkey has a body that was created by heaven and earth and conceived by the sun and moon. His head touches the sky and his feet stand on the earth. He drinks the dew and eats the mist. How does he differ from humans if he has succeeded in cultivating the way of immortality and can subdue dragons and tigers? I beg your majesty to remember your life-giving mercy and hand down a sage edict of amnesty and enlistment, summoning him to this upper world and inscribing his name on the list of office holders, thus keeping him here under control. If he obeys your majesty's heavenly commands, he can later be promoted, and if he disobeys, he can be arrested. This will both avoid military operations and be a way of winning over an immortal." The Jade Emperor, delighted with the suggestion, ordered that it should be put into effect. He told the Wenku Star officer to compose the edict and commanded the Great White Planet to persuade the monkey to accept the amnesty. The Great White Planet left heaven by the southern gate and brought his propitious cloud down by the water curtain cave, where he said to the little monkeys, "I am an envoy from heaven, and I am carrying a divine edict inviting your great king to the upper world. Go and tell him at once." The little monkeys outside conveyed the message by relays into the depths of the cave. "Your Majesty, there's an old man outside carrying a document on his back. He says he's an envoy from heaven with an invitation for you." The handsome Monkey King was delighted. He said, "I'd been thinking of going to heaven to have a look around for the past couple of days, and now a heavenly envoy has come to invite me." "Ask him in at once," he shouted, hastily straightening his clothes and going out to meet the envoy. The planet came straight in, stood facing the south, and said, "I am the great white planet of the West, and I have come down to Earth with an edict of amnesty and enlistment from the Jade Emperor to invite you to heaven to be given office as an immortal." "I am very grateful to you, venerable planet, for condescending to come here," replied Sun Wukong with a smile. Then he told his subjects to prepare a feast to entertain the visitor. "I'm afraid I can't delay," replied the planet, "as I am carrying a divine edict. So may I ask your majesty to come back with me now? We can talk at leisure after your glorious elevation." "Thank you for coming," said Sun Wukong. "I'm sorry you couldn't take some refreshments before leaving." Then he called for his 4 stalwart generals and ordered them, "Give my sons and grandsons a thorough training. When I've had a look round in heaven, I'll take you all to live with me up there." The 4 stalwart generals accepted their orders, and the Monkey King made his cloud carry him up above the clouds. He was raised to a high-ranking heavenly office, listed among the courtiers in the clouds. If you don't know what office he was given, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 4. Dissatisfied at being appointed protector of horses, not content with the title of Equal of Heaven, the great white planet left the depths of the cave with the handsome Monkey King, and they ascended together on their clouds. As Sun Wukong's somersault cloud was exceptionally fast, he reached the southern gate of heaven first, leaving the great white planet far behind. Just as he was putting away his cloud to go in, his way was barred by the heavenly guardian Furuthaka and his powerful heavenly soldiers, Liu, Go, Bi, Deng, Xin, Zhang, and Tao, who blocked the gate of heaven with their spears and swords and refused to let him in. "The old great white planet is a trickster," said Sun Wukong. "He invited me here, so he has no business to have kept me out with spears and swords." Just as he was kicking up a row, the planet suddenly arrived. Sun Wukong flung his accusation at him. "Why did you play this trick on me, you old fogey? You told me you came with an edict of amnesty from the Jade Emperor to invite me here. So why did you arrange for these people to not let me in through the gate of heaven?" The great white planet laughed. "Don't be so angry, your majesty. You've never been here before. Your name is not on the books here, and heavenly soldiers have never met you. Of course they could not let you in just for the asking. But when you've gone and seen his celestial majesty and been given office among the immortals, you will be able to come and go as you wish, and nobody will try to stop you." "Be that as it may," said Sun Wukong, "I'm not going in." The great white planet would not let him go and asked him to go in with him in spite of it all. As they approached the gate, the planet shouted, "Heavenly officers of the gates of heaven, sergeants and soldiers, let us in. This is an immortal from the lower world, and I am carrying an edict from the Jade Emperor summoning him here." Only then did the heavenly king Zhenjiang and his soldiers withdraw their arms and stand back. Now the Monkey King began to trust the great white planet. He walked slowly in with him and looked at the view. Truly, it was his first ascent to the upper world, sudden entry into paradise. 10,000 beams of golden light shone with a reddish glow. 1,000 strands of propitious vapor puffed out purple mist. See the southern gate of heaven, deep green, crystalline, shimmering bright, studded with jewels. On either side stood scores of heavenly marshals, tall as the roof beams next to the pillars, holding metal-tipped bows and banners. All around stood gods in golden armor, brandishing their clubs and halberds, wielding their cutlasses and swords. The outside was remarkable enough, but the inside astonished him. Here were several mighty pillars, round which coiled tawny-bearded dragons, their gold scales gleaming in the sun. There were long bridges where strutted phoenixes, brilliant of plumage and with bright red crests. A rosy glow shone with heavenly light. Thick green mists obscured the pole star. In this heaven there are 33 heavenly places. The Palace of Clouds dispersed, the Vaisravana Palace, the Palace of Five Lords, the Sun Palace, the Palace of Flowery Bliss. Every palace had golden animals on its roof. Then there were 72 precious halls. The Hall of Morning Audience, the Hall of Rising into Space, the Precious Light Hall, the Hall of the Heavenly Kings, the Hall of the Master of Miracles. Jade unicorns on every column. On the terrace of the Star of Longevity grew flowers that never wither. Beside the stove for decocting elixir were herbs that stay green forever. In front of the facing the sage pavilion, crimson gauze clothes glittered like stars. Lotus hats shone with gold and jade. Jade hairpins and pearl-sewn shoes, golden seals on purple cords. As the golden bell tolled, the 3 classes of divinities approached the steps and submitted memorials. As the heavenly drum was beaten, 10,000 sage kings attended the Jade Emperor. Then they entered the Hall of Miraculous Mist, where jade doors were studded with gold and phoenixes danced before the crimson gates. Winding arcades everywhere carved in open work, layer on layer of eaves, with dragons and phoenixes soaring. On top was a majestically purple, bright, perfectly round, and dazzling golden gourd-shaped finial. Below, fans hung from the hands of heavenly consorts, while jade maidens proffered magic clothes. Ferocious, the heavenly generals guarding the court. Majestic, the immortal officials protecting the throne. In the middle were set crystal dishes, filled to overflowing with great monad pills. Agate jars, in which stood twisted coral trees. All the wonderful things in heaven were there, none of which are seen on earth. Golden gates, silver chariots, and a purple palace. Precious plants, jade flowers, and jasper petals. The jade hairs of princes at court ran past the altar. The golden rooks of the sages present flew down low. The Monkey King was fated to come to heaven, rather than be sullied by the mortal world. The great white planet led the handsome Monkey King to the outside of the Hall of Miraculous Mist. He went straight in to the imperial presence without waiting to be summoned, and did obeisance to the throne. Sun Wukong stood bolt upright beside him, not bothering with any court etiquette, but just concentrating on listening to the great white planet make his report to the Jade Emperor. In obedience to the divine edict, your subject has brought the demon immortal here. The Jade Emperor lowered his curtain and asked, "And which of you is the demon immortal?" "Me," replied Sun Wukong, only now making a slight bow. The faces of the officials went white with horror as they exclaimed, "What a savage monkey! He has the impudence to answer me! And without even prostrating himself first. He must die!" In reply to this, the Jade Emperor announced, "Sun Wukong is a demon immortal of the lower world who has only just obtained human form, so he is not acquainted with court procedure. We shall forgive him this time." "We thank you for your mercy," said the immortal ministers. Only then did Sun Wukong express his respect by bowing low and chanting, "No-oh-oh," at the top of his voice. The Jade Emperor ordered his immortal civil and military officials to find a vacancy in some department for Sun Wukong. The Star Lord Wuku stepped forward from the side and reported, "There are no vacancies in any of the palaces, halls, and departments of heaven, except for a superintendent in the imperial stables." "Then make him protector of the horses," ordered the Jade Emperor. All the ministers thanked him for his mercy, apart from Sun Wukong, who just expressed his respect with the loud, "No-oh-oh." The Jade Emperor then told the Wood Planet to take him to the imperial stables. The Wood Planet accompanied the delighted Monkey King to his post and then went back to the palace. The Monkey King then called together the deputy and assistant superintendent, the bookkeeper, the grooms, and all the other officials high and low, to find out about the duties of his department. He found that he had to look after 1,000 heavenly horses, chestnuts and stallions, courser and chargers, dragon and purple swallow, Pegasus and Sushun, Jetty and silver, Yao Yao and flying yellow, Tautu and feathers, red hair and faster than light, Dazzler and horizon, Mist Soarer and victory, Wind Chaser and matchless, Flying Wing and galloping mist, Lazy Whirlwind and red lightning, Bronze Cup and drifting cloud, Skewbald and Tiger Stripe, Dust Free and Purple Scales, the 4 Fergana steeds, the 8 chargers, and the 9 gallopers. Coursers that can cover 300 miles. All these fine horses were neighing in the wind, chasing the lightning, mighty in spirit, pawing the mist, climbing the clouds, great in their strength. The Monkey King looked through the register and counted the horses. In the stables, the bookkeeper was responsible for ordering the fodder. The head groom was in charge of currying the horses, chopping up and cooking the fodder, and giving them water. The deputy superintendent and his assistant helped to oversee the work. The protector of the horses looked after his charges, sleeping neither by day nor by night. It is true that he fooled around by day, but at night he looked after the animals with great diligence, waking them up and making them eat whenever they fell asleep, and leading those still on their feet to the trough. At the sight of him, the heavenly horses would prick up their ears and paw the ground, and they became fat and plump. Thus more than a half slipped by. On one morning that was a holiday, all the officials of the stables held a feast, both to welcome and congratulate the protector of horses. In the middle of the party, the Monkey King suddenly put down his cup and asked, What sort of office is this protector of horses? What the name suggests, that's all. Which official grading does it carry? Unclassified. What does unclassified mean? Bottom grade, the others replied, going on to explain. It is a very low and unimportant office, and all you can do in it is look after the horses. Even someone who works as conscientiously as your honor and gets the horses so fat will get no more reward than someone saying, good. And if anything goes at all wrong, you will be held responsible. And if the losses are serious, you will be fined and punished. The Monkey King flared up upon hearing this, gnashed his teeth, and said in a great rage, how dare they treat me with such contempt? On the mountain of flowers and fruit I am a king and a patriarch. How dare he trick me into coming here to feed his horses for him? It's a low job for youngsters, not for me. I won't do it. I won't. I'm going back. He pushed the table over with a crash, took his treasure out of his ear, and shook it. It became as thick as a rice bowl, and he brandished it as he charged out the imperial stables to the southern gate of heaven. As the celestial guards knew that his name was on the register of immortal officials, they did not dare to block his path, but let him out through the gate. He descended by cloud and was back on the mountain of flowers and fruit in an instant. Seeing the 4 stalwart generals and all the kings of the monsters drilling their troops, there he shouted in a shrill voice, "Children, I'm back!" And the monkeys all bowed to him, took him into the heart of the cave, and asked him to sit on his throne, while they prepared a banquet to welcome him back. "Congratulations, your majesty," they all said. "After over a dozen years up there, you must be coming back in glory and triumph." "What do you mean, over a dozen years?" asked the Monkey King. "I've only been away for a fortnight or so." "Your Majesty can't have noticed the time passing in heaven. A day in heaven lasts as long as a year on earth. May we ask what office you held?" "It hurts me to tell you," replied the Monkey King with a wave of his hand. "I feel thoroughly humiliated. That Jade Emperor doesn't know how to use a good man. A man like me, protector of the horses. That meant I had to feed his animals for him, and wasn't even given an official grading. I didn't know this at first, so I was fooled around in the imperial stables until today, when I found out from my colleagues how low the job was. I was so angry that I pushed the table over and quit the job. That's why I've come back." "Quite right, too," the other monkeys said. "Your Majesty can be king in our cave paradise and enjoy as much honor as pleasure as you like. So why go and be his groom?" Then they gave orders for wine to be brought at once to cheer their king up. As they were drinking, someone came in to report, "Your Majesty, there are 2 single-horned devil kings outside who want to see you." "Ask them in," said the Monkey King, and the 2 formally dressed devil kings hurried into the cave and prostrated themselves. "Why have you come to see me?" asked the handsome Monkey King, and they replied, "We have long heard that your Majesty is looking for men of talent, but we were unable to see you before. Now that your Majesty has been given heavenly office and come back in triumph, we would like to offer you this yellow robe as a token of our congratulations. We also hope that you will not reject us, although we are low and worthless, but will accept our humble services." An exultant Monkey King put on the yellow robe, and his happy subjects bowed to him in order of precedence. The 2 devil kings were appointed commanders of the van, And when they had thanked the Monkey King for this, they asked, "What office did your majesty hold while you were all that time in heaven?" "The Jade Emperor has no respect for talent," replied the Monkey King. "He made me something called Protector of the Horses." "Your Majesty has such miraculous powers. You should never have been feeding his horses for him. You should have been made a great sage equaling heaven, shouldn't you?" The Monkey King was beside himself with delight at this suggestion, and he kept saying how splendid it was. "Give me a banner made at once with the words, 'Great Sage Equaling Heaven,' in big letters on it, and put up a pole to hang it from," he ordered his 4 stalwart generals. "From now on I am to be called Great Sage Equaling Heaven, not Your Majesty or King. Pass this order on to all the other kings of the monsters." We will leave him at this point. When the Jade Emperor held his morning court the next day, Heavenly Teacher Zhang led the deputy and assistant superintendents of the imperial stables to the Vermilion Steps, bowed low, and reported, "Your Majesty, Sun Wukong, the new protector of horses, left heaven yesterday because he thought his office was too humble." Just as he was speaking, Heavenly Guardian Veruca came from the southern gate of heaven with his heavenly soldiers and reported, "The protector of the horses has gone out through the gate. We do not know why." On hearing this, the Jade Emperor commanded, "Let the 2 divine officials return to their posts. We shall send heavenly soldiers to capture this devil." The pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Zhang and Prince Neza stepped forward from the ranks of those attending the audience, and they memorialized, "Your Imperial Majesty, we beg you to command us, your incompetent servants, to subdue this fiend." The Emperor was delighted with this suggestion, and he appointed the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King as Demon-Quelling High Marshal, and Prince Neza as Great God of the Seas. He told them to take their forces down to the lower world at once. Heavenly King Li and Neza Kataud took their leave, went straight back to their own palace, and assembled their troops, commanders, and officers. They put the mighty miracle god in charge of the vanguard, and General Fishbelly in command of the rear, while General Yaksa was made adjutant. Within an instant, they were outside the southern gate of heaven, and they went straight to the mountain of flowers and fruit. They chose a piece of level and open ground on which to construct a fortified camp, and ordered the mighty miracle god to issue the challenge to battle. On receiving this order, the mighty miracle god tied on his armor firmly and went to the water curtain cave, holding his flower-spreading battle axe. When he got there, he saw huge numbers of devils, wolves, tigers, and leopards, wielding spears, brandishing swords, leaping around, fighting each other, and making a great noise outside the little entrance to the cave. "Accursed beasts!" shouted the mighty miracle god. "Tell the protector of the horses at once that I am a heavenly general come on the orders of the Jade Emperor to subdue him. If you make him come out and surrender immediately, it will save the lot of you from being wiped out." The devils went rushing into the cave and reported, "Disaster! Disaster!" "What disaster?" the Monkey King asked. "There's a heavenly general outside who says he's come on the orders of the Jade Emperor to subdue you. If you go out and surrender immediately, he says he'll spare our lives." "Fetch me my armor," said the Monkey King. He then donned his golden helmet, tied on his golden armor, put on his cloud-walking shoes, and took his as-you-will gold-banded cudgel in his hand. He led his troops out of the cave and drew them up in battle array. The mighty miracle god gazed wide-eyed at the excellent Monkey King. On his body was gleaming golden armor, on his head a dazzling golden helmet, in his hand a gold-banded club, on his feet a pair of cloud-walking shoes to match. His devil eyes shone like stars. His ears were long and hard. His sturdy frame could be transformed at will. His voice rang clearly as a bell. The sharp-mouthed horse proctor, with protruding teeth, wanted to become a sage equaling heaven. The mighty miracle god shouted in a harsh voice, "Insolent ape! Don't you recognize me?" The great sage Sun Wukong replied at once, "I've never met you before. How should I know which wretched little deity you are? Tell me your name at once." "I'll get you, you conceited baboon. So you don't know who I am. I am the heavenly general Mighty Miracle, the commander of the vanguard for Heavenly King Li, the pagoda bearer. I have come here on the orders of the Jade Emperor to accept your surrender. Take off your armor at once and submit to the mercy of heaven, or I'll wipe out every animal on the mountain. And if you so much as hint at a refusal, I'll smash you to powder." "Stop talking so big, you lousy god," retorted the furious Monkey King, "and give that long tongue of yours a rest. I'd just love to kill you with this cudgel of mine. But if I did, there'd be no one to deliver my message for me, so I'll spare your life. Hurry back to heaven and tell that Jade Emperor that he doesn't know how to use a good man. Why did he make me waste my infinite powers on feeding his horses for him? Take a look at what's written on my standard. If he's willing to give me this title officially, I'll call off my troops and let heaven and earth continue in peace. But if he refuses, I'm coming up to the Hall of Miraculous Mist to knock him off his dragon throne." When the mighty miracle god heard this, he looked hard and saw that a tall pole had been planted outside the entrance to the cave, on which hung a banner reading, "Great Sage Equaling Heaven." He mocked, "You ignorant ape! What shameless effrontery! To want to be a great sage equaling heaven. Take that!" He swung with his battle axe at the Monkey King, who, quite unflustered, parried with his gold-banded cudgel. It was a fine battle. The cudgel was called As You Will. The axe was named Flower Spreader. As soon as the two met, you could not tell which was better. Axe and club locked together. One was concealing his magic powers. One was a big-mouthed boaster. They used their magic to breathe out cloud and mist. When they opened their hands, they scattered sand and dust. The heavenly general was a master of magic. Endless were the changes the Monkey King could make. When the cudgel was raised, it was like a dragon playing in water. As the axe came down, it was a phoenix among the flowers. Although the fame of Miracle was known throughout the world, his skill was no match for his enemy. If the great sage lightly twirled his club, a mere touch would paralyze. The mighty miracle god was no match for his opponent. He hastened to block the Monkey King's first blow with his axe, which broke in two with a crunch. He fled for his life as fast as he could, and the Monkey King said mockingly, "You bag of pus. I'll spare you this time. Hurry back with my message and look sharp about it." The mighty miracle god returned to his camp, went straight to the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing, knelt before him, and said with an awkward laugh, "The protector of horses has really tremendous magic powers. I was no match for him. He beat me, and now I have come to take my punishment." "This fool has ruined our morale," exploded the heavenly King Li in a fury. "Take him away and off with his head." Prince Neza, who was standing to one side, stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Do not be angry, your majesty. Forgive the mighty miracle god, and let me go and do battle. Then we'll see who's boss." The heavenly king accepted his advice, told mighty miracle god to go back and look after the camp while he awaited his punishment. When he had put on his armor and helmet, Prince Neza charged straight out to the camp of the Water Curtain Cave. Sun Wukong, who was just going to pull back his troops, saw the ferocity of his onslaught. What a fine prince he was. His hair in tufts barely covers his scalp. His cloak not over his shoulders. How striking his intelligence. How elegant his air. Indeed, he is the scion of a unicorn in heaven. In truth, he is a phoenix immortal from the clouds. The seed of dragons is different from the common herd. This fine youth is not at all like mortals. With him he carries 6 divine weapons. Endless his transformations as he soars through the air. Now he has received an edict from the Jade Emperor's mouth, making him commander of the 3 temples of the masses. Sun Wukong went up to him and asked, "Whose little boy are you? What do you mean, charging up to my door?" "Stinking monkey fiend!" shouted Prince Neza. "Don't you know who I am? I am Neza, the 3rd son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and I have been commanded by the Jade Emperor to come here and arrest you." "You do talk big, don't you, little prince?" said Sun Wukong, laughing at him. "But if you've still got all your milk teeth and are still wet behind the ears, I'll spare your life and I won't hit you. Do you see what it says on my standard? Go and tell the Jade Emperor that if he wants to give me that title, I'll call off my armies and submit to him once more. But if he doesn't do what I want him to, I'll surely attack the Hall of Miraculous Mist." Neza looked up and saw the words, "Great Sage Equaling Heaven." "You wicked monkey! How dare you give yourself a title like that, whatever your magic powers may be? Don't worry, all you're getting is my sword." "Give me a few swipes then," replied Sun Wukong. "I won't move." "Change!" yelled Neza in a passion, and at once he had 3 heads and 6 arms, which made him look most ferocious. In his hands he held 6 weapons, a demon beheading sword, a demon hacking cutlass, a demon binding rope, a demon quelling pestle, an embroidered ball, and a fire wheel, and wielding all these, he rushed straight at Sun Wukong. At the sight of him, Sun Wukong exclaimed with astonishment, "Well, my boy, you certainly know a trick or two, but just behave yourself and watch what I can do." Our dear great sage shouted, "Change!" and he too had 3 heads and 6 arms. He shook his gold-banded cudgel, and it turned into 3 cudgels, which he gripped with his 6 hands to ward off Neza's blows. It was a great fight, and it made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. 6-armed Prince Neza, heavenly-born Monkey King, well-matched opponents, both in the same class.
one sent down to the lower world on a mission, the other priding himself as a fighting bull. Fast moves the point of the demon beheading sword, and evil spirits fear the demon hacking cutlass. The demon binding rope flies like a dragon, while the demon quelling pestle has the head of a wolf. The fire wheel flashes with lightning, and the embroidered ball shoots everywhere. The great sage's 3 as-you-will cudgels block and parry with consummate skill. Though many hard-fought rounds prove inconclusive, the prince refuses to call the battle off. Making his 6 weapons multiply in number, he throws them in their millions at the Monkey King's head. But the Monkey King, fearless, roars with laughter, as his iron clubs whirl and think for themselves. 1 becomes 1,000, 1,000, 10. Their wild dance fills the sky as if with dragons. All the demon kings shut their gates in terror. Every goblin on the mountain fields finds some place to hide. Cloud black, the anger of heavenly troops, whistling like the wind, the gold-banded cudgels. On one side, the blood-curdling war cries of the heavenly host. On the other, the spine-chilling banners of the monkey fiends. Both parties are equal in fighting courage. Neither could be said to be the winner. Prince Neza and Sun Wukong both used their divine powers to the full as they fought 30 rounds. When the 6 weapons of the prince turned into thousands and tens of thousands, so did Sun Wukong's gold-banded cudgel. The air was filled as if with drops of rain or shooting stars, and there was no way of telling who was winning. As Sun Wukong was deft of hand and quick of eye, he plucked one of the hairs from his body, and in the midst of the fray he shouted, "Change!" It changed into his own double to mislead Neza, while his real self leapt around till he was behind Neza and struck at his left shoulder. Neza was in the middle of performing a spell when he heard the whistle of the cudgel through the air and twisted away as fast as he could. But he was unable to avoid the blow and had to flee wounded. He brought his magic to an end, put his 6 weapons away, reverted to his true appearance, and abandoned the field of battle in defeat. This had all been observed by Heavenly King Li, who was on the point of sending reinforcements when his son appeared before him and reported in fear and trembling, "Father, the protector of the horses is very powerful. My magic was outclassed, and he has wounded me in the shoulder." The color drained from the face of the horror-struck Heavenly King as he said, "If the creature has magic powers like that, how are we going to defeat him?" "Outside the gates of heaven," the prince went on to report, "there is a banner on a pole that reads, 'Great Sage equaling heaven.'" Outside the gates of the cave, I meant to say. "There is a banner on a pole that reads, 'Great Sage equaling heaven.' He bragged that if the Jade Emperor gave him this title, he would call everything off. Otherwise, he said he would attack the Hall of Miraculous Mist." "In that case," said the Heavenly King, "we'll disengage now, go back to heaven, and request that more heavenly troops be sent to capture this wretch. There is plenty of time." The prince, in pain and unable to go on fighting, went back to heaven with the Heavenly King and put in this request, but of that no more for the moment. Watch as the Monkey King returns to the mountain in triumph to receive his congratulations of the 72 kings of the monsters and his 6 sworn brothers. There was great drinking and singing in the cave paradise. Sun Wukong said to his 6 sworn brothers, "As I've called myself Great Sage equaling heaven, you can all call yourselves great sages too. Honorable brother, you're right, roared the bold Demon King. I shall call myself the Great Sage Matching Heaven. I'll be the Great Sage Overturning the Sea, said the Salamander Demon King. I'll be the Great Sage Throwing Heaven into Confusion, said the Rock Demon King. I'll be the Great Sage Who Moves Mountains, said the Camel Demon King. I'll be the Great Sage Who Travels with the Wind, said the Macaque King. And I'll be the Great Sage Who Drives Away Gods, said the Lion King. The 7 great sages then did just as they pleased and gave themselves the titles they chose, and after enjoying themselves all day they went home. Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza led their forces straight to the Palace of Miraculous Mist, and made this request. We, your subjects, took our forces down to the lower world, under your divine edict, to subdue the immortal fiend Sun Wukong. But to our surprise, we found that his magical powers were far too powerful for us to be able to defeat him. We therefore hope that your Imperial Majesty will send more troops to exterminate him. How could a mere monkey goblin have such great powers that you actually need more troops? Asked the Jade Emperor. Prince Neza then came forward and memorialized. We beg your majesty to spare us the deaths we deserve. That monkey fiend has an iron cudgel that he used to defeat the mighty miracle god and wounded me on the shoulder. He has a banner up outside the entrance to his cave that reads, Great Sage Equaling Heaven. And he says that if you give him this office, he will stop fighting and submit. Otherwise, he will attack the Hall of Miraculous Mist. When the Jade Emperor heard this, he asked in horror, How dare that monkey fiend talk so wildly? Send all the generals to execute him, at once! As he spoke, the great white planet stepped forward from the ranks of the officials. That monkey fiend knows how to talk, he suggested, but he has no idea about real power. If more soldiers were sent to fight him, they might not be able to overcome him at once, and their energies would be wasted. But if your Imperial Majesty were to show your great mercy, you could send down a pacificatory amnesty and let him be a great sage equaling heaven. It would only be an empty title that he was given, just an honorary appointment. What do you mean by honorary appointment? Asked the Jade Emperor. He would be a great sage equaling heaven, but he would not be given any responsibility or paid any salary. He would be kept between heaven and earth, where his evil nature would be under control, and he would be kept from wickedness. Thus heaven and earth can be at peace, while sea and sky enjoy tranquility. The Jade Emperor approved this suggestion and ordered that a new edict should be issued for the Great White Planet to deliver. The Great White Planet left once more through the southern gate of heaven and went straight to have a look at the water-curtain cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit. It was quite different from before. There was an awe-inspiring and spine-chilling atmosphere, and every kind of fiend was present. They were roaring and leaping around with their swords, spears, cutlasses, and staves. As soon as they saw the Great White Planet, they all went for him. Will your commander please come forward? Said the planet. I would trouble you to inform your great sage that I am a heavenly envoy sent by the Jade Emperor, and I am carrying a divine edict with an invitation for him. The fiends rushed in to report. There's an old man outside who says he's come from heaven with an edict of invitation for you. When Sun Wukong heard this, he said, I'm glad he's come. I expect that he's that great white planet who came before. Although I wasn't given a decent job last time I went to heaven, I did get up there and learn my way around. If it's him again, his intentions must be good. He told his commanders to put on a big display of banners and drums, and to turn out a guard of honor to welcome him. Then the great sage, wearing his helmet, his yellow robe over his armor, and his cloud-walking shoes, hurried out of the cave at the head of his monkey host, bowed in greeting, and shouted in a loud voice, Please come in, venerable planet. Forgive me for not being here to welcome you. The planet walked straight into the cave, stood facing the south, and said, Great Sage, when you left the Imperial stables because you found the post too humble, the officials of that department naturally reported the matter to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor decreed that all officials have to work their way up from the bottom, and asked why you objected to its being humble. After this, Heavenly King Li took Neza down to the lower world to do battle with you. Your divine powers, great sage, were more than they expected, and they suffered defeat. On their return to heaven, they reported that you had set up a banner and wanted to be a great sage equaling heaven. All the generals wanted to punish you, but I, great sage, ran the risk of punishment by suggesting that the armies should not be called out, and that your majesty should be given a post instead. The Jade Emperor approved my memorial, and that is why I have come here to invite you. I am most grateful for this honor after the trouble I caused you earlier, replied Sun Wukong, but I am not sure whether there is such a title as Great Sage equaling heaven in the upper world. After obtaining imperial approval for this title, said the planet, I came down bearing a decree. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear the responsibility. A highly delighted Sun Wukong tried his hardest to persuade the planet to stay to a banquet, but without success. So he went with him by propitious cloud to the southern gate of heaven. The heavenly generals and soldiers all greeted them with respectfully folded arms, and they went straight to the Hall of Miraculous Mist. The great white planet did obeisance, and said, In obedience to the imperial edict, your subject has summoned Sun Wukong, the protector of horses, and he is present. Let Sun Wukong come forward, said the Jade Emperor. We do now proclaim you great sage equaling heaven. Your rank is now very high. Let there be no more mischief from you. The monkey simply chanted, "Ah, ah, ah," to express his thanks to the emperor. The Jade Emperor then ordered the two officials in charge of public works, Zhang and Lu, to build a residence for the great sage equaling heaven to the left of the peach orchard. In the residence there were to be two offices, a tranquility office and a calm divinity office. Both of these offices were to have immortal clerks and senior and junior assistants. He then told the Star Lords of the Constellation 5 to escort Sun Wukong to his post, and in addition give him 2 bottles of imperial wine and 10 golden flowers, and admonished him to settle down and keep out of mischief. The Monkey King accepted the order and went that same day with the Star Lords of the Constellation 5 to his residence, where he opened the bottles of wine and drained them dry with the help of all present. He then saw the star officials off and returned to his own palace. From then on, he lived in happiness and content and enjoyed untrammeled pleasure in the palace. Truly, his immortal name was forever inscribed in the register of eternal life, to be transmitted for 10,000 ages, free of the wheel of rebirth. If you don't know what happened next, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 5. After chaos among the peaches, the great sage steals the pills. In the revolt against heaven, the gods captured the demons. The story goes on to relate that the great sage equaling heaven, a mere monkey devil after all, was quite satisfied that his name was on the register of office without caring about the grading of his job and his own rank or the size of his salary. The immortal clerks in the 2 offices in his residence were in constant attendance on him. He had 3 meals a day and a bed to sleep on at night. He lived a free and easy life without worries. In his spare time, he would visit the other palaces, get together with his old friends, and make new ones. When he saw the 3 pure ones, he would address them as venerable, and when he met the 4 emperors, he called them Your Majesty. He was on fraternal terms with the 9 bright shiners, the generals of the 5 regions, the 28 constellations, the 4 great heavenly kings, the gods of the 12 branches, the 5 ancients of the 5 regions, the star ministers of the whole sky, and the countless gods of the Milky Way. Today he would wander east, and tomorrow he would go west, coming and going by cloud and never staying anywhere for long. When the Jade Emperor was holding his morning court one day, the immortal Zhu of Jin Yang came forward from the body of officials, kowtowed, and suggested, "The great sage equaling heaven is spending his time in idle travel, and is making the acquaintance of all the stars in the sky, calling them all his friends, irrespective of their rank. It would be as well to give him some responsibility and prevent his idleness leading to trouble later on." The Jade Emperor's response to this suggestion was to send for the Monkey King at once. He came in a cheerful mood and asked, "What promotion and reward have you summoned me here to receive, Your Majesty?" "Seeing that you are idle and have nothing to do," replied the Jade Emperor, "we are giving you a job. You are to administer the peach orchard, and you will give it your attention day and night." The great sage was overjoyed, and after expressing his thanks and chanting, "Na-ah-ah," he withdrew. In his eagerness to be at work, he went straight to the peach orchard to have a look around. When he got there, he was stopped by a local tutelary god, who asked him, "Where are you going, great sage?" "I've been put in charge of the peach orchard by the Jade Emperor, and I've come to inspect it." The local god hastened to greet him formally, and he called the men who weeded, brought water, looked after the trees, and swept the grounds to come and kowtow to the great sage. When Sun Wukong was taken inside, this is what he saw. Charming, every tree. Charming and luxuriant, the full blossom. Every tree weighed down with fruit. The fruit-laden branches bend like carding bows. The blossoming trees are covered with powder and rouge. Always blossoming, always in fruit, they are ripe for 1,000 years. They know no summer or winter, but linger forever.
The early ripeners look red-faced and tipsy. The ones still growing are green in stalk and skin. When the dew forms, their flesh has a touch of blue, while the sun picks out their vermilion beauty. Below the trees, exotic flowers grow, bright and unfading throughout the year. On either side stand towers and pavilions, and a rainbow always arches the sky. These are not the common breeds of the Dark Earth capital, but are tended by the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. Ark. After taking a good look at this, the great sage asked the local god, "How many of these trees are there?" 3,600 altogether, the local god replied. The ones growing at the front have tiny blossoms and small fruits, and they ripen every 3,000 years. Anyone who eats them becomes an immortal and understands the way, and his body becomes both light and strong. The 1,200 in the middle have multiple blossoms and sweet fruits, and ripen every 6,000 years. Whoever eats them can fly and enjoy eternal youth. The back 1,200 are streaked with purple and have pale yellow stones. They ripen once every 9,000 years, and anyone who eats them becomes as eternal as heaven and earth, and as long-lived as the sun and moon. The great sage was beside himself with joy on learning this. And on that day he checked the number of trees and looked over the buildings in the orchard before going back to his residence. From then on he went to admire them every 3 or 4 days. He dropped his friends and made no more pleasure jaunts. One day he noticed that the peaches near the end of the branches of one old tree were all but ripe, and he felt like trying one. But as the local god, the workmen, and the immortal clerks from his residence were close on his heels, it was impossible. Suddenly he had an idea, and he said, "Go and wait for me outside the gates while I take a nap in this summer house." All the immortals thereupon withdrew, and the Monkey King took off his official hat and clothes, climbed one of the bigger trees, and chose some large ripe peaches. When he had picked a good number, he sat at his ease in the branches and ate his fill of them, then jumped down from the tree, pinned on his hat, put on his clothes, and shouted for all his attendants to go back to his residence with him. 2 or 3 days later, he thought of another trick to steal some more peaches, and he ate his fill of them. One day the Queen Mother arranged a banquet, opening many precious pavilions for a feast of peaches by the Jade Pool. She sent the red fairy, the blue fairy, the white fairy, the black fairy, the purple fairy, the yellow fairy, and the green fairy to the peach orchard with their baskets to pick peaches for the feast. The 7 fairies went straight to the orchard gates. The workmen of the orchard and the immortal superintendents of the 2 offices of the Equaling Heaven residence were guarding the gate. The fairies went up to them and said, "We have come on the orders of the Queen Mother to pick peaches for a feast." "Wait a moment, please, immortal beauties," said the local god. "Things are different this year. The Jade Emperor has appointed the great sage Equaling Heaven to be the guardian of this orchard, and we must ask him before we can open the orchard to you." "Where is the great sage?" the fairies asked, and the local god replied, "Inside the orchard. As he was feeling tired, he is having a nap by himself in a summer house." "In that case, please find him without delay," requested the fairies, and the local god took them into the orchard. But all they could find of him in the summer house were his hat and clothes. They had no idea where he could have gone, and looked everywhere without success. The great sage had in fact made himself only 2 inches long after eating some of the peaches for fun,
and he was sleeping under a large leaf at the top of one of the big trees. "We have come by decree, and we can't go back empty-handed, although the great sage is nowhere to be found," said the fairies. One of the immortal superintendents, who was standing nearby, replied, "As you immortal beauties have come by order of the Queen Mother, we must not delay you. Our great sage is always wandering off, so I expect that he has gone away to visit some of his friends. You had better pick the peaches. It will be all right if we inform him." The fairies did as he suggested and went into the orchard to pick peaches. First, they filled 2 baskets from the trees in front, and then they picked 3 basketfuls from the trees in the middle. But when they came to the trees at the back, they saw that peaches and blossoms were few and far between. Only a few unripe fruits with furry stalks and green skins were left. All the ripe ones had been eaten up by the Monkey King. The 7 fairies looked everywhere, but all they could see was a single red and white peach on a southern branch. The blue fairy pulled the branch down. The red fairy picked the peach, and then they let the branch go again. This woke up the great sage, who had changed himself into this peach to take a nap on this branch. He resumed his own form, took his gold-banded cudgel from his ear, shook it till it was thick as a rice bowl, and shouted at them, "Where are you from, you thieving fiends?" The 7 fairies fell on their knees in confusion. "Please don't be angry with us, great sage. We're not fiends, but 7 fairies sent by Her Majesty the Queen Mother of the West to pick peaches of immortality and open the precious halls here for a feast of peaches. When we arrived here, we saw the local god and other deities of this place, but we could not find you, great sage. We could not delay carrying out our Queen Mother's orders, so we went ahead and picked the peaches without waiting for you, great sage. We very much hope that you will forgive us." These words turned the great sage's bad mood into a good one, and he said, "Please rise, fairy beauties. Who is the Queen Mother inviting to this feast?" "There are old rules about who attends. The Buddha of the Western Heaven, Bodhisattvas, holy monks, arhats, the Guanyin of South Pole, the merciful and sage emperor of the East, the venerable immortals of the 10 continents and 3 islands, the mystic divinity of the North Pole, and the great yellow-horned immortal of the Yellow Pole at the center. These make up the 5 venerable ones of the 5 regions. There will also be the Star Lords of the 5 constellation, the 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors and heavenly immortal of the great monad of the 8 high caves, the Jade Emperor, the 9 immortals of 9 mounds, and the gods of the seas and mountains, and the ruler of the netherworld from the 8 lower caves, and the terrestrial deities. All the major and minor gods of the halls and palaces will come to the Feast of Peaches." "Will I be invited?" asked the great sage with an ingratiating smile. "Not as far as we've heard," the fairies replied. "I'm the great sage equaling heaven, so why shouldn't I be asked?" said the great sage. "That was what happened before. We don't know about this time," the fairies replied. "You're right," he said. "Just wait here while I go and find out whether I'm invited." "Splendid, great sage." Making a magic with his hands, as he spoke the words of the spell, he said to the fairies, "Stay where you are, stay where you are." As this was an immobilizing spell, the 7 fairies were left standing in a daze under the peach tree with their eyes wide open as the great sage leapt out of the orchard on a somersault cloud and headed for the Jade Pool. As he traveled, he saw that The sky shimmered with auspicious light, as clouds of many colors streamed across it. The white stork's cry made the heavens shake. 1,000 leaves grew on the purple asphodel. Amid it all an immortal appeared, carrying himself with heaven-sent elegance. As he danced on the rainbow, cloaked by the Milky Way, with the talisman at his waist to ward off birth and death. His name was Barefoot Immortal, and he was going to the feast of longevity-giving peaches. As the Barefoot Immortal saw him, the great sage lowered his head and thought of a plan by which to trick the immortal and get to the banquet himself. "Where are you going, reverend sir?" he asked, and the immortal replied, "I'm going to the peach banquet by the invitation of the Queen Mother." "There is something you do not know, venerable sir," said the great sage. "As my somersault cloud is so fast, the Jade Emperor has sent me everywhere to tell all you gentlemen to go to the Hall of Universal Brightness for a ceremony before going on to the banquet." As the immortal was an open and upright man, he took this lie for the truth, but wondered, "The Thanksgiving ceremony is usually held by the Jade Pool. So why are we having the ceremony in the Hall of Universal Brightness before going to the Jade Pool for the banquet?" Nevertheless, he turned his propitious cloud around and went to the Hall of Universal Brightness. As the great sage rode his cloud, he set a spell, shook himself, took the form of the Barefoot Immortal, and hurried to the Jade Pool. He reached the pavilion there a moment later, stopped his cloud, and went quietly inside. He saw fabulous perfumes coiling, a confusion of auspicious clouds, the jade tower set with color, the precious pavilion scattering mists. The phoenix soars till almost lost to view, and the jeweled flowers seem to rise and fall. Above a 9-phoenix screen, a rainbow stool of the 8 precious things, a colored golden table, green jade bowls with 1,000 flowers. On the table were dragon livers and marrow of phoenix bone, bear's paws and ape's lips, 100 different dishes, and all of them good, rare fruits and fine delicacies, everyone unique. Everything was neatly set out, but no immortals had yet arrived. The great sage had not finished looking when he smelt wine. And as he whirled round, he saw under a portico, to the right of several immortal officials in charge of brewing liquor, with some workmen who stirred the lees, a number of novices who carried water, and some boys who looked after the fires. They were washing the vats and scrubbing the pots, having made jade liquor in a fragrant fermentation of the lees. The great sage could not stop himself from drooling, and he longed to drink some, but unfortunately all those people were there. So he performed a spell by pulling several hairs from his body, chewing them up, spitting them up, saying the magic words, and shouting, "Change!" Whereupon the hairs turned into sleep insects, which flew into the faces of all the liquor makers. Watch them as their hands go limp, their heads droop, their eyes close, and they drop their symbols of office and all fall asleep. Whereupon the great sage grabbed their rare delicacies and exotic foods, then went under the portico and drank from the vats and pots until he was completely drunk. Only then did he think, "This won't do at all. When the guests come for the banquet, they'll be furious with me, and I'll be for it if I'm caught. I'd better get back to the residence as soon as I can sleep it off." Our dear great sage staggered and swayed, charging about all over the place, under the influence of the liquor and going the wrong way. He arrived not at the Equaling Heaven residence, but at the Tushita Heavenly Palace. As soon as he saw this, he sobered up and said to himself, "The Tushita Palace is the highest of the 33 heavens, where Lord Lao Zi of the Great Monad reigns. However did I get here? Never mind, I've always wanted to see that old chap, and I've never managed to come here before. I might as well go and have a look at him now that I'm passing this way." He straightened his clothes and rushed in, but did not see Lord Lao Zi. There was no sign of anyone. This was because Lao Zi and the ancient Buddha Dipankara were expounding the way from a red dais in a triple-storied pavilion, and all the immortal boys, generals, officials, and petty functionaries were standing to right and left, listening to the lecture. The great sage went straight to the room in which the elixir was kept, and although he could not find Lao Zi, there he saw that there was a small fire in the stove beside the range over which pills were made. On either side of the stove were 5 gourds, full of golden pills of refined elixir. "This is the immortals' greatest treasure," he exclaimed with delight. "I've wanted to refine some of these golden pills to save people with ever since I understood the way, and mastered the principle of correspondence of the esoteric and exoteric, but I've never had time to come here. Today I'm in luck. I found them. As Lao Zi isn't here, I'll try a few." He emptied the gourds of their contents and ate up all the pills as if he were eating fried beans. Before long he was full of pills and quite sober. "This is terrible," he thought. "This is a colossal disaster. If the Jade Emperor is shocked by this, I'm done for. I must get out of here. I'd be much better off as king in the lower world." He rushed out of the Tushita Palace, avoiding his usual route. Using a spell to make himself invisible, he left by the west gate of heaven, and went straight down to the mountain of flowers and fruit by cloud. When he got there, he saw flags, banners, spears, and halberds gleaming in the sun. The 4 stalwart generals and the 72 kings of the monsters were holding military exercises. "Children, I'm back!" shouted the great sage in a loud voice. And all the fiends dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. "You don't care, do you, great sage?" they said. "It's been so long since you left us, and you never came back to see us." I haven't been long," protested the great sage as they talked, and they walked into the innermost part of the cave. When the 4 stalwart generals had tidied the place up and made him sit down, they kowtowed to him and asked, "What office did you hold, great sage, during your century and more in heaven?" The great sage laughed and said, "As far as I can remember, it was only 6 months, so why do you say it was over a century?" "A day in heaven is the same as a year on earth," the stalwart generals replied. "I was lucky this time," said the great sage. "The Jade Emperor took a liking to me and ennobled me as the great sage Equaling Heaven. He had an Equaling Heaven residence built for me, complete with a tranquility office and a calm divinity office, with immortal functionaries, attendants, and guards. Later on, he saw that I had nothing to do, so he put me in charge of the peach orchard. Recently, the Queen Mother Goddess gave a peach banquet, but she didn't invite me. Instead of waiting for an invitation, I went to the Jade Pool and stole all the immortal food and drink. I staggered away from the Jade Pool and blundered into Lord Lao Zi's palace, and there I ate up his 5 gourds of pills of immortality. Then I got out through the heavenly gates and came here because I was scared that the Jade Emperor was going to punish me. All the fiends were delighted with what they heard, and they laid on liquor and fruit with which to welcome him back. They filled a stone bowl with coconut toddy and handed it to him, but when he tasted it, the great sage grimaced and said, "It's awful, it's awful." 2 of his stalwart generals, Bang and Ba, explained, "You don't find coconut toddy very tasty because you have drunk immortal liquor and eaten immortal food in the heavenly place, great sage. But as the saying goes, sweet or not, it's water from home." To this the great sage replied, "And all of you, whether related to me or not, are from my home. When I was enjoying myself by the jade pool today, I saw jars and jars of jade liquor under a portico there. As none of you have ever tasted it, I'll go and pinch you a few jars. Then you can each have a little drink and live forever." All the monkeys were beside themselves with glee. The great sage then went out of the cave, turned a somersault, made himself invisible, and went straight to the peach banquet. As he went through the gates of the jade pool, he saw that the men who made the wine, stirred the lees, carried the water, and looked after the fire were still snoring away. He tucked 2 big jars of wine under his arms, took 2 more in his hands, then turned his cloud round and went back to have a feast of immortal wine with the monkey masses in the cave. They all drank several cups and were very happy, but we will not go into this. The story returns to the 7 fairies, who were only able to free themselves after a whole day, once Sun Wukong had immobilized them with his magic. They picked up their baskets and went back to report to the Queen Mother that they were late because the great sage equaling heaven had held them there by magic. "How many peaches did you pick?" the Queen Mother asked. "2 baskets of little ones and 3 baskets of medium ones. But when we got to the back, we could not find a single big one. We think that they were all eaten by the great sage." While we were looking for some, the great sage suddenly appeared, and he beat and tortured us to make us tell him who had been invited to the banquet. After we had told him, he immobilized us there, and we don't know where he went. We only came round and freed ourselves a few moments ago. On hearing this, the Queen Mother went to see the Jade Emperor and gave him a full account of what had happened. Before she had finished, the liquor makers arrived with the immortal officials to report that an unknown person had thrown the Grand Peach banquet into confusion and stolen the jade liquor as well as the precious delicacies of 100 flavors. Then came 4 heavenly teachers to announce that the supreme patriarch of the way, Lao Tzu, had arrived. The Jade Emperor went out with the Queen Mother to meet them, and after doing obeisance, Lao Tzu said, "I had refined some golden pills of the 9 transformations in my palace for a feast of elixir pills with your majesty, but a thief has stolen them. This is what I have come to report to your majesty." This news made the Jade Emperor tremble with fear. Not long afterwards, the immortal administrators from the Equaling Heaven residence came to Katao and report, "The great sage Sun Wukong abandoned his post and went wandering off yesterday. He has not come back yet, and we do not know where he has gone." The Jade Emperor, now more suspicious than ever, then saw the barefoot immortal bow his head to the ground. "Your subject was going to the banquet on a summons from the Queen Mother," he reported. "When I happened to meet the great sage equaling heaven. He told me, O Lord of 10,000 years, that you had issued a decree ordering him to tell all the rest of us to go to the Hall of Universal Brightness for a ceremony before the banquet. Your subject went back to the Hall of Universal Brightness as he had told me to, but as I did not see the Imperial Dragon and the Phoenix Chariot outside, I hurried here to await orders. This wretch has the impudence to invent fraudulent decrees and deceive eminent ministers, exclaimed the Jade Emperor with anger and astonishment. The miraculous investigator is to find out at once what he has been up to. The miraculous investigator left the palace in obedience to the edict, and by making thorough inquiries, he found out all the details of what had happened. The wrecker of the heavenly palace was Sun Wukong, he reported, and he went on to give a full account. The Jade Emperor was furiously angry, and he ordered the 4 great heavenly kings along with Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza to mobilize the 28 constellations, the 9 bright shiners, the 12 gods of the 12 branches, the revealers of truth of the 5 regions, the 4 duty gods, the constellations of east and west, the gods of the north and south, the deities of the 5 mountains and the 4 rivers, the star ministers of all heaven, and a total of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. They were to descend to the lower world with 18 heaven and earth nets, surround the mountain of flowers and fruit, and capture that wretch for punishment. The gods called out their troops at once and left the heavenly palace. A gusty sandstorm blotted out the heavens. Purple fog threw the earth into darkness. Just because the monkey fiend offended the Supreme Emperor, heavenly hosts were sent down to the immortal dust. The 4 great heavenly kings, the revealers of truth of the 5 regions, the 4 great heavenly kings held the supreme command, and the revealers controlled the soldiers' movements. Li the pagoda carrier commanded the central court. Neza the deadly led the van. The star Rau ordered the leading rans, and the star Kitu towered behind. The sun revealed his divinity, and radiance shone from the moon. The stars of the 5 elements were mighty in valor, and the 9 bright shiners were fond of battle. The stars of the branches Zi, Wu, Mao, and Yu were all great heavenly warriors. The 5 plagues and the 5 mountains were drawn up on the east and west, while the 6 Ding and 6 Jia marched to the right and left. The dragon gods of the 4 rivers stood above and below, and the 28 constellations were drawn up in serried ranks. Horn, gullet, base, and chamber were the officers commanding. Strider, harvester, stomach, and mane wheeled and soared. Dipper, ox, woman, barons, roof, house, and wall, heart, tail, and winnower, all able stars, well, ghost, willow, spread, wig, and axle tree, wielded their weapons and spears, showed forth their power, halted their clouds, and descended in mists to the mortal world, pitching camp before the mountain of flowers and fruit. There is a poem that runs, "Many the transformations of the heaven-born monkey king, happy in his lair after stealing the pills and wine. Just because he wrecked the banquet of peaches, 100,000 heavenly troops now spread their nets." Heavenly King Li gave the order for the heavenly soldiers to pitch camp and throw a watertight cordon round the mountain of flowers and fruit. Above and below they spread their 18 heaven and earth nets, and the 9 bright shiners were sent out to start the battle. They took their soldiers to the outside of the cave, where they saw the monkeys, big and small, leaping and fooling around. The star officers shouted in harsh voices, "Little goblins, where's that great sage of yours? We are gods sent from the upper world to subdue your mutinous great sage. Tell him to surrender at once. And if there's so much as a hint of no from him, we will exterminate every last one of you." The little monkeys went rushing in to report, "Great sage, a disaster, a disaster. There are 9 evil gods outside who say they've been sent from the upper world to subdue you." The great sage, who was just then sharing the immortal liquor with the 72 kings of the monsters and his 4 stalwart generals, paid no attention to the report, saying, "Today we have wine, so today we celebrate. To hell with what's happening outside the gate." But before the words were out of his mouth, another group of little devils came in. "Those 9 evil gods are using foul and provocative language to challenge us to fight," they announced. "Never mind them," said the great sage with a laugh. "With verse and wine we're happy today. Who cares when fame will come our way?" But before these words were out of his mouth, yet another group of devils came rushing in. "Sir, those 9 evil gods have smashed the gates and are charging in." "The stinking gods! What nerve! I never wanted a fight with them, so why would they come here to push us around?" He thereupon ordered one horned monster king to lead the 72 monster kings into battle, while he followed them with the 4 stalwart generals. The monster king hastily assembled the devil soldiers and sallied forth to meet the enemy. They were all stopped by a charge by the 9 bright shiners, who held the head of the iron bridge so that no one could enter or leave. During the tumult, the great sage came on scene and shouting, "Make way!" He raised his iron cudgel, shook it till it was thick as a bowl and 12 feet long, and struck and parried as he came charging out. The 9 bright shiners, who were no match for him, fell back. "You reckless protector of the horses," they shouted when they were back in the safety of their own position. "You've committed the most terrible crimes. You stole the peaches and the wine, wrecked the peach banquet, and pilfered the immortality pills of Lord Laozi. On top of all this, you brought some of the immortal liquor you stole back here. Don't you realize that you piled crime upon crime?" The great sage laughed. It's true," he said. "But what are you going to do about it?" "In obedience to a golden edict of the Jade Emperor," the 9 bright shiners replied, "we have led out troops here to subdue you. Submit at once, or else these creatures of yours will have to pay with their lives. If you refuse, we shall trample this mountain flat and turn your cave upside down." "You hairy gods!" roared the great sage in a fury. "What magic powers have you got to let you talk so big? Clear off, or I'll give you a taste of my cudgel." The 9 bright shiners did a war dance together, which did not frighten the handsome monkey king in the least. He whirled his gold-banded cudgel, parrying to right and left, and fought the 9 bright shiners till their muscles were weak and their strength was gone. Then each of them broke ranks and fled, dragging their weapons behind them. They rushed to the command post of the central court and reported to the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li that the Monkey King was so ferocious that they had fled from the battlefield, unable to defeat him. Heavenly King Li then sent the 4 Heavenly Kings and the 28 constellations into battle. The great sage, not at all frightened at this, ordered the one-horned Demon King, the 72 kings of the monsters, and the 4 stalwart generals to draw up their line of battle outside the gates of the cave. The ensuing melee was really terrifying. Howling winds, dark, sinister clouds. On one side, flags and standards colorfully flying. On the other side, the gleam of spears and halberds. Round helmets shine, layered armor gleams. The shining round helmets reflect the sun, like silver boulders reaching to the sky. Gleaming layers of armor are built into a wall, like a mountain of ice weighing down the earth. Long-handled swords flash through the clouds like lightning. Paper-white spears pierce mists and fogs. Heaven-shaped halberds, tiger-eye chains, bristling like a field of hemp. Bronze swords and 4 brightness spheres, drawn up like a dense forest. Bows and crossbows, eagle-feathered arrows, short clubs, and snaky spears to terrify the soul. Wielding his single as-you-will cudgel, the great sage fights against the heavenly gods. Such is the slaughter that no bird flies over it, and the tigers and wolves flee in terror. The swirling stones and clouds of sand make everything dark, and the dirt and the dust blot out the heavens. The clash of arms startles the universe as the battle strikes awe into gods and demons. The battle started in the morning and went on till the sun set behind the mountains in the west. By then, the one-horned Demon King and the 72 kings of the monsters had all been captured by the heavenly hosts. Only the 4 stalwart generals and the monkeys had got away, and they were now hiding in the innermost recesses of the water-curtain cave. The great sage's solitary cudgel had fought off the 4 heavenly kings, Lead the pagoda-bearer, and Prince Neza, who were all in the sky. After the battle had gone on for a long time, the great sage saw that the night was drawing on, so he plucked out one of his hairs, munched it up, spat out the pieces, and shouted, "Change!" They changed into thousands of great sages, all with gold-banded cudgels, who forced Prince Neza and the 5 heavenly kings to withdraw. After winning this victory, the great sage put back his hair and hurried back to the cave, where the 4 stalwart generals at once led the monkeys out to Katow at the head of the iron bridge to welcome him back. They sobbed 3 times and then laughed 3 times. "Why are you laughing and crying at the sight of me?" the great sage asked. "When we led the commanders into battle against the heavenly kings this morning," replied the stalwart generals, "the 72 kings of the monsters and the one-horned Demon King were all captured by the gods, and we had to flee for our lives. That is why we cried. We laughed because you, great sage, have come back victorious and unharmed." To this, the great sage replied, "Victory and defeat are all the soldier's lot. As the ancients said, to kill 10,000 of the enemy, you must lose 3,000 of your own. Anyhow, the officers of ours who were captured were all tigers, leopards, wolves, badgers, river deer, foxes, and raccoon dogs. Not one of our own kind was even wounded, so there's no need for us to be bothered about it. But although I forced the enemy to withdraw by dividing up my body through magic, they're all still encamped at the foot of our mountain, so we'll have to remain on our guard. Meanwhile, we must eat a good meal and get a good night's sleep to build up our energy. Tomorrow morning, I'll use powerful magic to capture those heavenly generals and avenge our people." After the four stalwart generals and the other monkey commanders had drunk several cups of coconut toddy, they went to bed with their worries calmed. When the four heavenly kings had withdrawn their troops and ended the battle, those who had distinguished themselves reported what they had done. Some had captured tigers and leopards, some lions and elephants, and others wolves and raccoon dogs, but not one single monkey goblin had been taken. When they built a mighty stockade around their camp, commanders who had distinguished themselves we rewarded, and the soldiers who made up heaven and earth nets were ordered to surround the mountain of flowers and fruit, holding bells and shouting, ready for a great battle the next day. Every man heard the orders, and they strictly obeyed. Indeed, a wicked monkey made chaos, shocking heaven and earth. So they spread their nets and watched by night and day. Listen to the next installment to hear how he was dealt with the following morning. Chapter 6. Guan Yin comes to the feast and asks the reason why. The little sage uses his might to subdue the great sage. We shall leave for the moment the heavenly generals making their encirclement and the soundly sleeping great sage. The story goes on to tell how the compassionate and merciful miraculous savior from suffering, the Bodhisattva Guan Yin of Mount Potoraka in the southern sea, having been invited by the Queen Mother to the peach banquet, went to the precious pavilions at the Jade Pool with her great disciple, Huiyan the novice. She found the place deserted and the banquet ruined. The few immortals present were not sitting at their places, but holding confused discussions. When greetings were over, the immortals gave the Bodhisattva an account of what had happened. "If there is to be no banquet and no drinking," said the Bodhisattva, "you had better all come with me to the Jade Emperor." The immortals were delighted to follow her, and when they arrived before the Hall of Universal Brightness, the four heavenly teachers, the barefoot immortal, and many others were all there to greet the Bodhisattva. They told her that the Jade Emperor had sent heavenly armies to capture the demon, but they had not yet returned. "I wish to see the Jade Emperor," said the Bodhisattva, "so may I trouble you to inform him on my behalf?" The heavenly teacher, Kui Hongji, then went to the Hall of Miraculous Mist, and the Bodhisattva was invited in. She found that Lord Laozi was there in the place of honor, and that the Queen Mother was behind him. The Bodhisattva went in at the head of the others, and when she had done obeisance to the Jade Emperor, she greeted Laozi and the Queen Mother. After they had all sat down, she asked what happened at the peach banquet. "The banquet is held every year, and it is normally a very happy occasion," the Jade Emperor replied. "But this year that monkey fiend wrecked it, so that your invitation was worth nothing." "Where does this monkey fiend come from?" asked the Bodhisattva. "He was born from a stone egg on the mountain of flowers and fruit in the land of Aulai in the eastern continent of Superior Body," the Jade Emperor answered. "When he was born, golden beams flashed from his eyes that reached to the Star Palace. At first we paid no attention to him, but later on he became a spirit, subduing dragons and tigers, and erasing his own name from the registers of death. The Dragon Kings and King Yama of the underworld informed us of this in memorials, and we wanted to capture him, but the Star of Longevity memorialized that in the three worlds, all beings with 9 orifices can become immortals. We therefore extended education to the worthy by summoning him to the upper world and appointing him protector of the horses in the imperial stable. But this was not good enough for the scoundrel who rebelled against heaven. We sent Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza to accept his surrender, extended him an amnesty, and summoned him back to the upper world. We made him a great sage equaling heaven, though this carried no salary. We had nothing to do. He would go wandering all over the place. And for fear that this might lead to trouble, we had him look after the peach orchard. Once again, he flouted the law by stealing and eating every single one of the big peaches from the old trees. When the banquet was to be held, he was not invited, as his position was purely an honorary one. So he played a trick on the barefoot immortal, went to the banquet looking like him, ate all the immortal delicacies, and drank all the immortal liquor. On top of this, he stole Lord Laozi's pills of immortality and some imperial liquor, which he took to his mountain for the monkeys to enjoy. This made us very angry, so we sent 100,000 heavenly troops to spread heaven and earth nets and subdue him. But we have received no reports today, so we do not know whether we have been victorious. When the Bodhisattva heard this, she said to Huiyan the novice, "Hurry down from heaven to the mountain of flowers and fruit and find out about the military situation. If you meet with any opposition, you may do your bit to help, but the important thing is to bring an accurate report back." Huiyan the novice straightened his robes, took his iron staff, left the palace by cloud, and went straight to the mountain. He saw that with the layer upon layer of heaven and earth nets, and the men holding bells and shouting passwords at the gates of the camp, the cordon round the mountain was watertight. Huiyan stopped and called, "Heavenly soldiers at the gates of the camp, I would trouble you to report that I, Moxa, the second son of Heavenly King Li, also known as Huiyan, the senior disciple of Huan Yin of the Southern Sea, have come to ask about the military situation." Then the divine soldiers of the 5 mountains inside the camp went in through the gates of the headquarters, where the rat, the cock, the horse, and the hare stars reported the news to the commander of the central court. Heavenly King Li sent a flag of command with the order that the heaven and earth nets were to be opened to let Huiyan in. The east was just beginning to grow light as Huiyan followed the flag in and bowed to Heavenly King Li and the other 4 heavenly kings. "Where have you come from, my son?" asked Heavenly King Li. "Your stupid son accompanied the Bodhisattva to the peach banquet, and when she found the banquet deserted and nobody at the Jade Pool, she took me and the other immortals to see the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor told her that you, father, and the other kings had gone down to the lower world to capture this monkey fiend. As the Jade Emperor has received no news all day on the outcome of this battle, the Bodhisattva sent me here to find out what has happened." "We arrived here and encamped yesterday," Heavenly King Li replied. "Then sent the 9 bright shiners to challenge the enemy to battle. But that wretch used such tremendous magic powers that the 9 bright shiners all came back defeated. Then we led out our own soldiers into action, and the wretch also drew up his line of battle. Our 100,000 heavenly soldiers fought an indecisive engagements with him until dusk, when he used a spell to divide up his body and force us back. When we withdrew our forces and held an investigation, we found that we had only captured wolves, tigers, leopards, and so on, and had not even taken half a monkey fiend. We have not yet given battle today." Before he had finished speaking, someone appeared out of the gates of the headquarters to report that the great sage was outside at the head of a crowd of monkey spirits, clamoring for battle. The four other heavenly kings, Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza, were all committing their forces, but Moxa said, "Father, when your stupid son was instructed by the Bodhisattva to come here and find out the news, I was also told that if there was a battle, I could do my bit to help. May I please go and see what sort of a great sage he is, untalented though I am?" "My boy," said Heavenly King Li, "you have been cultivating your conduct with the Bodhisattva for some years now, so I suppose that you must have acquired some magic powers. But do be very careful." The splendid Prince Moxa hitched up his embroidered robes and charged out through the gates of the headquarters, waving his iron staff with both hands. "Which of you is the great sage equaling heaven?" he shouted. "I am," answered the great sage, brandishing his as-you-will cudgel. "But who do you think you are, asking a question like that?" "I am Prince Moxa, the second son of Heavenly King Li, and I am now a disciple and a guard before the throne of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. My Buddhist name is Huion." "Why have you come here to see me instead of staying in the southern sea and cultivating your conduct?" asked the great sage, and Moxa replied, "My teacher sent me here to find out about the military situation, but now that I've seen your savagery, I've come to capture you." "You talk big, don't you?" said the great sage. "Well then, don't go away. Try a taste of my cudgel." Moxa, not in the least frightened, struck at him with his iron staff. It was a fine fight they fought, halfway up the mountainside outside the gates of the headquarters. The staves were matched, but made of different iron. The weapons clashed, but their masters were not the same. One was a wayward immortal known as the Great Sage, the other a true dragon disciple of Huan Yin. The cast iron staff, beaten with 1,000 hammers, had been forged by the art of the Ding and the Jia. The as-you-will cudgel once anchored the Milky Way. As the treasure stilling the sea, its magic power was great. When the two met, they were well matched indeed, and they parried and lunged at each other without end. The sinister cudgel, infinitely murderous, could whirl round your waist as quick as the wind. The spear-catching staff, never yielding an opening, was irresistible, parrying to the left and right. On the one side the flags and banners fly. On the other side the camel drums roll. 10,000 heavenly generals in multiple encirclement. A cave of monkey devils densely packed together. Monstrous fogs and evil clouds over the earth, while the smoke of the deadly battle rises to the sky. Yesterday's fighting was bad enough. Today's struggle is even worse. The admirable skills of the Monkey King put Moxa to flight, utterly defeated. After they had fought some 50 or 60 rounds, Huion's arm and shoulders were numbed and aching, and he could resist the great sage no longer. Waving his staff in a feint, he turned away and ran. The great sage then withdrew his monkey soldiers and encamped outside the gates of the cave. The big and little heavenly soldiers at the gates of the other camp received Huion and let him go straight to the headquarters, where he gasped and panted for breath as he said to the 4 heavenly kings, Li the pagoda bearer, and his brother, Prince Neza, What a great sage! What a great sage! His magic powers are too much for me. He beat me. Startled by this news, Heavenly King Li had a request for reinforcements written and sent the strong-armed Devil King and Prince Moxa up to heaven to submit. Not daring to waste a moment, the two messengers rushed out through the heaven and earth nets and mounted their propitious clouds. A moment later, they arrived outside the Hall of Universal Brightness, where they greeted the four heavenly teachers, who led them to the Hall of Miraculous Mist and handed up their memorial. Prince Moxa, or Huion, did homage to the Bodhisattva, who asked him what he had found. As you instructed me, I went to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, reported Huion, asked them to open the gates of the heaven and earth net, saw my father, and told him of the orders you had given me. His Majesty, my father, said that they fought against the Monkey King yesterday, but did not capture a single monkey spirit, only tigers, leopards, lions, elephants, and so on. While he was telling me this, the Monkey King demanded battle again, so your disciple fought some 50 or 60 rounds against him with my iron staff, but I was no match for him. He beat me and drove me back to the camp. This is why my father has sent me and the strong-armed Devil King up to heaven to ask for reinforcements. The Bodhisattva lowered her head in deep thought. The Jade Emperor opened the memorial and saw that it contained a request for help. This intolerable monkey spirit has enough tricks to fight off 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he observed with a smile. Heavenly King Li has asked for reinforcements. Which heavenly soldiers should I send him? Before the words were out of his mouth, Wan Yin put her hands together and said, "Do not worry, your majesty. I can recommend a god to capture this monkey." "Which god?" the Jade Emperor asked, and the Bodhisattva replied, "Your majesty's nephew, the illustrious sage and true lord Erlang, who is now living at the Wanjingkou in Guangzhou, enjoying the incense that the lower beings burned to him. In the past, he exterminated the 6 bogies. He has the brothers of Plum Hill and the 1,200 straw-headed gods, and his magical powers are enormous. He will agree to be sent, though he would not obey a summons to come here. So your majesty might like to issue a decree ordering him to take his troops to the rescue." The Jade Emperor then issued such a decree and sent the strong-armed Devil King to deliver it. The Devil King took the decree, mounted his cloud, and went straight to Guanjingkou. He reached the temple of the true Lord within an hour. When the demon judges guarding the gate went in to report that there was an envoy from heaven standing outside with an imperial decree, Erlang went with the brothers to receive the decree outside the gates, and incense was burned as he read. The great sage equaling heaven, the monkey fiend of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, has rebelled. Because he stole peaches, wine, and pills while in heaven and wrecked the peach banquet, we have dispatched 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 18 heaven and earth nets to surround the mountain and force him to submit, but we have not yet succeeded. We do now therefore especially appoint our worthy nephew and his sworn brothers to go to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit and give their help in eliminating him. When you succeed, large rewards and high office shall be yours." Erlang was delighted. He told the envoy from heaven to go back and report that he would be putting his sword to the Emperor's service. We need not describe how the Devil King reported back to heaven. The true Lord Erlang called the 6 sworn brothers of Plum Hill, Marshals Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li, and generals Kuo Shin and Xi Zhang together before the hall. The Jade Emperor has just ordered us to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit to subdue a monkey fiend, he said. You are all coming with me. The brothers were eager to go, and mustering their divine troops, they unleashed a gale wind. In an instant they had crossed the eastern ocean, riding eagles and leading dogs, pulling their bows and drawing their crossbows, and had reached the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. Finding that the many layers of heaven and earth nets were impenetrable, Erlang shouted, Listen, all you generals in charge of the heaven and earth nets. I am the true Lord and the illustrious sage Erlang, and I have been sent here by the Jade Emperor to capture the monkey fiend. Open the gates of the camp and let me in at once. Each line of gods forming the nets let them through, and the 4 other heavenly kings and heavenly King Li all came to welcome him outside the headquarters. When the introductions were over, he asked how the fighting had gone, and the heavenly kings gave him a full account of what had happened. Now that I, the little sage, have come here, I shall have to match a few transformations with him, said Erlang with a smile. I hope that all you gentlemen will maintain a close cordon with your heaven and earth nets, but don't screen off the top of the mountain. Then I'll be able to fight him. If he beats me, I shan't need the help of you gentlemen, as I have my brothers to support me. And if I beat him, I won't have to trouble you to tie him up, as my brothers can do it. I would just like to ask Heavenly King Li to stand in the sky and operate this fiend-detecting mirror. I'm worried that if he's beaten, he may go and hide somewhere. So you will have to give me a clear view of him and not let him get away. The heavenly kings stayed in the 4 quarters, and all the heavenly soldiers were drawn up in their battle positions. The true Lord Erlang went out at the head of the 4 marshals and the 2 generals, making 7 sworn brothers with himself included, to challenge the enemy to battle. And he ordered his other officers to defend the camp firmly and keep the eagles and dogs under control. All the straw-headed gods acknowledged the order. Erlang then went outside of the water curtain cave, where he saw the monkey hordes neatly drawn up in a coiled dragon battle line. In the middle of the central corpse stood a pole with a banner on it reading, Great Sage equaling Heaven. What business has that loathsome fiend to call himself the equal of heaven? Erlang asked, and the 6 sworn brothers of Plum Hill replied, Stop admiring him and challenge him to battle. When the junior monkeys at the gate of their camp saw the true Lord Erlang, they rushed back to report, whereupon the Monkey King took his gold-banded cudgel, adjusted his golden armor, put on his cloud-walking shoes, felt his golden helmet, leapt out through the gates of the camp. He saw at first sight how cool and remarkable Erlang looked, and how elegantly he was dressed. Indeed, his bearing was refined, his visage noble. His ears hung down to his shoulders, and his eyes shone. The hat on his head had 3 peaks and phoenixes flying, and his robe was of a pale goose yellow. His boots were lined with cloth of gold, dragons coiled round his socks. His jade belt was decorated with the 8 jewels. At his waist was a bow curved like a moon. In his hand, a double-edged trident. His axe had split open Peach Mountain when he rescued his mother. His bow had killed the twin phoenixes of Songluo. Widespread was his fame for killing the 8 bogies, and it had become one of Plum Hill's 7 sages. His heart was too lofty to acknowledge his relatives in heaven. In his pride, he went back to be a god at Guangzheng. He was the merciful and miraculous sage of the Red City, Erlang, whose transformations were numberless. When the great sage saw him, he laughed with delight, raised his gold-banded cudgel, and shouted, "Where are you from, little general, that you have the audacity to challenge me? You must be blind, you wretch, if you can't recognize me. I am the nephew of the Jade Emperor, and my title is Merciful and Miraculous King Erlang. I am here on imperial orders to arrest you, protector of the horses. You rebel against heaven, you reckless baboon." "Now I remember who you are," replied the great sage. "Some years ago, the Jade Emperor's younger sister wanted to be immortal and came down to the lower world, where she married a Mr. Yang and gave birth to a son who split the Peach Mountain open with his axe. Is that who you are? I should really fling you a few curses, but I've got no quarrel with you, and it would be a pity to kill you by hitting you with my cudgel. So why don't you hurry back, young sir, and tell those 4 heavenly kings of yours to come out." When the true Lord Erlang heard this, he burst out angrily. "Damned monkey! Where are your manners? Try this blade of mine!" The great sage dodged the blow and instantly raised his gold-banded club to hit back. There was a fine battle between the 2 of them. The merciful god Erlang, the great sage equaling heaven. One is the handsome monkey king, the proud deceiver of his enemies. The other, a true pillar, the unknown subduer. When the 2 met, they were both in a fighting mood. He who had no respect before, today, learned a sense of proportion. The iron staff raced with the flying dragons. The divine cudgel seemed like a dancing phoenix, parrying to the left, thrusting to the right, advancing to meet a blow, flashing behind. The brothers of Plum Hill added to one side's might, while the other has the 4 stalwart generals to transmit orders. As the flags wave and the drums roll, each side is as one. Battle cries and gongs raise everyone's morale. The 2 steel blades each watch for their chance, but neither leaves an opening as they come and go. The gold-banded cudgel, the treasure from the sea, can fly and transform itself to win the victory. A moment's delay and life is lost. A single mistake will be the last. After Erlang and the great sage had fought over 300 rounds, the outcome of the fight was still undecided. Erlang braced himself, and with a shake became 10,000 fathoms tall. In his hands, his 2-bladed trident looked like the peaks of Mount Hua. His face was black, his fangs were long, and his hair was bright red. He looked ferociously evil. He hacked at the great sage's head. The great sage, also resorting to magic, gave himself a body as big as Erlang's and a face as frightening. He raised his as-you-will gold-banded cudgel, which was now like the pillar of heaven on the summit of the Kunlun mountain, to ward off Erlang's blow. This reduced the 2 ape-field marshals, Ma and Liu, to such trembling terror that they could no longer wave their banners, while the gibbon generals Sang and Ba were too scared to use their swords. On the other side, Kang, Zhang, Yao, Li, Guoshen, and Zhi Zhang threw the straw-headed gods into an assault on the Water Curtain Cave. with the dogs and eagles unleashed and their bows and crossbows drawn. This attack put the 4 monkey generals to flight, and 2 or 3,000 devils were captured. The monkeys threw away their spears, tore off their armor, abandoned their swords and halberds, and fled screaming. Some went up the mountain, and some returned to the cave, like roosting birds frightened by an owl, or stars scattered across the sky. That is all we have to say about the Sworn Brothers' victory. The story goes on to tell how the true Lord Erlang and the great sage, having turned themselves into figures on the scale of heaven and earth, were locked in battle when the great sage was suddenly appalled to notice that the monkey fiends in his cap had scattered in terror. Putting off his magic appearance, he broke away and fled, his cudgel in hand. Seeing him go, the true Lord Erlang hurried after him with long strides. "Where are you going?" he asked. "If you surrender at once, your life will be spared." The great sage, who had no heart left for the fight, was running as fast as he could. As he approached the mouth of the cave, he came up against Marshals Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li, as well as Generals Guo Shen and Ji Zhang, blocking his way at the head of their armies. "Where are you going, damned monkey?" they asked, and the great sage hastily squeezed his gold-banded cudgel till it was the size of an embroidery needle and hid it behind his ear. Then he shook himself, turned into a sparrow, flew up into a tree, and perched on one of its branches. The 6 sworn brothers looked for him very hard, but could find him nowhere. So they all shouted in unison, "The monkey fiend has escaped! The monkey fiend has escaped!" As they were shouting, the true Lord Erlang arrived and asked them, "Brothers, where had you chased him to when he disappeared?" "We had him surrounded here just now, but he vanished." Erlang opened his phoenix eyes till they were quite round and looked about him. He saw that the great sage had changed himself into a sparrow and was perching on a branch. So he put off his magical appearance, threw down his divine trident, and took the pellet bow from his waist. Then he shook himself, changed into a kite, spread his wings, and swooped up into attack. As soon as the great sage saw this, he took off and turned himself into a big cormorant, soaring up into the sky. Erlang saw him, and with a quick shake of his feathers and twist of his body, he transformed himself into a crane and pierced the clouds as he tried to catch him. The great sage landed on a mountain stream and, changing into a fish, plunged into the water. Erlang, who had pursued him to the bank of the stream, could see no trace of him. "That macaque must have gone into the water and changed himself into some kind of fish or shrimp," he thought. "I'll transform myself again, then I'll get him." He turned into a fish hawk and soared above the lower reaches of the stream and the first waves of the sea. He waited there for a long time. Meanwhile, the great sage, who was in the form of a fish, swam with the stream until he noticed a big bird flying above him. It was quite like a blue kite, except that its feathers were not blue. It was quite like an egret, but it had no crest on its head. And it was quite like a stork, but its legs were not red. That must be what Erlang turned himself into while waiting for me, he thought, turned round quickly, and went away. The fish who turned round, thought Erlang when he saw this, it's like a carp, but its tail isn't red. It's like a mandarin fish, but I can't see the pattern on its scales. It's like a snakehead, but without a star on its head. And it's like a bream, but it has no needles on its gills. Why did it turn round the moment it saw me? It must be that monkey transformed. He swooped down and snapped at the great sage with his beak. The great sage leapt out of the water, turned into a water snake, swam to the bank, and slid into the grass. Failing to catch the fish in his beak, Erlang saw a snake jump out of the water and realized it was the great sage. He changed himself at once into a red-crested gray crane and stretched out his long beak that it was like a pair of pointed pincers to eat up the water snake. The snake gave a jump and became a bustard, standing stiffly on a smart weed-covered bank. When Erlang saw that he had turned himself into so low a creature, for the bustard is the lowest and lewdest of the birds, not caring whether it mates with phoenix, eagle, or crow, he kept his distance, reverted to his own body, went away to fetch and load his pellet bow, and knocked him flying with a single shot. The great sage seized the chance as he rolled down the precipice to crouch there and turn himself into a temple to a local god. He opened his mouth wide to look like the entrance to the temple and turned his teeth into the doors. He made his tongue into the statue of a god and his eyes into windows and lattice. He could not tuck his tail away, so he stuck it behind him as a flagpole. When Erlang came to the foot of the precipice, he could not see the bustard he had shot over, and anxiously opening his phoenix eyes, he looked carefully around and saw a temple with a flagpole at the back. "It must be that monkey over there," he observed with a smile. "He's trying to fool me again. I've seen temples before, but never one with the flagpole at the back. I'm sure it is that beast up to his tricks again. If he'd managed to lure me in, he'd have been able to get me with a single bite. Of course I won't go in. I'll smash his windows in with my fist, then I'll kick his door down." Vicious, really vicious, thought the great sage with horror when he heard him say this. Those doors are my teeth, and the windows are my eyes. And if he smashes my teeth and bashes in my eyes, what sort of a state will that leave me in? With a tiger leap, he disappeared into the sky. The true Lord Erlang rushed around wildly, but he could only see his 6 sworn brothers who crowded round him, and asked, "Elder brother, did you catch the great sage?" "That monkey turned himself into a temple to fool me," he replied with a laugh. "Just when I was going to smash his windows and kick in his door, he gave a jump and vanished without a trace. Strange, very strange." They were all astonished, and though they looked around, all they could see no sign of him. Wow. "Brothers, you patrol this area while I go look for him above," said Erlang with a quick jump. He was riding a cloud in midair. When he saw Heavenly King Li holding high the fiend-detecting mirror and standing with Neza at the edge of the cloud, the true Lord asked, "Your Heavenly Majesty, have you seen that Monkey King?" "He hasn't come up here, and I've been keeping a lookout for him with this mirror," the Heavenly King replied. The true Lord Erlang then told him how he had used transformations and magic to capture the monkey hordes. "He changed into a temple," Erlang went on, "but got away when I was going to hit him." On hearing this, Heavenly King Li turned the fiend-detecting mirror in all 4 directions, then said with a laugh, "Hurry away, true Lord, hurry away. The monkey made himself invisible to get through the encirclement, and he's gone to your palace, Wanzhangkou." Erlang took his divine trident and returned to Wanzhangkou in pursuit. The great sage had already arrived there, changed himself into the likeness of the god Erlang with a shake of his body, put away his cloud, and gone into the temple. The demon judges did not realize who he really was, so they all kowtowed and welcomed him. He took his seat in the middle of the temple and inspected the offerings, the beef, mutton, and pork presented by one Li Hu, the ex voto promised by a Zhang Long, the letter from a Zhao Jia asking for a son, and one Qian Bing's prayer for recovery from illness. As he was looking round, it was announced that another Lord Erlang had arrived. All the demon judges hurried to look, and they were all astonished. The true Lord Erlang asked, "Has a so-called great sage equaling heaven been here?" "We haven't seen any great sages," they replied. "Only another god who's looking round inside." The true Lord rushed in through the gates, and as soon as the great sage saw him, he reverted to his own appearance and said, "There's no point in shouting, sir. The temple's mine now." The true Lord raised his double-bladed trident and swung at the Monkey King's head. But the Monkey King dodged the blow by magic, took his embroidery needle, shook it till it was thick as a bowl, and rushed forward to meet the attack. Shouting and yelling, they fought their way out through the gates and went on fighting through the mists and clouds all the way back to the mountain of flowers and fruit. The 4 heavenly kings and all their soldiers were so alarmed that they kept an even tighter guard. Marshals Kang and Zhang and the others came to meet the true Lord and combined their efforts to surround the handsome Monkey King. But of this, no more for now. After the strong-armed Demon King had sent the true Lord Erlang and his 6 sworn brothers with their troops to capture the fiend, he'd gone back to heaven to report. He found the Jade Emperor, the Bodhisattva, Guan Yin, the Queen Mother, and all his immortal ministers in conference. Although Erlang has joined the fight, we have had no reports on it all day, the Jade Emperor said. Guan Yin put her hands together and replied, "May I suggest that your majesty go out through the southern gate of heaven with Lord Laozi to see for yourself what is happening?" "A good idea," said the emperor, and he went by chariot with Laozi, the Queen Mother, and all the immortal ministers to the southern gate of heaven. Here they were met by a number of heavenly soldiers and strongmen. When the gates were opened and they looked into the distance, they saw that the heavenly hosts were spread all around in a net. Heavenly King Li and Neza were standing in midair with the fiend detecting mirror, and Erlang was struggling with the great sage within the encircling ring. The Bodhisattva addressed Laozi and asked, "What do you think of the god Erlang I recommended? He really does have divine powers. He's just got that great sage cornered, and all he has to do now is to catch him. If I give him a little help now, he will certainly be able to do it." "What weapon would you use, Bodhisattva? How could you help him?" Laozi asked. "I'll drop that pure vase of willow twigs onto the monkey's head. Even if it doesn't kill him, it will knock him off balance and enable the little sage to catch him. That vase of yours is made of porcelain, and if you hit the target, that will be fine. But if it were to miss his head and smash onto his iron club, it would be shattered. Just hold your hand while I give him a little help." "What sort of weapon do you have?" the Bodhisattva asked, and Lord Laozi replied, "I've got one all right." He pulled up his sleeve and took a bracelet off his right arm. "This weapon," he said, "is made of tempered steel to which I have added the magic elixir. It preserves my miraculous essence, can transform itself, is proof against fire and water, and can snare anything. One of its names is Diamond Jade, and the other is Diamond Noose. When I went out through the Han Pass some years ago to turn into a foreigner and become a Buddha, I have a great way to thank it for. Great deal to thank it for. It's the best protection at any time. Just watch while I throw it down and hit him. As soon as he had finished speaking, he threw it down from outside the heavenly gate, and it fell into the camp on the mountain of flowers and fruit, hitting the Monkey King neatly on the head. The Monkey King was too preoccupied with fighting the 7 sages to notice this weapon falling on him from heaven, and when it struck him on the forehead, he lost his balance and stumbled, then picked himself up and started to run. The slim dog of the god Erling caught him up and bit him in the calf, bringing him down again. As he lay on the ground, he cursed at the dog. "You don't bother your own master, damn you! Why pick on me to bite?" He rolled over and tried unsuccessfully to get up, but the 7 sages all held him down, roped him up, and put a sickle-shaped blade round his collar bone to prevent him from making any more transformations. Lord Laozi then recovered his diamond jade and invited the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, the Queen Mother, and all the immortal ministers to return to the Hall of Miraculous Mist. Down below, Heavenly King Li and the other 4 Heavenly Kings assembled their troops and pulled up the stockade. They went over to congratulate the little sage and said, "It was all thanks to you, little sage." No, it was thanks to the great blessings of His Celestial Majesty and the might of all the gods. It was nothing I did, replied the little sage. "No time to talk now, elder brother," said the 4 marshals Kang, Zhang, Yao, and Li. "Let's take this wretch up to heaven to see the Jade Emperor and ask what is to be done with him." "Worthy brothers," Erlang replied, "you never received any heavenly commissions, so it would not be right for you to see the Jade Emperor. The heavenly soldiers can escort him while I go up there with the heavenly kings to report back. You should comb this mountain with your troops, and when you've finished, go back to Guanzhengkou. When I've asked for our rewards, I'll come back and we can celebrate together." The 4 marshals and 2 generals accepted their orders, and the rest mounted their clouds and went to heaven triumphantly, singing victory songs. Before long, they were outside the Hall of Universal Brightness. The heavenly teachers reported to the throne that the 4 heavenly kings and the rest of them had captured the monkey devil, the great sage equaling heaven, and were now waiting to be summoned. The Jade Emperor then issued an edict ordering the strong-armed Demon King and the heavenly soldiers to march him to the Demon Beheading Tower, where the wretch was to have his body chopped to mincemeat. Goodness! The bully and cheat now meets with a bitter punishment. The heroic spirit must now come to an end. If you don't know what happened to the Monkey King's life, then listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 7. The great sage escapes from the 8 trigrams furnace. The mind ape is fixed beneath 5 elements mountain. Wealth and honor, glory and fame are predetermined by fate. No one should act against conscience to covet any of them. Far-going and deep are the good results of true enlightenment and loyalty. Heaven punishes all wild and wicked deeds, if not at once, then later on. Ask the Lord of the East the reason why disasters now strike him. It is because his ambition was high, his plans far-reaching. He did not respect authority, and he smashed convention. The story goes on to tell how the great sage equaling heaven was escorted by the hosts of heavenly soldiers to the demon beheading tower and tied to the demon subduing pillar. They hacked at him with sabers, sliced at him with axes, lunged at him with spears, and cut him with swords, but they were unable to inflict a single wound on him.
The Southern Dipper angrily ordered all the gods of the Department of Fire to set him alight and burn him up, but he would not ignite. He told the gods of the Department of Thunder to nail splinters of thunder into him. But however hard they tried, they could not harm a hair of his body. The strong-armed Demon King and the rest of them then reported this to the throne. "Your Majesty," they said, "this great sage has learned somewhere or other how to protect himself by magic. Although your subjects have hacked at him with sabers, sliced at him with axes, struck at him with thunder, and tried to burn him with fire, we have not been able to harm a hair of his body. What are we to do?" "How can we deal with a wretch like this?" the Jade Emperor asked. And the Lord Lao Tzu replied to this in a memorial. "That monkey has eaten the peaches of immortality, drunk the imperial liquor, and stolen the pills of elixir. He swallowed those 5 gourds of pills of mine, fresh ones and mature ones alike. Now we have used the fire of samadhi on him, which has tempered his body and made it a diamond, one that cannot be harmed. The best course would be to let me take him and put him in my 8 trigrams furnace, where I can refine out my elixir with the civil and martial fire and reduce him to ashes at the same time." The Jade Emperor then ordered the 6 Dings and the 6 Jias to untie him and hand him over to the Lord Lao Tzu, who took him away in obedience to the imperial decree. At the same time, the Jade Emperor summoned the illustrious sage Erlang to his presence and rewarded him with 100 golden flowers, 100 jars of imperial liquor, 100 pills of elixir, rare jewels, lustrous pearls, brocade, embroidery, and other gifts to share with his sworn brothers. The true Lord Erlang thanked him for this bounty and returned to Wanzhengkou. When he reached the Tushita Palace, Lord Lao Tzu had the great sage untied, took the hook from his collarbone, pushed him into the 8 trigrams furnace, and ordered the priests in charge of it, and the fire boys, to fan the fire up to refine him. Now this furnace was made up of the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kan, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kun, and Dui. So he squeezed himself into the palace of Sun, as Sun was the wind, and where there was wind there could be no fire. All that happened was that the wind stirred up the smoke, which made both his eyes red and left him somewhat blind with the illness called fire eyes with golden pupils. Time soon passed, and without him realizing it, the 7 times 7, or 49 days had passed, and Lord Lao Tzu's fire had reached the required temperature and burned for long enough. One day the furnace was opened for the elixir to be taken out. The great sage, who was shielding his eyes with both hands and wiping away his tears, heard a noise at the top of the furnace. He looked hard and saw daylight, and, unable to stand being in there a moment longer, leapt out of the furnace, kicked it over with a crash, and was off. In the ensuing chaos, the fire boys, the keepers of the furnace, the Dings and the Jias, all tried to grab him, but he knocked them all down. He was like a white-browed tiger gone berserk, a single-horned dragon, raving mad. Lord Lao Tzu rushed up to seize him, but was thrown head over heels as the great sage freed himself. He took the as-you-will cudgel from his ear, and shook it in the wind till it was thick as a bowl, and once more created total chaos in the palace of heaven. not caring in the least what he did. He laid about him to such effect that the 9 bright shiners shut their windows and doors, and not a sign was to be seen of the 4 heavenly kings. Marvelous monkey spirit. As the poem has it, his primordial body matches an earlier heaven, completely natural throughout 10,000 ages, vast and passive, blended with the great monad, always immobile, known as the prime mystery. After so much refining in the furnace, he is not lead or mercury. Having lived long outside the ordinary, he is a natural immortal. His changes are inexhaustible, and still he has more. So say nothing about the 3 refuges or the 5 abstentions. Another poem says, a single point of magic light can fill the whole of space. Likewise, that staff of his, longer or shorter, depending on his needs, upright or horizontal, it can shrink or grow. Yet another poem runs, to the ape's immortal body is matched a human mind. That the mind is an ape is deeply meaningful. It was quite true that the great sage equaled heaven. The appointment as proctor of the horse showed no discernment. Horse and ape together make mind and thought. Bind them tightly together and do not seek elsewhere. When all phenomena are reduced to truth, they follow a single pattern. Like the Tathagata reaching nirvana under the 2 trees. This time the Monkey King made no distinctions between high and humble as he laid about him to east and west with his iron club. Not a single god opposed him. He fought his way into the Hall of Universal Brightness outside the Hall of Miraculous Mist, where the kingly spirit officer, the lieutenant of the helpful sage and true lord, fortunately, was on duty. When he saw the great sage charging round, he took up his golden mace and went forward to resist him. "Where are you going, damned monkey?" he asked. "If you go wild, you'll have me to deal with." The great sage was not in a position to argue with him, so he raised his cudgel to strike him. The spirit officer lifted his mace and advanced to meet him. It was a fine fight. Great was the fame of the brave and loyal officer. Evil the name of the rebel who bullied heaven. The low one and the good one were well matched. Valiant heroes fighting each other. Vicious the iron cudgel, quick the golden mace. Both were straight, merciless, and terrible. One of them is a deity formed the great monad's thunder. The other is the monkey spirit, the great sage equaling heaven. With golden mace or iron cudgel, each is a master. Both are weapons from the palaces of the gods. Today they show their might in the Hall of Miraculous Mist, a wonderful display of courage and skill. One in his folly wanting to capture the palace of the Dipper and the Bull, the other exerting all his strength to support the world of the gods. The fight is too hard to allow the use of magic, as mace and cudgel struggle without result. As they fought together without either of them emerging as victor, the true lord sent an officer with a message to the Thunder Palace ordering the 36 Thunder Generals to surround the great sage. Although they all fought with utmost ferocity, the great sage was not in the least frightened, and parried and blocked to left and right with his as-you-will cudgel, resisting his opponents in front and behind. Before long, he found that the pressure was too great from the sabers, spears, swords, halberds, clubs, maces, claws and ropes, hammer, pole-axes, battle-axes, grabs, pinoned hooks, and moon-shaped bills of the Thunder Generals. So he shook himself and grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Then he shook his as-you-will cudgel and changed it into 3 cudgels. And wielding the 3 cudgels in his 6 hands, he flew round and round inside the encirclement like a spinning wheel. None of the Thunder Generals could get anywhere near him. Indeed, perfectly round, gleaming bright, how can men learn to live forever? He can enter fire without being burned, and go into the water but not be drowned. He is as bright as a Mani pearl. Swords and spears cannot harm him. He is capable of good and capable of evil. When faced with the choice between good and evil, he might do either. If he is good, he becomes a Buddha or an immortal. If bad, he grows fur and horns. With his boundless transformations, he wrecked the heavenly palace. Nor can Thunder Generals and divine troops take him. Although the gods had the great sage cornered, they were unable to get near him. The noise of the shouting and the fighting had already alarmed the Jade Emperor, who ordered the miracle official Yeehaw to go to the west with the helpful sage and true lord and ask the Buddha to subdue him. When these 2 sages received the order, they went to the wonderful land of the miraculous mountain, where they offered their greetings to the 4 Vajrapanis and the 8 Bodhisattvas before the Thunder Monastery, and asked them to pass on their message. The gods went to the foot of the lotus seat to inform the Tathagata. I'll look that up later, sorry. Who invited the 2 sages to his presence. When the sages had performed the 3-fold obeisance to the Buddha, they stood in attendance below the throne. "Why has the Jade Emperor troubled you 2 sages to come here?" asked the Buddha. "A monkey," they reported, "who was born on the mountain of flowers and fruit, has used his magic powers to unite all the monkeys and throw the world into confusion. The Jade Emperor sent down an edict of amnesty and appointed him the protector of horses. But this was not good enough for him, so he left heaven again. When Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza were unsuccessful in their attempt to capture him, the Jade Emperor sent down another amnesty, with his appointment as a great sage equaling heaven. At first, this appointment was purely nominal, but later he was told to look after the peach orchard. But he stole the peaches and then went to the jade pool where he stole the delicacies and the liquor and wrecked the banquet. In his drunkenness, he staggered into the Tushita Palace, stole Lord Laozi's pills of immortality, and left heaven again. The Jade Emperor sent 100,000 heavenly troops, but they were still unable to subdue him. Then Guanyin recommended the true Lord Erlang and his sworn brothers to go after the monkey, and he used many a transformation until he was finally able to capture the monkey, after the Lord Laozi hit him with his diamond jade. The monkey was then taken to the imperial presence, and the order for his execution was given. But although he was hacked at with sabers, chopped at with axes, burned with fire, and struck with thunder, none of this did him any damage. So Lord Laozi requested permission to take him away and refine him with fire. But when the cauldron was opened after 49 days, He jumped out of the 8 trigrams furnace, routed the heavenly troops, and went straight to the Hall of Universal Brightness in front of the Hall of Miraculous Mist. Here he has been stopped and engaged in fierce combat by the kingly spirit officer, the lieutenant of the helpful sage and true Lord Erlang. Thunder generals have been sent there to encircle him, but no one has been able to get close to him. In this crisis, the Jade Emperor makes a special appeal to you, the Tathagata, to save his throne. On hearing this, the Tathagata said to the assembled bodhisattvas, "You stay here quietly in this Dharma hall and behave yourselves in your seats of meditation while I go to deal with the demon and save the throne." Telling the venerable Ananda and the venerable Kasyapa to accompany him, the Tathagata left the Thunder Monastery and went straight to the gate of the Hall of Miraculous Mist, where his ears were shaken by the sound of shouting as 36 Thunder Generals surrounded the great sage. The Buddha issued a decree that ran, "Tell the Thunder Generals to stop fighting, open up their camp, and call on that great sage to come out, so that I may ask him what divine powers he has." The generals then withdrew, whereupon the great sage put away his magic appearance and came forward in his own body. He was in a raging temper as he asked, "Where are you from? You are a good man. You've got nerve stopping the fighting and questioning me." "I am the venerable Sakyamuni, from the western land of perfect bliss," replied the Buddha with a smile. "I have heard of your wild and boorish behavior, and of your repeated rebellions against heaven, and I would like to know where you were born, when you found the way, and why you have been so ferocious." "I am," the great sage said, "a miracle-working immortal, born of heaven and earth, an old ape from the mountain of flowers and fruit. My home is in the water curtain cave. I sought friends and teachers and became aware of the great mystery. I have practiced many a method for obtaining eternal life. Infinite are the transformations I have learned. That is why I found the mortal world too cramped and decided to live in the Jade Heaven. None can reign forever in the Hall of Miraculous Mist. Kings throughout history have had to pass on their power. The strong should be honored. He should give way to me. This is the only reason I wage my heroic fight." The Buddha laughed mockingly. "You wretch! You are only a monkey spirit, and you have the effrontery to want to grab the throne of the Jade Emperor. He has trained himself since childhood and suffered hardship for 1,750 kalpas. Each kalpa is 129,600 years. So you can work out for yourself how long it has taken him to be able to enjoy this great and infinite way. But you are a beast who has only just become a man for the first time. How dare you talk so big? You're not human, not even human. I'll shorten your lifespan. Accept my teaching at once and stop talking such nonsense. Otherwise you'll be in for trouble, and your life will be very shortly over. And that will be so much worse for your original form, too." Although he has trained himself for a long time, ever since he was a child, he still has no right to occupy this place forever, the great sage said. As the saying goes, emperors are made by turn, Next year it may be me. If he can be persuaded to move out and make heaven over to me, that'll be fine. But if he doesn't abdicate in my favor, I'll most certainly make things hot for him, and he'll never know peace and quiet again. What have you got besides immortality and the ability to transform yourself that gives you the nerve to try to seize the heavenly palace? The Buddha asked. I can do many tricks indeed, the great sage replied. I can perform 72 transformations, and I can preserve my youth for 10,000 kalpas. I can ride a somersault cloud that takes me 36,000 miles at a single jump, so why shouldn't I sit on the throne of heaven? I'll have you a wager then, said the Buddha. If you're clever enough to get out of my right hand with a single somersault, you will be the winner, and there will be no more need for weapons or fighting. I shall invite the Jade Emperor to come and live in the West and abdicate the heavenly palace to you. But if you can't get out of the palm of my hand, you will have to go down to the world below as a devil and train yourself for several more kalpas before coming to argue about it again. When he heard this offer, the great sage smiled to himself and thought, this Buddha is a complete idiot. I can cover 36,000 miles with a somersault, so how could I fail to jump out of the palm of his hand, which is less than a foot across? With this in mind, he asked eagerly, do you guarantee that yourself? Yes, the Buddha replied, as he stretched out his hand, which seemed to be about the size of a lotus leaf. Putting away his as-you-will cudgel, the great sage summoned up all his divine powers, jumped into the palm of the Buddha's hand, and said, I'm off. Watch him as he goes like a streak of light and completely disappears. The Buddha, who was watching him with his wise eyes, saw the Monkey King whirling forward like a windmill, and not stopping until he saw 5 flesh-pink pillars topped by dark vapors. This is the end of the road, he said, so now I'll go back. The Buddha will be witness, and the hall of miraculous mist will be mine. Then he thought again, wait a moment. I'll leave my mark here to prove my case when I talk to the Buddha. He pulled out a hair, breathed on it with his magic breath, and shouted, change! It turned into a writing brush dipped in ink, and with it he wrote, the great sage equaling heaven was here, in big letters on the middle pillar. When that was done, he put the hair back on, and, not standing on his dignity, made a pool of monkey piss at the foot of the pillar. Then he turned his somersault round and went back to where he had started from. I went, and now I'm back. Tell the Jade Emperor to hand the heavenly palace over to me, he said, standing in the Buddha's palm. I've got you, you piss spirit of a monkey, roared the Buddha at him. You never left the palm of my hand. You're wrong there, the great sage replied. I went to the farthest point of heaven where I saw 5 flesh-pink pillars topped by dark vapors. I left my mark there. Do you dare come and see it with me? There's no need to go. Just look down. The great sage looked down with his fire eyes with golden pupils to see the words. The great sage equaling heaven was here, written on the middle finger of the Buddha's right hand. The stink of monkey piss rose from the fold at the bottom of his finger. What a thing to happen! Exclaimed the great sage in astonishment. I wrote this on one of the pillars supporting the sky, so how can it be on his finger now? He must have used divination to know what I was going to do. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. I'll go there and come back again. The dear great sage hurriedly braced himself to jump, but the Buddha turned his hand over and pushed the Monkey King out through the western gate of heaven. He turned his 5 fingers into a mountain chain belonging to the elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, renamed them the 5 Elements Mountain, and gently held him down. All the thunder gods and the disciples Ananda and Kasyapa put their hands together to praise the Buddha. Wonderful, wonderful. And Egg learned to be a man, cultivated his conduct, and achieved the way. Heaven has been undisturbed for the 1,000 kalpas, until one day the spirits and gods were scattered. The rebel against heaven, wanting high position, insulted immortals, stole the pills, and destroyed morality. Today, his horrible sins are being punished. Who knows when he will be able to rise again? When he had eliminated the monkey fiend, the Buddha told Ananda and Kasyapa to return with him to the western paradise. At that moment, Tian Peng and Tian Yu hurried out of the Hall of Miraculous Mist to say, "We beg the Tathagata to wait a moment, as the Jade Emperor's chariot is coming." The Buddha turned round and looked up, and an instant later he saw an 8-splendor imperial chariot, and a 9 shining jeweled canopy appeared, to the sound of strange and exquisite music, and the chanting of countless sacred verses. Precious flowers were scattered and incense was burned. The Jade Emperor went straight up to the Buddha and said, "We are deeply indebted to the great Buddha's powers for wiping out the demon, and we hope that the Tathagata will spend a day here so that we may invite all the immortals to a feast of thanksgiving." The Buddha did not dare refuse, so putting his hands together, he replied, "This old monk only came here in obedience to your celestial majesty's command. What magic powers can I pretend to? This was all due to the wonderful good fortune of your celestial majesty and the other gods. How could I possibly allow you to thank me?" The Jade Emperor then ordered all of the gods of the Department of Thunder to split up and invite the 3 Pure Ones, the 4 Emperors, the 5 Ancients, the 6 Superintendents, the 7 Main Stars, the 8 Points of the Compass, the 9 Bright Shiners, the 10 Chiefs, the 1,000 Immortals, and the 10,000 Sages, to a banquet to thank the Buddha for his mercy. He then ordered the 4 great heavenly teachers and the 9 heavenly maidens to open up the golden gates of the Jade Capital, and the Palace of the Great Mystery, and the Tongyang Jade Palace. Invite the Tathagata to take his seat on the throne of the 7 precious things. Arrange the places for all the different groups of guests, and set out the dragon liver, phoenix bone marrow, jade liquor, and magic peaches. Before long, the original celestial jade pure one, the high celestial precious pure one, the heavenly celestial pure one of the way, the true lords of the 5 humors, the star lords of the 5 constellations, the 3 officers, the 4 sages, the left assistant, the right support, the heavenly kings, Neza, and the whole of space responded to the invitations that had been sent out magically. Their standards and canopies came 2 by 2 as they brought shining pearls, rare jewels, fruit of longevity, and exotic flowers, and presented them to the Buddha with bows. We thank the Tathagata for subduing the monkey fiend with his infinite powers. His celestial majesty has asked us all to come to his banquet to express our thanks. We beg the Tathagata to give this banquet a title. The Buddha accepted this commission and said, "Since you want a name for it, we could call it The banquet to celebrate peace in heaven. Splendid. Banquet to celebrate peace in heaven. Splendid, exclaimed all the immortals with one voice, and then they all sat down in their places, put flowers in their hair, and played the lyre. It was indeed a splendid banquet, and here are some verses to prove it. The banquet to celebrate peace in heaven far surpasses the banquet of peaches that the monkey wrecked. Radiance shines from dragon flags and imperial chariots. Auspicious vapors float above streamers and symbols of office. Melodious the fairy music and mysterious songs. Loud sound the tones of phoenix flute and pipe of jade. The rarest of perfumes waft around the immortals, assembled calm in the sky, to congratulate the court on pacifying the universe. When the immortals were all enjoying the feast, the Queen Mother and a group of fairies, immortal beauties, and houris, floated through the air as they danced towards the Buddha. And after paying her respects, the Queen Mother said, "My peach banquet was ruined by that monkey fiend, and this banquet to celebrate peace in heaven is being given because the Tathagata has used his great powers to chain down the evil monkey. Having nothing else with which to express my gratitude, I've picked a number of peaches of immortality with my own pure hands as an offering. They were half red, half green, sweet-smelling beauties, growing every 10,000 years from immortal roots. The peaches of Wuling Yuan seem laughable. How can they compare with those of heaven? Purple-veined and tender, rare even in the sky, yellow-stoned and matchless on earth for their sweetness. They are able to adapt the body and make it live forever. Those lucky enough to eat them are no ordinary beings. The Buddha put his hands together to thank the Queen Mother, who instructed the fairies and houris to sing and dance again, and their performance met with the praises of the whole assembly. Indeed, misty heavenly incense filled the room, a chaos of heavenly petals and flowers. Great is the splendor of the Jade City and Golden Gates, priceless the strange treasures and rare jewels. 2 by 2, coeval with heaven, pair by pair, outliving 10,000 kalpas. Even if land and sea changed places, they would not be astonished or alarmed. Soon after, the Queen Mother had ordered the fairies and houris to sing and dance, and when wine cups and chopsticks were weaving to and fro, suddenly a strange scent reached their noses, startling the stars and constellations in the hall. Immortals and Buddha put down their cups, each of them raising their heads to look. An old man appeared in the middle of the Milky Way, holding a sacred mushroom. His gourd contains 10,000-year elixir. On the sacred rolls, his name is written, Eternal Life. In his cave, heaven and earth are free. In his bottle, sun and moon were created. As he wanders around the 4 seas in pure idleness, taking his ease in the 10 continents, enjoying the bustle. When he went to the peach banquets, he often got drunk, but when he came round, the moon was as bright as ever. A long head, big ears, and a short body, known as longevity from the southern pole. The star of longevity had arrived. When he had made his greetings to the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, he made a speech of thanks. When I heard that the monkey fiend had been taken by the Lord Lao Tzu to his Tushita palace to be refined, I thought this was bound to restore peace, he said, and I never expected he would rebel again. Happily, the demon was quelled by the Tathagata, and so when I heard that this feast was being given to thank him, I came at once. As I have nothing else to offer, I have brought with me purple magic mushrooms, jasper herbs, greenish jade lotus roots, and golden pills of immortality. These I humbly present. The poem says, offering the jade lotus root and golden pills to Sakyamuni, to give him as many years as the grains of sand on the Ganges. Peace and eternal joy decorate the three vehicles. Prosperity and eternal life make the 9 grades of immortals glorious. Within the gate of no phenomena, the true law rules. Above the heaven of nothingness is his immortal home. Heaven and earth both call him their ancestor. His golden body provides blessings and long life. The Buddha happily accepted his thanks, and after the star of longevity had taken his place, the wine cups started to circulate once more. Then the barefoot immortal appeared, kowtowed to the Jade Emperor, and thanked the Buddha. I am deeply grateful to you for subduing the monkey fiend with your divine powers. As I have nothing else with which to express my respect, I offer you 2 magic pears and a number of fire dates. Sweet are the barefoot immortals' pears and dates, and long will be the life of the Buddha to whom they are offered. The lotus seat of the 7 treasures is as firm as a mountain. His 1,000 golden flower throne is as gorgeous as a brocade. Koval with heaven and earth. This is no lie. It is true that his blessings are greater than a flood. His western paradise of leisure and bliss truly provides all the long life and blessings one could hope. The Buddha thanked him too, and telling Ananda and Kasyapa to collect together all the offerings, he went over to the Jade Emperor to thank him for the banquet. When all the guests were thoroughly drunk, the miraculous patrolling officer reported that the great sage had poked his head out. It doesn't matter, the Buddha said, producing from his sleeve a strip of paper on which were written the golden words, Om Mani Padme Hum. He gave this piece of paper to Ananda and told him to stick it on the summit of the mountains. The venerable Ananda took it through the gates of heaven and pasted it firmly to a square boulder on the top of the 5 Elements mountain. When this was done, the mountain sank roots and joined up all its seams. The Monkey King was still able to breathe, and he could still stick his hands out and move them. Ananda went back to heaven and reported that he had pasted the paper in place. The Buddha then took his leave of the Jade Emperor and all other deities. When he and his 2 disciples had gone out through the gates of heaven, his merciful heart moved him to chant a spell, ordering a local tutelary god and the revealers of the truth of the 5 regions to live on the mountain and keep guard over him. When he was hungry, they were to feed him iron pellets, and when he was thirsty, they were to give him molten copper to drink. When the time of his punishment was over, someone would come and rescue him. Indeed, the monkey fiend was bold enough to rebel against heaven, but was subdued by the Tathagata's hand. He endures the months and years, drinking molten copper for his thirst, and blunts his hunger on iron pellets, serving his time. Suffering the blows of heaven, he undergoes torment. Yet even in the bleakest time, a happy fate awaits. If some hero is ready to struggle for him, one year he will go to the west in the service of the Buddha. Another poem goes, his great power grew as he humbled the mighty. He used his wicked talents to subdue tigers and dragons. He stole the peaches and wine as he wandered round heaven, was graciously given office in the jade capital. When his wickedness went too far, his body suffered, but his roots of goodness were not severed, and his breath still rose. He will escape from the hand of the Buddha, and wait till the Tang produces a saintly monk. If you don't know in what month of what year his sufferings ended, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 8. Our Buddha creates the scriptures and passes on perfect bliss. Guan Yin obeys a decree and goes to Chang'an. If you try to ask about the dhyana, or investigate the innumerable, you will waste your life and achieve nothing. Polishing bricks to make mirrors, or piling up snow to turn it into grain. However many years have you wasted like that? A hair can contain an ocean, a mustard seed can hold a mountain, and the golden Kasyapa only smiles. When you are awakened, you will surpass the 10 gates and the 3 vehicles, and stop the 4 kinds of birth and the 6 types of reincarnation. Who has ever heard before the cliff of thoughts extinguished, under the tree that has no shadow, the sound of the cuckoo in a spring dawn? The path by the cow stream is dangerous. The vulture peak is high in the clouds. Here the voice of the ancients was a mystery. On a cliff 10,000 feet high, 5-leaved lotuses bloom. As scent coils round the shutters of the old palace, at that time, your knowledge smashes all the currents of thought. The Dragon King and the 3 treasures can be seen. This lyric poem is set to the tune Su Wu Man. Our story goes on to how our Buddha, the Tathagata, left the Jade Emperor and went back to the Thunder Monastery, where he saw the 3,000 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, 8 great Vajrapanis, and countless Bodhisattvas, standing under the pair of Sala trees at the foot of the Vulture Peak, all holding banners, canopies, jewels, and magical flowers. The Tathagata brought his propitious cloud to a halt, and addressed them thus. With my deep insight, I surveyed the 3 worlds. The origin of nature is ultimately emptiness, like the great void, containing nothing at all. The subjection of this evil monkey was a mystery beyond understanding. It is called the beginning of life and death. Such is the appearance of things. When he had spoken, a sacred light filled the sky with 42 rainbows that linked north and south together. All who saw them bowed, and a moment later the Buddha gathered together some felicitous clouds and climbed to the supreme lotus throne, where he seated himself in majesty. Then the 3,000 Buddhas, the 500 Arhats, the 8 Vajrapanis, and the 4 Bodhisattvas came forward to bow to him with their hands together and ask, "Who was it who wrecked the heavenly palace and ruined the peach banquet?" The wretch was a monkey fiend born on the mountain of flowers and fruit, the Buddha replied, whose towering crimes would begar description. None of the heavenly generals were able to subdue him, and when Lord Lao Tzu refined him with fire after Erlang captured him, he was unharmed. When I went there, he was in the middle of the Thunder Generals, giving a great display of his martial prowess and spirit. I stopped the fighting and asked him what it was all about. He said that he had divine powers, was able to do transformations, and could ride a somersault cloud for 36,000 miles at a single jump. I made a wager with him that he could not jump out of my hand, then grabbed him, turned my fingers into the 5 Elements Mountain, and sealed him under it. The Jade Emperor opened wide the golden gates of the Jade Palace, and invited me to be the guest of honor at a banquet to celebrate peace in heaven. He gave to thank me. After that, I took my leave of him and came back here. They were all delighted by the news, and they congratulated him effusively. After which they withdrew group by group, each to go about his duties, as all rejoiced in the divine truth. Indeed, propitious vapors filled paradise. Rainbows surround the Venerable One. The Western Paradise, known as the best, is ruled by the Dharma King of non-phenomenon. Black apes are always offering fruit. Deer hold flowers in their mouths. Blue phoenixes dance. Colored birds call. Sacred turtles offer long life. Immortal cranes present magic mushrooms. Here they peacefully enjoy the pure land of the Jetavana Park, the infinite realms of the Dragon Palace. Every day, flowers bloom. Fruit is always ripe. Through practicing silence, they return to the truth, achieving reality by contemplation. There is no birth nor death. They neither wax nor wane. Mists follow them as they come and go. Untouched by heat or cold, they do not notice the years. One day, as the Buddha dwelt in the Thunder Monastery on the Vulture Peak, he called together all the other Buddhas, arhats, guardian deities, bodhisattvas, vajrapanis, monks, and nuns, and said, "As we are beyond time, I don't know how long it has been since the crafty ape was subdued and heaven pacified, but by earthly reckoning, it must be about 500 years. As today is a fine early autumn day, and I have a precious bowl filled with 100 kinds of rare flowers and 1,000 varieties of exotic fruit, what would you say to our having an Ulambana feast?" They all put their hands together and performed the reverence of going round him 3 times in acceptance. The Buddha then ordered Ananda to hold the bowl of flowers and fruit, while Kasyapa laid them out. The hosts were moved to gratitude, which they expressed in verse. The poem on happiness went, "The star of happiness shines bright before the Venerable One. Gifts of happiness spread wide and deep, ever richer. Fortune is boundless and lasts as long as earth. A happy fate has the luck to be linked with heaven. Fields of happiness are widely sown and flourish every year. The sea of happiness is mighty and deep, never changing. Happiness fills heaven and earth, leaving legacies of happiness. Happiness grows beyond measure, eternally complete." The poem on official rank went, "With rank as high as a mountain, colored phoenixes call. With rank ever increasing, we praise the evening star. Salary raised to 10,000 bushels and a healthy body. Salary raised to 1,000 tons, and the world at peace. Rank and salary equaling heaven, and eternal too.
Rank and fame as great as the sea, and even clearer. Rank and favor, continuing forever, greatly to be admired. Rank and nobility without bounds, like 10,000 kingdoms. The poem on longevity went, "The star of longevity shines towards the Buddha. The glories of the land of longevity start from here. Fruits of longevity fill the bowls, glowing with good omen. Longevity's flowers are newly plucked and placed on the lotus throne. Poems of longevity, pure and elegant, full of rare conceits. Songs of longevity sung with exquisite talent. Life as long as sun and moon. Life that will outlast both mountains and seas." When the bodhisattvas have presented all the poems, they ask the Buddha to expound the fundamentals to them. Then the Tathagata opened his excellent mouth and expounded the great law and retribution. He spoke about the wonderful scriptures of the three vehicles and the theory of the five aggregates, as contained in the Surangama Sutra. The deities and nagas gathered round, and flowers came raining down in profusion. Indeed, the meditating heart shines like the moon in 1,000 rivers. The true nature embraces 10,000 miles of sky. When the Buddha had finished his sermon, he said to the host, "I have observed that the morality of the living creatures of the 4 continents varies. In the eastern continent of superior body, they worship heaven and earth. Their minds are livery, and they are even-tempered. In the northern Kuru continent, they are given to killing living things, but they only do it to feed themselves. They are stupid and lazy by nature, but they do not trample much on others. Our western continent of cattle gift has people who neither covet nor kill. They nourish the vital essence and submerge the spirit, and although they produce no saints of the highest order, they all live to a ripe old age. But in the southern Jambu continent, they are greedy and lecherous, and delight in the sufferings of others. They go in for a great deal of killing and quarreling. That continent can with truth be called a vicious field of tongues and mouths, an evil sea of disputation. I now have the 3 stores of truth scriptures with which they can be persuaded to be good." On hearing this, all the bodhisattvas put their hands together in submission, then went forward to ask, "What 3 stores of true scriptures does the Tathagata have?" "I have 1 store of the Vinaya, the law, which is about heaven. 1 of Sastras, expositions which are concerned with earth, and 1 of Sutras, or scriptures, which save ghosts. The 3 stores consist of 15,144 scrolls in 35 classes. They are the scriptures for cultivating the truth and the gate to real goodness. I want to send them to the eastern lands because it is intolerable that the beings of that quarter should all be such stupid wretches who slander and defame the true word, do not understand the gist of my law, and have lapsed from the orthodox Yogacara sect. How am I to find one with the magic powers to go to the east, choose a worthy believer, and bid him make the arduous crossing of 1,000 mountain and 10,000 rivers in search of the scriptures until he finally comes to this abode of mine to receive them? When he does come, they will be sent to the east forever to convert all living beings, which will be a blessing as big as a mountain, a cause for congratulation as deep as the sea. Is anyone willing to go and find him?" The Bodhisattva Guanyin went up to the lotus throne, and after going round the Buddha 3 times by way of salutation, she said, "Your untalented disciple wishes to go to the east to find a man to come and fetch the scriptures." All present raised their heads to look at the Bodhisattva, her understanding filling out the 4 virtues, wisdom filling her golden body. From her necklace hang pearls and jade. Her bracelet is made of jewels. Her hair is black clouds skillfully piled like coiling dragons. Her embroidered girdle lightly sways, a phoenix wing. Sea green jade buttons, a gown of white silk gauze, bathed with sacred light. Brocade skirts, a girdle of gold, shielded by propitious vapors. Eyebrows like crescent moons, eyes like a pair of stars. A jade face full of heavenly happiness. Scarlet lips making a touch of red. Her pure bottle of sweet dew is ever full. The willow twigs in it are always green. She delivers from the 8 disasters, saves all living beings. Great is her compassion. She stays on Mount Tai, lives in the southern sea, rescues the suffering when she bears their cries, never failing to answer every call, infinitely divine and miraculous. Her orchid heart admires the purple bamboo. Her orchid nature loves the fragrant creeper. She is the merciful ruler of Pororaka Island, the living Guanyin of the Tide Cave. The Buddha was very pleased to see her. No one but the venerable Guanyin, whose divine powers are so great, will do for this mission, he said. What instructions have you for your disciple as she goes to the east? Guanyin asked. You must watch the route all the way, said the Buddha. You may not go via the Milky Way, but if necessary you may have a little cloud or mist. As you cross mountains and rivers, you must note the distances carefully to enable you to give full instructions to the man who will come to fetch the scriptures. But that true believer will, I'm afraid, have a difficult journey, so I shall give you 5 treasures for him. The Buddha ordered Ananda and Kasyapa to bring out a brocade cassock and a 9-ringed monk's staff. Give this cassock and staff to him who will come to fetch the scriptures. They are for him to use. If he is determined to come here, he can avoid the wheel of reincarnation by wearing this cassock, and he will be free from evil if he carries this staff. The Bodhisattva bowed and took them. The Buddha then produced 3 bands. These precious things are called tight bands, he told the Bodhisattva as he handed them to her. Although all 3 of them look the same, they have different uses. I also have 3 band-tightening spells. If you meet any devils with great magic powers on your journey, you should persuade them to reform and become the disciples of the pilgrim who will come to fetch the scriptures. If they do not do as they are told, these bands should be put on their heads, where they will of themselves take root in the flesh. If the appropriate spell for each one is recited, the victim's eyes will bulge, his head will ache, and his forehead will split open. He will thus be certainly induced to adopt our religion. When he finished speaking, the Bodhisattva bowed eagerly and withdrew. She told Huion, the novice, to accompany her, and he took his iron staff weighing 1,000 pounds with him, so that he could as a demon-quelling strongman for the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva wrapped the cassock up in a bundle and gave it to him to carry. She then put the golden bands away safely and went down the vulture peak with the staff in her hand. The journey was to have consequences. The Buddha's disciple comes back to his original vow. The venerable golden cicada is dressed in sandalwood. When the Bodhisattva reached the foot of the mountain, the gold-headed immortal of the Jade Truth Temple stopped her at the temple gate and invited her to take some tea. But she dared not stop for long, and so she said, "I have been given a sacred command by the Tathagata to go east and find a man who will come to fetch the scriptures." "When will he arrive?" the immortal asked. "It is not definite," the Bodhisattva replied, "but he will probably reach here in 2 or 3 years' time." She took her leave of the immortal. As she traveled amid cloud and mist, she estimated the distances. There are some verses to prove it. She cared nothing of the journey of 10,000 miles to find him, but worried about finding the right man. Looking for the man seemed to be very chancy, but how can it be a mere coincidence? One who teaches the way for the wrong motives will distort it. He who explains it without faith will preach in vain. Whoever will try and know it with his whole being is bound to have a future ahead of him. As the teacher and her disciple were on their journey, they suddenly noticed 1,000 miles of weak water, which was the river of flowing sands. "Disciple," said the Bodhisattva, "this will be hard to cross for the man who will come to fetch the scriptures, as he will be of impure bone and mortal flesh. How will he do it?" "Teacher, how wide does the river look to you?" asked Huion. The Bodhisattva stopped her cloud to investigate. She saw, joining up with the deserts to the east, reaching the foreign kingdoms in the west, Wuj in the south, the Tatars in the north. It was about 300 miles across and 3 million miles long. As the waters flowed, it was like the earth turning over. The waves were like rearing mountains, broad and boundless, vast and mighty. From 3 miles distance the mighty flood is heard. Immortals' raft do not reach here. Lotus leaves cannot float on it. The sun slants through withered plants and bathes the crooked shore. Brown clouds block its light and darken the long bank. How could merchants pass this way? Has a fisherman ever moored here? No geese alight on the sandbanks, but apes cry on the distant shore. Its color comes from bountiful red smartweed, while delicate white duckweed drifts together. As the Bodhisattva was surveying the scene, she heard a splash and saw a hideous ogre leap out of the waves. He was not really blue, not really black, with an evil face. Neither tall nor short, bare legs and a muscular body. His eyes flashed like a pair of tortoiseshell lanterns. The corners of his mouth were as sinister as a butcher's cauldron. Protruding fangs like swords, red hair matted and unkempt. He roared like a clap of thunder, and ran across the waves with the speed of wind. This ogre climbed up the bank with a pole in his hands to catch the Bodhisattva, but was stopped by Huion's staff. "Don't run away!" Huion shouted as the ogre advanced towards him. The battle that ensued between them was quite terrifying. Moxa, with his iron club, using his divine powers to protect the Bodhisattva. The ogre with his demon-quelling pole, displaying his valor for all B was worth. I'm assuming that's meant to say for all he was worth. There are typos here and there. A pair of silver dragons dancing by the river. 2 holy monks in battle on the bank. The one used his skill to control the river of flowing sands. The other had distinguished himself in protecting Guanyin. The one could make the waves leap and roll. The other could breathe out fogs and gales. When the waves leapt and rolled, heaven and earth were darkened. In the fogs and gales, sun and moon were dimmed. The demon-quelling pole was like a white tiger coming down from the mountain. The iron club was a crouching yellow dragon. When one goes into action, it beats the undergrowth to start the snakes. When the other lashes out, it parts the pines to flush the sparrowhawks. They fight till the sky goes dark and the stars twinkle. Then the mist rises, and earth and sky are dim. The one has long been unrivaled in the weak waters. The other has always been the hero of Vulture Peak. When the pair of them had fought several dozen rounds inconclusively, the ogre blocked his opponent's iron staff and asked, "Where are you from, monk, that you dare to take me on?" "I am Prince Moxa, the second son of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li," the other replied. "I am also Huion the Novice. I am now protecting my teacher on her journey to go to the east to find the man who will fetch the scriptures. Which monster are you? How dare you stand in our way?" The ogre then realized who he was. "I remember," he said. "You used to cultivate your conduct with the Guanyin of the Southern Sea in the Purple Bamboo Grove. Why have you come here? Can't you see my teacher standing there on the bank?" When the ogre heard this, he chanted, "Na-ah-ah!" several times to show his respect, withdrew his pole, and let Moxa seize it, then bowed to the Guanyin and said, "Forgive me, Bodhisattva, and listen to what I have to tell you. I am not a demon, but the curtain-raising general who used to stand in attendance by the imperial chariot in the Hall of Miraculous Mist. Just because I accidentally smashed a crystal dish at a peach banquet, the Jade Emperor had given me 800 strokes of the rod, exiled me to the lower world, and made me look like this. And on top of it all, every 7 days he sends a flying sword here to stab my chest over 100 times before it goes back again. It's agony. I get so unbearably cold and hungry that I have to emerge from the waves every 2 or 3 days to devour a traveler. I never thought that in my ignorance I would insult the merciful Bodhisattva today." "You were exiled here for a crime against heaven, but now you are deepening your guilt by harming living beings. I am now going to the east on the Buddha's orders to find the man who will fetch the scriptures. Why don't you become one of us and ensure yourself good retribution in future by accompanying the pilgrim as a disciple and ascending to the western heaven to pay homage to the Buddha and seek the scriptures? I will see to it that a flying sword stops coming to pierce you, and when you are successful, you will be forgiven your crimes, and your old job will be given back to you. What do you think of that?" "I am willing to return to the truth," the ogre replied, then went closer as he continued. "Bodhisattva, I have lost count of the number of people I have eaten here, and I have even devoured some pilgrims who are trying to fetch scriptures. I throw the heads of all my victims into the river, and they sink to the bottom, as not even goose down will float on this water. But the skeletons of those 9 pilgrims floated, and would not sink. I was so impressed by this that I threaded them together with rope and play with them in my spare time. But I am afraid that the man who is to fetch the scriptures may not get this far, which would wreck my future. Of course he'll get here, the Bodhisattva replied. You should hang those skeletons from your head and wait for him. They will come in useful. In that case, the ogre said, I shall await your instructions. The Bodhisattva then laid her hands on his head and administered the monastic rules to him, chose for him the surname Sha, sand, and gave him the Buddhist name of Wu Jing, awakened to purity. Then he entered the monkish life and took the Bodhisattva across the river. He washed his heart, cleansed his thoughts, and stopped killing living creatures. All he did now was to wait for the pilgrim who would come to fetch the scriptures. After leaving him, the Bodhisattva and Huiyan hurried on towards the east. When they had been traveling for a long time, they saw a high mountain veiled with an evil mist, and they were unable to climb it on foot. Just when they were intending to cross the mountain by cloud, a gale wind blew up and a monster suddenly appeared. He, too, was very menacing to behold. His entrails hung from his mouth, rolled up and knotted. His eyes were like rush fans. His eyes shone gold. His teeth were sharp as steel files, and when he opened his mouth, it was like a brazier. His golden helmet was tied firmly around his cheeks. His armor, bound with a silken sash, was a python's sloughed-off skin. In his hands he held a nailed rake like a dragon's claw. At his waist hung a curved bow the shape of a half-moon. His martial might overawed the Year planet. His overweening spirit threatened the heavenly gods. He rushed upon them, and without a second thought, smote at the Bodhisattva with his rake. Moxa the novice parried his blow, and shouted at the top of his voice, Remember your manners, damned monster, and watch out for my staff. Monk, the other replied, you don't know how to keep yourself in one piece. Mind my rake. At the foot of the mountain, the pair of them rushed upon each other as they struggled for supremacy. It was a fine battle. The fierce and motorous ogre, Huiyan imposing and able. The iron staff could pulverize the heart. The rake struck at the face. The dust thrown up darkened heaven and earth. The flying sand and stones startled gods and ghouls. The 9-toothed rake gleamed and flashed as its pair of rings resounded. The lone staff was ominously black as it whirled in its owner's hands. One was the heir of a heavenly king. One defended the law on Potoraka Island. The other was an evil fiend in a mountain cave. In their battle for mastery, none knew who the winner would be. Just when the fight was getting really good, Guan Yin threw down a lotus flower from midair to separate the two weapons. The monster, shocked at the sight of it, asked, Where are you from, monk? How dare you try to fool me with a flower in front of my eyes? I'll get you, you stinking flesh-eyed mortal, replied Moxa. I am a disciple of the Bodhisattva of the Southern Sea, and this lotus was thrown down by her. Don't you know that? By the Bodhisattva of the Southern Sea, do you mean Guan Yin, who eliminates the 3 calamities and saves from the 8 disasters? The monster asked. Who else could I mean? Retorted Moxa. The monster threw down his rake, bowed to him, and asked, Where is the Bodhisattva, elder brother? May I trouble you to introduce me? Moxa looked up and pointed. There she is, he said. The monster kowtowed to her and shouted in a shrill voice, "Forgive me, Bodhisattva, forgive me!" Guan Yin brought her cloud down to earth and went over to him and asked, "Are you a wild boar, become a devil, or a pig-turned monster? How dare you block my way?" "I'm neither a wild boar nor a pig," the monster replied. "I used to be Marshal Tian Peng in the Milky Way. Because I took some wine to seduce the Moon Maiden, the Jade Emperor sentenced me to 2,000 hammer blows and exile in the mortal world. My spirit had to find a womb to occupy. But I lost my way and entered the womb of a sow. That's why I look like this. I ate up my sow mother, drove all the other pigs away, and seized this mountain, where I keep myself by eating people. I never meant to offend you, Bodhisattva. Save me, I beg you." "What is this mountain called?" the Bodhisattva asked. "It's called the Mount of Blessing, and the cave in it is called the Cloud Pathway Cave. Second Sister Luan, who used to live there, saw that I knew how to fight and asked me to be the head of her household as her husband, but she died within a year and all her property became mine. As the days lengthened into years, I found that I had no way of supporting myself, so I had to eat people to keep myself going, as I had done before. Forgive me my sins, I beg of you, Bodhisattva." "There is an old saying," the Bodhisattva replied, "that goes, 'If you want to have a future, don't do anything with no future in it.' You broke the law in the upper world, and since then your vicious nature has not been reformed. You have further sinned by taking life, so this surely means that you will be doubly punished." "Future?" said the monster angrily. "According to you, I should have lived on air. As the saying goes, by the government's law, you're beaten to death, and by the Buddha's law, you starve to death. Clear off! Clear off! If you don't, I'll capture this pilgrim and eat this plump and tender old woman. I don't give a hoot if it's double sinning, triple sinning, or sinning 1,000 or 10,000 times over. If a man wishes to be good, heaven will certainly allow him to be," said the Bodhisattva. "If you are prepared to submit to the truth, there are, of course, ways to feed yourself. There are the 5 kinds of food grains, and they are sufficient to assuage hunger. So why eat people to keep alive?" When the monster heard these words, it was as if he awoke from a dream, and he said to the Bodhisattva, "I would love to reform, but isn't it true that a sinner against heaven has nowhere to pray to?" "I'm going to the east on the orders of the Buddha to find the man who will fetch the scriptures," she replied. "You can be a disciple of his and make this journey to the western heaven. Thus you will gain merit and atone for your crimes, and I will see to it that you are freed from disaster." "I'll go with him, I'll go with him," the monster said over and over again. The Bodhisattva then laid her hands on his head, and he accepted the monastic rules. She gave him the surname Zhu, pig, because of his appearance, and gave him the Buddhist name Zhu Wuneng, pig awakened to power. She ordered him to adhere to the truth and only eat vegetarian food, cutting out the 5 pungent vegetables as well as the 3 forbidden things: wild goose, dog, and fish. He was now to wait single-mindedly for the pilgrim who would come to fetch the scriptures. The Bodhisattva and Moxa then took their leave of the pig awakened to power, and continued on their way by low-altitude cloud. As they were traveling along, they heard a jade dragon call to them in mid-air. "Which dragon are you?" the Bodhisattva asked as she went up to him. "And why are you undergoing punishment here?" "I am the son of Aurun, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Because I burnt up the bright pearls in the palace, my father reported me to the court of heaven as a rebel. The Jade Emperor had me hung up in mid-air and given me 300 strokes, and I am to be executed any day now. I beg you to save me, Bodhisattva." When she heard his plea, the Bodhisattva went in through the southern gates of heaven with Moxa. Here they were met by the heavenly teachers Kui and Zhang, who asked them, "Where are you going?" "I would like an audience with the Jade Emperor." The two heavenly teachers hurried in to announce her, and the Jade Emperor came out of his palace to receive her. The Bodhisattva went forward to greet him, and said, "On my way to the east on the orders of the Buddha to find the man to fetch the scriptures, I met a wicked dragon suspended in mid-air. I have come here especially to ask you to spare his life and give him to me, so that I can teach him to serve the pilgrim with his legs." On hearing this, the Jade Emperor issued a decree pardoning him, and he sent a heavenly general to release him and give him to the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva thanked him for his generosity and left. The young dragon kowtowed to show how grateful he was for having his life spared, and he obediently did what the Bodhisattva told him to. She took him to a deep ravine where he was to wait until the pilgrim came. When that happened, he was to turn into a white horse and achieve merit by going to the western heaven. On receiving his orders, the young dragon hid himself. The Bodhisattva led Moxa the novice across this mountain, and they hurried on towards the east. Before they had gone much further, they suddenly saw 10,000 beams of golden light, and 1,000 wisps of propitious vapor. "Teacher," said Moxa, "the place where all the light is coming from is the Five Elements Mountain, where the Tathagata's restriction order is posted." "This must be because that great sage equaling heaven who wrecked the peach banquet and threw the heavenly palace into chaos is imprisoned there." "That's right," Moxa replied, and teacher and pupil climbed the mountain together to look at the paper. On it were written the true words, Om Mani Padme Bum. And when the Bodhisattva saw them, she sighed deeply and composed a poem that went, "Pity the evil monkey who did not obey the Lord. In his arrogance he showed off his valor in the old days. In his folly he wrecked the peach banquet, and he had the effrontery to sin in the Tushita Palace. In the army of 100,000 there was none to match him. His might was felt above the ninefold heavens. But now he has been caught by our Tathagata, the Buddha. Will he ever be able to unleash his talents and win more glory?" The conversation between teacher and disciple had disturbed the great sage, who shouted from under the roots of the mountain, "Who's that up there?" When she heard this, the Bodhisattva hurried down the mountain to visit him. At the foot of the mountainside of the local gods, the mountain gods and the heavenly generals who were guarding the great sage all bowed to the Bodhisattva in greeting and took her to the great sage. She saw that he was pressed down inside a stone box so that he could speak but could not move his body. "Monkey," the Bodhisattva said, "do you know who I am?" The great sage opened wide his fiery eyes with their golden pupils, nodded his head, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Of course I recognize you. You, thank goodness, are the all-compassionate, all-merciful deliverer from suffering, the Bodhisattva Guanyin from Potoraka Island in the Southern Sea. You're a very welcome visitor." Every day here seems like a year, and nobody I know has ever come to see me. Where have you come from?" "I have received a mandate from the Buddha to go to the east and find the man who will fetch the scriptures," she replied. "And as I was passing this way, I decided to come over and see you." "The Buddha fooled me and crushed me under this mountain. I haven't been able to stretch myself for 500 years. I desperately hope that you will be obliging enough to rescue me, Bodhisattva." "You wretch," she replied. "You have such an appalling criminal record that I'm afraid you'd only make more trouble if I got you out." "I have already repented," he said, "and hope that you will show me the road I should follow. I want to cultivate my conduct." Indeed, when an idea is born in a man's mind, it is known throughout heaven and earth. If good and evil are rewarded and not punished, the world is bound to go to the bad. The Bodhisattva was delighted to hear what he had to say. "The sacred scriptures say," she replied, "if one's words are good, they will meet with a response from even 1,000 miles away. If they are bad, they will be opposed from the same distance. If this is your state of mind, then wait while I go to the east to find the man who will fetch the scriptures. I'll tell him to rescue you. You can be his disciple, observe and uphold the faith, enter our Buddha's religion, and cultivate good retribution for yourself in the future. What do you say to that?" "I'll go, I'll go," the great sage repeated over and over again. "As you have reformed," she said, "I'll give you a Buddhist name." "I've already got a name. It's Sun Wukong." The Bodhisattva, very pleased, said, "I made 2 converts earlier, and their names both contained Wu, awakened. There's no need to give you any further instructions, so I'll be off." The great sage, now aware of his own Buddha nature, was converted to the Buddha's religion, and the Bodhisattva devotedly continued her search for a saintly monk. After leaving that place, she and Huion carried straight on to the east, and before long they reached Chang'an, the capital of the Great Tang. Putting away their mists and clouds, teacher and pupil turned themselves into a pair of scabby, itinerant monks, and went inside the city of Chang'an. It was already dark, and beside the market street they saw a shrine to a local tutelary god and went in. The local god was thrown into confusion at the sight of them, and the devil soldiers quaked with terror. They knew that she was a bodhisattva, and kowtowed to her in greeting. The local god then scurried off to tell the city god, the lord of the altar, and the gods of all other shrines in Chang'an. When they knew that the bodhisattva had come, they all went to report to her and said, "Bodhisattva, please forgive us for our crime in being late to welcome you." "You mustn't let a whisper of this get out," she said. "I have come here on a decree from the Buddha to find someone to fetch the scriptures. I shall be borrowing your temple for a few days while I find this true monk, and then I shall go back." All the gods returned to their own shrines, and they took the local god to stay in the temple of the city god. Teacher and disciple disguised their true appearances. If you don't know whom they found to fetch the scriptures, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 9. Qin Huangri comes to grief on his way to his post. The monk of the river current avenges his parents. The story goes on to tell that Chang'an City in the great land of Shaanxi had been a place where emperors and kings had made their capitals for generation after generation. Ever since the Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties, the three prefectures had been as rich as brocade, and the 8 rivers had flowed round its walls. It was indeed a famous country. At that time, Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang was on the throne. He had changed the name of the reign period to Zhengwan and had been reigning for 13 years. The year was GC, and the world was at peace. Tribute was being sent in from 8 directions, and all within the 4 seas acknowledged themselves as subjects. One day, Taizong took his seat on the throne and assembled all his military and civilian officials. When they had finished making their greetings, the minister, Wei Zhang, came forward from the ranks of officials and memorialized. As the world is now at peace and the 8 directions are calm, an examination should be held in accordance with the practice of the ancients. Thus, we could recruit wise scholars and select men of talent to help with our civilizing mission. The suggestion of our wise minister is right, said the emperor, and notices inviting worthy men to compete in the examinations were posted throughout the empire. All the Confucian scholars on the civil or mighty rolls in every prefecture, district, and county who had distinguished themselves in the 3-stage examinations for their understanding of literature were to go to Chang'an for a final test. When this notice reached the district of Haijiao, it was seen by a man called Chen Yi, whose courtesy name was Wang Gri. He returned home and said to Madame Zhang, his mother, "The court has issued a yellow notice saying that the chancellery will be opened for an examination to select men of wisdom and talent. Your child wants to go and take part. If I am given an official post, it will bring me fame and make our family illustrious. My wife will be given a title, my sons will be given preferential treatment, and it will bring glory to our house. Such is my ambition, and I have come to tell you, mother, that I am going." "You are a scholar, my son," his mother replied, "and it is right that one who studies when young should travel when grown up. But do take care on the journey to the examinations, and if you are given office, come back home as soon as you can." Shen Wangri then ordered his servants to get his luggage together, took his leave of his mother, and started off on his journey. When he reached Chang'an, the examination grounds were open, and he went in. Having been successful in this examination, he went to the palace for the 3 questions test. The Tang Emperor personally awarded him the first place, and he was paraded round the streets on horseback for 3 days. It happened that just when the procession was passing the gateway of the minister Yin Kaishan, the minister's unmarried daughter, Wen Qiao, whose other name was Man Tang Qiao, beauty throughout the hall, was making decorations for the house and throwing an embroidered ball to see who her future husband would be. When Cheng Wangri passed below, she saw at once that he was exceptionally handsome, and she knew that he had come first in the recent examinations. She was thoroughly taken with him, and when she dropped her maidservants and serving women, and when she dropped her embroidered ball, sorry about that, it landed squarely on his black hat. To the sound of pipes and flutes, a dozen or so maidservants and serving women hurried downstairs to take hold of the head of Shin Wang-ri's horse and invite him into the minister's mansion to marry his daughter. The minister and his wife came into the main hall, and when they had called for a master of ceremonies, they married their daughter to Wang-ri. When bride and groom had bowed to heaven, earth, and each other, they both bowed to the bride's father and mother. The minister ordered a banquet, and there was a night of drinking and celebration. The bride and groom went hand in hand into the bridal chamber. At the third quarter of the 5th watch the next morning, Emperor Taizong took his throne in the golden chariot hall, and the civil and military officials came to court. What office should Chen Wang-ri, who came top in the examinations, be given? The emperor asked. And the minister Wei Zhang replied, Your subject has gone through the list of the prefectures and commanderies and found that the district of Jiangzhou needs a prefect. I beg your majesty to give him this office. The emperor therefore appointed him prefect of Jiangzhou and ordered him to pack his belongings and set off, as he had to be there by a set date. Chen Wang-ri thanked the emperor for his grace and withdrew. He went back to the minister's mansion and consulted his wife. Then he took his leave of his parents-in-law and set off together with her for his post in Jiangzhou. It was late spring as they left Chang'an at the start of their journey. Warm breezes were coaxing the willows into green, and light rain was touching the blossoms with red. Chen Wang-ri was able to call at his own home on the way, so he and his bride could pay respects to his mother, Madame Zhang. Congratulations, my son, she said, and you have brought a bride back with you too. Thanks to my mother's blessings, your son was placed first in the examinations, he replied, and given a parade through the streets on His Majesty's orders. As I was passing the gateway of the Minister Yin's residence, I happened to be hit by an embroidered ball, and the minister was kind enough to give me his daughter's hand. The court has appointed me prefect of Jiangzhou, so I have come to fetch you, mother, and take you with me to my post. Madame Zhang was overjoyed, and she packed her luggage and traveled with them. One night, after they had been on the road for several days, they put up at the Liu II's 10,000 Flowers Inn, where Madame Zhang was suddenly taken ill. As I'm not feeling well, she said to her son, I'd better stay in this inn for a couple of days to get over it before going on. Chen Wang-ri accepted her suggestion. The next morning he saw a man selling a golden-colored carp in front of the inn and brought it from him for a string of copper coins, intending to have it lightly fried for his mother. Then he noticed it blinking. It's said that if a fish or a snake blinks, it is no ordinary creature, he thought. He asked the fisherman where he had caught it. In the Hongjiang River, 5 miles from the prefectural capital, the fisherman replied. Chen Wang-ri had taken the fish back to the Hongjiang River to be released there, then went back to the inn to tell his mother about what had happened. It is good to release living things, his mother said, and I am very pleased. Then Chen Wang-ri said, We have been at this inn for 3 days, and the time limit set for me is a tight one, so I must be on my way tomorrow morning. Are you well enough yet, mother? I'm still poorly, his mother replied, and it's so hot to travel now that I'm afraid it might make me seriously ill. You had better take a couple of rooms for me and leave me some money. I'll stay here for the time being. You two can go ahead to your post. Come back to fetch me in the autumn when it's cooler." Having discussed it with his wife, he rented a wing for her and gave her some money. Then they took their leave of her and set off. It was a hard journey, setting off every day at dawn and not stopping till nightfall. And before they realized it, they reached the ford over the Hongjiang estuary. They saw two boatmen, Li Hong and Li Bao, punt their ferry to the bank for them. This was the disaster. These were the enemies that Chen Wangri had been fated to meet ever since before he was born. He told his servant to put the luggage on board while he and his wife climbed sedately into the boat. Lui Hong stared at Miss Yin and saw that her face was like a full moon, her eyes like autumn waves, her tiny mouth like a cherry, and her waist as supple as a willow. Her charms would have made fishes sink and wild geese fall from the sky, and her beauty put moon and flowers to shame. Evil thoughts surged up in him, and he conspired with Li Bao to punt the boat to a misty and deserted place and wait till the middle of the night, when they killed first the servant and then Chen Wangri. They pushed both the corpses into the river and went away. When the young lady saw her husband killed, she tried to fling herself into the water, but Lui Hong put his arms round her and said, "If you come with me, you'll be all right, but if you don't, I'll cut you in half." Unable to think of any other way out, the young lady had to agree to stay with Lui Hong, for the time being at least. The murderer took the boat across to the southern bank and gave it to Li Biao. Then he dressed up in Chen Wangri's clothes and, armed with the dead man's credentials, went with the young lady to take up his post in Zhangzhou. The corpse of the murdered servant floated along with the current, but Shin Wangri's body sank straight to the bottom and did not move. A patrolling Yaksha demon, stationed at the Hongjiang estuary, saw him and rushed straight back to the Dragon Palace to report. He arrived just as the Dragon King was entering the throne hall. "Someone has murdered a learned gentleman at the Hongjiang estuary and thrown the body into the bed of the river," he reported. The Dragon King had the body brought in and laid in front of him. After examining it carefully, he said, "This is the benefactor who saved my life. Why has he been murdered? As the saying goes, always repay a kindness. I must save his life today to repay him for the favor he did me in the past." He wrote a memorandum and sent a yaksha with it to the city god and local god of Hangzhou, asking for the scholar's soul so that he could save his life. The city god and the local god told a junior devil to give Sheng Wangri's soul to the yaksha, who took it back to the Palace of Crystal and reported to the Dragon King. "What is your name, scholar?" asked the Dragon King. "Where are you from? What brought you here, and why were you killed?" Shin Wangri bowed to him and replied, "My name is Chin Yi, and my courtesy name is Wangri. I come from Hungnong County in Haizhou Prefecture. I was given first place in the recent examinations and was on my way with my wife to take up my post as prefect of Zhangzhou when we boarded a ferry at the bank of this river. The boatman, Lui Hong, lusted after my wife, so he killed me and threw me overboard. I beg you to save me, your majesty." "So that's how things stand," said the Dragon King. "I am the golden carp you released. You saved me then, so I must help you now that you are in trouble." He had Wang Ri's body placed beside a wall and put a face-preserving pearl in its mouth to stop it from decomposing, so that the soul could be returned to it in future for him to obtain his revenge. "As you are now a true soul, you shall stay in my palace for the time being as a commander," the Dragon King added. Chen Wangri kowtowed in thanks, and the Dragon King gave a banquet to welcome him. Miss Yen's hatred for the villainous Lui Hong was such that she wished she could eat his flesh and spread his flayed hide on her bed. But as she was pregnant, and the child had not yet been born, she had to force herself to go with him. In the twinkling of an eye they reached Zhangzhou. The clerks and constables all turned out to welcome him, and the subordinate officials in the prefecture gave a banquet for him in the main hall of his office. "Now that I, your student, have come here, I shall be entirely dependent on the support of all you gentlemen," said Lui Hong. "Your honor is a great genius," the officials replied, "and you will naturally treat the people as your own children, thus cutting down litigation and making punishment unnecessary. We will all be able to rely on you. Your excessive modesty is uncalled for." When the banquet was over, they all went away. Time flew by. One day, when Lui Hong was far away on official business, the young lady was in a summer house in the official residence, sighing sadly, as she thought of her mother-in-law and her husband. Suddenly she felt weak and her belly started to ache. She fell to the ground unconscious, and before she knew it, she gave birth to a son. She heard a voice in her ear saying, "Man Ting Kuo, you must do as I tell you. I am the Lord of the Southern Pole Star, and I have come to give you this son on the orders of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. One day he will be extraordinarily famous. When the villainous Liu comes back, he will certainly want to kill this boy, so you must look after him with great care. Your husband has been rescued by the Dragon King. One day you will be reunited with him and your son, and your sufferings will be at an end. Remember my words. Wake up! Wake up!" When the young lady came to, she remembered every word he had spoken. But as she wrapped the baby tight in swaddling clothes, she could not think what to do. When Liu Hong came back, he wanted to drown the child the moment he saw him. But the young lady said, "It's already dark. We can throw him in the river tomorrow." Fortunately, Liu Hong had to go a long way away on urgent business the next day. "If I wait till that villain returns, my son will be killed," thought the young lady. "So the best thing to do would be to abandon him in the river as soon as possible, and let fate determine whether he is to live or to die. If heaven is merciful, someone will rescue him and bring him up, and we shall be reunited one day." Then, worrying that she might not be able to recognize him, she bit open her finger and wrote a letter in blood giving a full account of his parentage and background. Then she bit off the little toe of the child's left foot to be an identifying mark, wrapped him up in one of her own shifts, and carried him out of the official residence when nobody was looking. Luckily, the residence was not far from the river bank. When she reached it, she wept for a while, and was just going to throw him in when she noticed a board floating beside the bank. The young lady bowed to heaven in her gratitude, and tied the child to the board with her sash, placing the blood letter next to his chest. Then she pushed him out into the stream to go where he would, and returned to the yamen in tears. The boy floated downstream on the plank until he came to a stop under the Jinshan temple. The abbot of this temple was a monk called Faming, who, by cultivating the truth and being awakened to the way, had found the secret of avoiding rebirth. As he was sitting at his meditation, he heard a baby crying, and he hurried anxiously down to the riverside to look. He saw a baby lying on a board beside the bank, and got him out of the water as quickly as he could. When he read the letter written in blood that was on the baby's chest, he knew why he was there. He gave the child the milk, name Jianglu, or River Current, and arranged for him to be fostered. The letter in blood he put away in a very safe place. Time passed like an arrow, and the days and months moved as fast as a shuttle. When Jiang Lu reached the age of 17, the abbot told him to have his head tonsured and enter the religious life, giving him the Buddhist name Xuanzang. He laid his hands upon his head and instructed him to observe the monastic discipline. Xuanzang was determined to cultivate the way. One day in late spring, the whole community gathered under the shade of some pine trees to expound the scriptures, meditate, and discuss the inner mysteries. A bibulous, meat-eating monk who had been confounded in a disputation by Xuanzang lost his temper and started to abuse him. "You animal! You don't know your own surname or who your parents were. Don't try any of your clever tricks here." Stung by this abuse, Xuanzang went into the temple and knelt before his teacher with tears streaming from his eyes. "All men who are born between heaven and earth, and who are endowed with the positive, the negative, and the 5 elements, all are begotten by a father and reared by a mother," he said. "How can there be any man alive who never had father and mother?" He begged over and over again to know his parents' names. "If you really wish to find out about your father and mother, come with me into my cell," said the abbot. And they went there together. The abbot lifted down a little box from on top of a massive beam, opened it, took out a letter written in blood and a shift, and gave them to Xuanzang, who unfolded the letter and read it. At last he learned about his parents and the wrongs they had suffered. When he read it, he collapsed, weeping and crying out, "How can I be a man if I don't avenge my father and mother? For 17 years I haven't known my own parents, but now I know that I have a mother. I would not be alive today, teacher, had you not rescued me and brought me up. Please allow me to go and see my mother. Then I will put an incense burner on my head and rebuild the temple to repay the great kindness you have shown me. If you want to go and look for your mother, you had better take the letter written in blood and the shift with you. If you go to the private residence on the prefect of Jiangzhou, you will be able to see your mother." Xuanzang did as his teacher had said and went to Jiangzhou as a mendicant monk. It happened that Liu Hong was away on business, and as heaven had arranged for a mother and son to meet, Xuanzang went straight to the gateway of the residence to beg for alms. Miss Yin had dreamt the previous night of the moon being eclipsed and then coming back to its full roundness. "I have never heard from my mother-in-law," she thought, "and my husband was murdered by that evil man. My son was abandoned on the river, And if he was rescued and brought up, he would be 17 now. Who knows? Perhaps heaven is going to make us meet today. As she was deep in her reflections, she heard someone chanting scriptures and calling for alms in front of her home. So she thought she would go out and ask him where he had come from. And he replied, "I am a disciple of Abbot Faming of the Jinshan Temple." "A disciple of Abbot Faming of the Jinshan Temple, are you?" she said. She asked him in and gave him a vegetarian meal while observing very closely the way he moved and talked. He seemed very much like her husband, so she sent the servants away and asked, "Tell me, young teacher, have you been a monk since childhood, or did you become one later in life? What is your name? Do you have a mother and father?" "I did not become a monk when I was a child, nor when I was older," he replied. "I must tell you that I bear a hatred as deep as the sea because of a terrible wrong. My father was murdered and my mother carried off by an evil man. The Abbot Faming, my teacher, told me to come and find my mother in the residence of the prefect of Zhangzhou." "What is your mother's name?" she asked. "My mother's name is Yin Wingqiao," he replied. "My father was called Chen Wangri. My milk name was Zhang Liu, and my Buddhist name is Zhuanzang." "I am Yin Wingqiao," she said, then added, "Have you any proof?" When he learned that she was his mother, Zhuanzang fell to his knees and wept aloud. "Mother," he said, "if you don't believe me, then look at this evidence, the blood letter and the shift." As soon as she saw that they were the real ones, she and her son embraced each other and wept. Then she said, "Go away at once." "I can't possibly leave you, mother. On the very day I've seen you after 17 years of not even knowing who my parents were," he said. "My child, you must go away as fast as you can," she replied. "The evil Liu will certainly kill you if he comes back. Tomorrow I'll pretend to be ill and say that I once made a vow to donate 100 pairs of monk's shoes. I'll come to your temple to fulfill the vow, and I'll talk to you then." Zhuangzang obediently bowed to her and left. Now that she had seen her son, Miss Yin was both anxious and happy. One day she said that she was ill, and she lay in her bed refusing food and tea. When Liu Hong came back and asked what was the matter, she said, "When I was young, I once vowed that I would donate 100 pairs of monks' shoes. 5 days ago, I dreamt that a monk came with a sharp sword in his hand to demand the shoes, and since then, I haven't been feeling well." "That's easily done," said Liu Hong. "Why didn't you mention it before?" He took his place in the official hall and gave instructions to Yamen assistants Wang and Li that every household living in the city of Zhangzhou was to make a pair of monk's shoes and hand them in within 5 days. When the common people had handed all the shoes in, Miss Yin said to Lui Hong, "Now that the shoes have been made, what temples are there to which I can take them to fulfill my vow?" "In Jiangzhou we have the Jinshan Temple and the Zhaozhan Temple. You can go to whichever of them you prefer," replied Liu Hong. "I've long heard that the Jinshan Temple is a good one, so I'll go there," she said. Liu Hong told the Yamen assistants Wang and Li to arrange a boat. Miss Yin went aboard with a trusted servant. The boatman pushed off, and they headed for the Jinshan Temple. On his return to the temple, Zhuanzang gave Abbot Faming a full account of what had happened. The abbot was delighted. The next day, a maid arrived at the temple to say that her mistress was coining to repay a vow, and all the monks came out to welcome her. When Miss Yin came into the temple, she prayed to the Bodhisattva, offered a rich meal to the monks with a donation of money to each of them, and told her maid to put the shoes and the summer socks into the offertory tray. She then went to the Buddha hall and worshipped with great devotion. When she told him to, Abbot Faming went away to distribute the gifts to the monks. Xuanzang saw that all the other monks had gone and there was nobody else in the Buddha hall, so he went up to his mother and knelt down. She told him to take off his shoes and socks and saw that one toe was indeed missing from his left foot. The pair of them hugged each other and cried again. Then they bowed to the abbot to thank him for his kindness in bringing the boy up. "I'm worried that the villain may get to know of your reunion," said the abbot, "so you had better go back as quickly as you can to avoid trouble." "My son," said Miss Yin, "I shall give you a sandalwood bracelet. You must go to a place called the 10,000 Flowers Inn to the northwest of Hangzhou, which is about 500 miles from here, where we left Madame Zhang, your paternal grandmother. I shall also write you a letter that you must take to the house of the minister, Yin Kaishan, which lies to the left of the palace, inside the capital city of the Tang Emperor. He is my father. Give him this letter and ask him to submit a memorial to the Tang Emperor, asking him to send horse and foot to capture or kill that bandit. Then your father will be avenged and your mother will be rescued. I must stay no longer, as I am afraid that evil man may be suspicious if I am late back." She left the temple and went back in her boat. Xuanzang returned to the temple in tears and told the abbot that he was leaving at once for Hangzhou. When he reached the 10,000 Flowers Inn, he said to the innkeeper, Liu II, "How is the mother of the prefect Chen of Zhengzhou, who is staying at your inn?" "She used to stay here," replied the innkeeper. "She went blind, and as she didn't pay any rent for 3 or 4 years, she now lives in a ruined tile kiln near the southern gate and begs in the streets every day to keep herself alive. That official went away a very long time ago, and she hasn't heard from him to this day, though I don't know why." On learning this, he asked the way to the ruined tile kiln at the southern gate and found his grandmother. "You sound like my son, Qin Wangri," said his grandmother. "I'm not Qin Wangri. I'm his son. My mother is Miss Yin Wenqiao." "Why have your father and mother not come?" she asked, and he replied, "My father was murdered by a brigand, and my mother was forced to become his wife. I have a letter here and a sandalwood bracelet from my mother." His grandmother took the letter and the bracelet and sobbed aloud. "My son came here for the sake of fame and glory. I thought that he had forgotten all feelings of decency and gratitude. It never occurred to me that he might have been murdered. What a blessing that heaven in its mercy did not cut short my son's line, so that I now have a grandson to come and find me." "How did you go blind, Granny?" asked Xuanzang. "I was always thinking of your father and longing for him to come back every day," she said. "But as he never did, I wept so much that I lost sight of both my eyes." Xuanzang fell to his knees and prayed to heaven. "Although I am 17, he said, I have been unable to avenge my parents. Today I have come on my mother's orders and found my grandmother. If heaven is at all moved by my sincerity, may my granny's eyes see again. When he had prayed, he licked her eyes with the tip of his tongue. The licking soon opened them, and they could see once more. His grandmother looked at the little monk with a mixture of joy and sadness, and said, "You really are my grandson. You're the very image of my son, Wang Ri." Xuanzang took her out of the kiln and reinstalled her in Liu II's inn, where he rented a room for her, gave her some money to live on, and told her that he would be back within a month. Taking his leave of his grandmother, he went straight on to the capital, where he found Mr. Yin's house in the eastern avenue of the imperial city. "I am a relation of the minister's," he said to the gatekeeper, "and I would like to see him." When the gatekeeper reported this to the minister, he said, "I am no relation of any monk." But his wife said, "I had a dream last night that our daughter, Monting Kiao, came home. Perhaps he has a letter from our son-in-law." The minister had the young monk brought into the main hall, and when the monk saw the minister and his wife, he wept and bowed to the floor before them, then took an envelope out of his bosom and handed it to the minister. The minister opened the letter and read it through, then wailed aloud. "What's the matter, my lord?" asked his wife, and the minister replied, "This monk is our grandson. Our son-in-law, Shin Wangri, was murdered by a brigand who forced Mon Ting Kiao to become his wife." His wife, too, began to weep bitterly when she heard this news. "Try not to upset yourself, wife," said the minister. "I shall ask our sovereign at court tomorrow morning to be allowed to lead an army myself. I shall certainly avenge our son-in-law." The minister went to court the next day and wrote in a memorial to the Tang Emperor, "Your subject's son-in-law, the top graduate Shin Wangri, was murdered by the boatman Liu Hong while going with his family to take up his office at Jiangzhou, and my daughter was forced to become his wife. This Liu Hong has usurped office for many years by masquerading as my son-in-law. This constitutes treason. I beg your majesty to dispatch horse and foot at once to destroy this rebellious brigand." The Tang Emperor was so angry when he read this that he ordered Minister Yin to set off at the head of 60,000 men of the Imperial Guard. The minister left the court with the decree and went to the parade ground to muster the soldiers before setting out for Zhangzhou. By setting out at dawn every day and not stopping till night, they traveled as fast as a shooting star or a flying bird, and before they realized it, they reached Zhangzhou, where Minister Yin's army camped on the northern bank. That night he sent a messenger with a gold-inscribed tablet to summon the deputy prefect and the district judge of Zhangzhou. Minister Tin explained the situation to them and told them to call out their troops to help him. They crossed the river together and surrounded Liu Hong's yamen before dawn. Liu Hong, who was still in his dreams, heard the sound of cannon and the beating of drums and gongs. When the soldiers rushed his residence, he was helpless and soon captured. The minister ordered that Liu Hong and his gang should be tied up and taken to the execution ground, while the army was to encamp outside the city walls. The minister went into the main hall of the yamen and asked his daughter to come out and see him. His daughter, who had been longing to go out, felt too ashamed to face her father, and so was on the point of hanging herself. When Xuanzang learned of this, he went as fast as he could to save her, fell on his knees, and said, "Your son and my grandfather have come here with an army to avenge my father. That brigand has been arrested, so there is no need at all for you to kill yourself. If you die, mother, I won't be able to stay alive." The minister, too, came into the residence to talk her out of it. "They say that a woman should only have one husband in her life," she said to them. "I was bitterly grieved at the death of my husband at that brigand's hands, and could not bear the disgrace of marrying his murderer. But as I was carrying my husband's child, I had to swallow the shame of staying alive. Now, thank goodness, my son has grown up, and my father has brought an army to avenge my husband. But how could I have the face to see you? The only way I can make up for it to my husband is to kill myself." "My child," said the minister, "this was not a case of abandoning morality for the sake of material gain. You acted under duress, and did nothing to be ashamed of." Father and daughter then embraced each other and wept, while Zhuangzang sobbed too. "There is no need for the two of you to be so distressed," said the minister, wiping away his tears. "Today I have captured our enemy, that rebel, and now I must deal with him." He got up and went to the execution ground. As it happened, the assistant prefect of Zhangzhou had sent constables to arrest the other pirate, Li Biao, and they brought him in. The minister was very pleased, and he ordered that Louis Hong and Li Biao were to be put under a close guard. They were each given 100 strokes of the heavy pole, and statements were taken from them about how and why they had committed the wicked murder of Qin Huangri. Then Li Biao was nailed on a wooden donkey and pushed to the marketplace, where he was sliced into 1,000 pieces, after which his head was hung on public display. Liu Hong was taken to the Hongjiang estuary, where he had murdered Qin Huangri. The minister, his daughter, and Zhuangzang went to the riverside, where they made offerings and libations to the emptiness, and cut out Liu Hong's heart and liver while he was still alive, to sacrifice to Qin Huangri. They also burnt a funerary address. The bitter lamentations of the three of them startled the underwater palace. A patrolling Yaksha demon handed the funerary address to the Dragon King. When he read it, the Dragon King sent Marshal Turtle to ask Qin Huangri to come and see him. "Congratulations, sir, congratulations," said the Dragon King. "Your lady, your son, and your father-in-law are all sacrificing to you on the bank. I shall now return your soul to you and give you an as-you-will pearl, 2 rolling pearls, 10 pieces of mermaid silk, and a belt of jade studded with pearls. Today you will be reunited with your wife, your son, and your mother." Qin Huangri bowed to him over and over again to express his gratitude. The Dragon King then told a Yaksha to take Qin Huangri's body out to the estuary, where he was to return to the soul to it. And the Yaksha obediently went off. When she had wailed for her husband and sacrificed to him, Miss Tin tried to jump into the water to drown herself, but with a desperate effort, Zhuangzang managed to keep hold of her. Just at this tense moment, they saw a corpse floating towards the bank. Miss Yin, rushing forward to see who it was, recognized it as that of her husband and started a great wailing. Everyone else had now come up to look, and they saw Qin Huangri open his fist and stretch his foot as his body gradually began to move. Suddenly, he sat up, to their great astonishment. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was his wife, his father-in-law, and the young monk all weeping beside him. "What are you all doing here?" he asked. "After you were killed, I gave birth to this son," replied his wife. "And by a piece of good fortune, he was brought up by the abbot of the Jinshan temple. When he came to find me, I sent to see my father, and when my father knew what had happened, he submitted a memorial at court and brought an army here to arrest your murderer, whose heart and liver we have just plucked from his living body to sacrifice to you. But how is it that your soul has been returned to you, husband? It is all because we bought and released that golden carp when we were staying at the 10,000 Flowers Inn. The carp, it turned out, was the local Dragon King. When that treasonous murderer pushed me into the water, I was rescued by the Dragon King, who has given me back my soul and presented me with all the treasures I have on me. I never had any idea that you had borne this son, or that my father-in-law had avenged me. Our sorrows are now at an end. This is a very happy moment indeed. When the other officials heard what had happened, they all came to offer their congratulations, and the minister gave a banquet to thank all his subordinates. The army set off on its return journey the same day. When they reached the 10,000 Flowers Inn, the minister ordered them to encamp while Wang Ri and Xuan Zhang went to the inn to find the old lady. The night before, she had dreamt of a withered tree blossoming again while magpies made a clamorous din behind the building. Perhaps my grandson has come, she thought, and while the words were still in her mind, she saw Wang Ri and his son at the gate of the inn. "Isn't this my grandmother?" said the little monk, and the moment Wang Ri saw his aged mother, he kowtowed to her. Mother and son embraced in tears. Then he told her all about what had happened. The innkeeper's account was presented and settled, and then they set off for the capital. When they reached the minister's residence, Wang Ri, his wife, his mother, and Xuan Zhang all went in to see the minister's wife, who was overcome with joy and told the servants to lay on a large banquet to celebrate. "We can call today's banquet a reunion banquet," said the minister, and the whole household was indeed happy. When the Tang Emperor entered the throne hall early next morning, Minister Yin stepped forward and submitted a memorial giving a detailed account of what had happened, and recommending Chen Wangri as a man whose talents could be put to great use. The Tang Emperor approved the memorial and ordered that Chen Wangri should be appointed as a scholar in order to take part in administration at court. As Xuan Zhang had decided to follow the contemplative life, he was sent to cultivate his conduct in the Hongfu Temple. Later on, Miss Yen finally ended her life in a quiet and honorable way, and Xuan Zhang went back to the Jinshan Temple to report to Abbot Feiming. If you don't know what happened afterwards, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 10. With a stupid plan, the Dragon King breaks the laws of heaven. Minister Wei sends a letter to an officer of hell. We shall not discuss how Shen Wangri performed his duties, or Xuan Zhang cultivated his conduct. Instead, we shall talk about two wise men who lived beside the banks of the river Jing, outside the city of Chang'an. One was an old fisherman called Zhang Xiao, and the other was a woodcutter called Li Ding. They were both advanced scholars who had never taken the official examination, lettered men of the mountains. One day, when Li Ding had sold his load of firewood and Zhang Xiao had sold his basketful of carp in Chang'an City, they went into a tavern, drank till they were half tipsy, and strolled slowly home along the banks of the Jing, each holding a bottle in his hand. "Brother Li," said Zhang Xiao, It seems to me that people who struggle for fame kill themselves for it. Those who compete for profit die for it. Those who accept honors sleep with a tiger in their arms. And those who receive imperial favors walk around with snakes in their sleeves. Taking all in all, we are much better off living free among our clear waters and blue hills. We delight in our poverty and follow our destinies. You are right, Brother Zhang, said Li Ding. But your clear waters have nothing on my blue hills. Your blue hills are not a patch on my clear waters, retorted Zhang Shao. And here is a lyric to the tune of The Butterfly Loves the Flowers to prove it. The skiff is tiny amid the misty expanse of waves. Calmly I lean against the single sail, listening to the voice of Zishi the Beauty. My thoughts and mind are cleared, I have no wealth or fame, as I toy with the water weed and the rushes. To count a few gulls makes the journey happy. In the reedy bend under the willow bank, my wife and children smile with me. The moment I fall asleep, wind and waves are quiet. No glory, no disgrace, and not a single worry. Your clear waters are no match for my blue hills, said Li Ding. And there is another lyric to the same tune to prove it. It goes, the cloudy woods are covered with pine blossom. Hush! Hear the orioles sing, as if it played a pipe with its cunning tongue. With touches of red and ample green, the spring is warm. Suddenly, the summer's here as the seasons turn. When autumn comes, the look of things is changed. The scented chrysanthemum is enough for my pleasure. Soon the cruel winter plucks all off. I am free through 4 seasons, and nobody's beck and call. You don't enjoy the good things in your blue hills that I do on my clear waters, replied the fisherman. And I can prove it with another lyric to the tune of the Partridge Heaven. In this magic land we live off the cloudy waters. With the sweep of the oar, the boat becomes a home. We cut open the live fish and fry the green turtle, as steam coils from the purple crab and the red shrimps bubble. Green reed shoots, sprouts of water lilies, better still, water chestnuts and the gorgon fruit. Delicate lotus roots and seeds, tender celery, arrowhead, reed hearts, and blurred bird glory blossom. Your clear waters cannot compare with my blue hills when it comes to the good things they provide, said the woodcutter, and I can cite another lyric to the tune The Partridge Heaven as evidence. Mighty crags and towering peaks reach to the sky. A grass hut or a thatched cottage is my home. Pickled chicken and duck are better than turtles or crabs. Roebuck, boar, venison, and hare beat fish and shrimps. The leaves of the tree of heaven, yellow chinaberry sprouts, and even better, bamboo shoots and wild tea. Purple plums and red peaches, ripe gages, and apricots. Sweet pears, sharp jujubes, and osmanthus blossom. Your blue hills are really nothing on my clear waters, replied the fisherman, and there is another lyric to the tune Heavenly Immortal. In my little boat I can stay where I like, having no fear of the many misty waves. Drop the hook, cast wide the net to catch fresh fish. Even without fat or sauce, they taste delicious, as the whole family eats its meal together. When there are fish to spare, I sell them in Shanghai market, to buy good liquor and get a little drunk. Covered with my grass cloak, I sleep on the autumn river, snoring soundly without a care, not giving a damn for honor and glory. Your clear waters still aren't as good as my blue mountains, came back the woodcutter. And I, too, have a heavenly immortal lyric to prove it. Where I build a little thatched hut under the hill, the bamboo, orchid, plum, and pine are wonderful. As I cross forests and mountains to look for dry firewood, nobody asks awkward questions, and I can sell as much or as little as the world wants. I can spend the money on wine and I'm happy, content with my earthenware bowl and china jug. When I've drunk myself blotto, I lie in the shade of a pine. No worries, no books to balance. What do I care about success or failure? Brother Lee, said the fisherman, you don't make as easy a living in the hills as I do on the water, and I can prove it with a lyric to the tune, The Moon on the West River. The smartweed's flowers are picked out by the moon, while the tangled leaves of rushes sway in the wind. Clear and distant in the azure sky, empty the Chu River. Stir up the water, and the stars dance. Big fish swim into the net in shoals. Little ones swallow the hooks in swarms. Boiled or fried, they taste wonderful. I laugh at the roaring river and lake. Brother Zhang, replied the woodcutter, the living I make in the hills is much easier than yours on the water, and I can prove it with another Moon on the West River lyric. Withered and leafless, rattan fills the paths. Old bamboo with broken tips covers the hillside, where vines and creepers tangle and climb. I pull some off to tie my bundles. Elms and willows hollow with decay, pines and cedars cracked by the wind. I stack them up against the winter cold, and whether they're sold for wine or money is up to me. Although you don't do too badly in your hills, your life is not as elegant as mine on the water, said the fisherman, as I can show with some lines to the tune, The Immortal by the River. As the tide turns, my solitary boat departs. I sing in the night, resting from the oars. From under a straw cape, the waning moon is peaceful. The sleeping gulls are not disturbed. As the clouds part at the end of the sky, tired, I lie on the Isle of Rushes with nothing to do. And when the sun is high, I'm lying there still. I arrange everything to suit myself. How can the court official compare with my ease, as he waits in the cold for an audience at dawn? Your life on the water may be elegant, but it's nothing compared with mine, replied the woodcutter, and I have some lines to the same tune to demonstrate the point. On an autumn day I carry my axe along the greeny path, bringing the load back in the cool of evening, putting wild flowers in my hair just to be different. I push aside the clouds to find my way home, and the moon is up when I tell them to open the door. Rustic wife and innocent son greet me with smiles, and I recline on my bed of grass and wooden pillow. Steamed millet and pear are spread before me, while the new wine is warm in the pot. This is really civilized. All this is about our living and the ways we provide for ourselves, said the fisherman. I can prove to you that your leisure is nowhere near as good as mine with a poem that goes. Idly, I watch the white cranes as they cross the sky. As I moor the boat at the river's bank, a blue door gives me shade. Leaning on the sail, I teach my son to twist a fishing line. When rowing's done, I dry the nets out with my wife. A settled nature can really know the calm of the waves. A still body feels the lightness of the breeze. Always to wear a green straw cape and a blue straw hat is better than the purple robes of the court. Your leisure doesn't come up to mine, replied the woodcutter, as this poem I shall now recite demonstrates. With a lazy eye on the white clouds in the distance, I sit alone in a thatched, but then close the bamboo door. When there's nothing to do, I teach my son to read. Sometimes a visitor comes and we play a game of chess. When I'm happy, I take my stick and walk, singing along the paths, or carry my lute up the emerald hills. Grass shoes with hempen thongs, a cloak of corsessed cloth, a mind relaxed, better than wearing silk. Li Ding, said the other, how truly it can be said of us that by reciting some verses we become close friends. What need for golden wine cups and a sandalwood table? But there is nothing remarkable in just reciting verses. What would you say if we made couplets in which we contributed a line about our lives as fisherman and woodcutter? Brother Zhang, said Li Ding, that is an excellent suggestion. Please be the one to start. Here are their couplets. My boat is moored in the green waters amid the misty waves. My home is in the wilds, deep in the mountains. How well I like the swollen stream under the bridge in spring. My delight is a mountain peak swathed in clouds at dawn. Dragon-sized fresh carp, cooked at any time. Dry, rotten firewood always keeps one warm. A full array of hooks and nets to support my old age. Carrying wood and making twine will keep me till I die. Lying back in a tiny boat, watching the flying geese. Reclining beside the grassy path and hearing the wild swans call. I have no stall in the marketplace of tongues. I've left no trace in the sea of disputation. The nets hung to dry beside the brook are like brocade. An axe well honed on rock is sharper than a spear. Under the shining autumn moon I often fish alone. I meet nobody on the solitary mountain in spring. I trade my surplus fish for wine and drink it with my wife. When I've wood to spare, I buy a bottle and share it with my sons. Singing and musing to myself, I'm as wild as I care to be. Long songs, long sighs, I can let myself be crazy. I invite my brothers and cousins and fellow boatmen. Leading my friends by the hand, I meet the old man of the wilds. As we play guess fingers, the cups fly fast. When we make riddles, the goblets slowly circulate. Sauté or boiled crab is a delight every morning. Plenty of fried duck and chicken cooked in ashes every day. As my simple wife brews tea, my spirits are untrammeled. While my mountain spouse cooks supper, my mind is at ease. At the coming of dawn, I wash my stick in the ripples. When the sun rises, I carry my firewood across the road. After the rain, I put on my cloak to catch live carp. I wield my axe before the wind to fell a withered pine. I cover my tracks and hide from the world, acting the imbecile. I change my name and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Brother Li, said Zhang Shao, I unfairly took the first lines just now, so now it's your turn to compose the first lines while I follow you. Thus they continued. The man of the mountains acting mad under wind and moon. The haughty and unwanted dotard of the river. With his share of idleness and able to be quite free, no sound from his voice as he revels in his peace. On moonlit nights he sleeps secure in a cottage of thatch. He lightly covers himself at dusk with cloths of reed. His passion spent, he befriends the pine and the plum. He is happy to be the companion of cormorant and gull. Fame and profit count for nothing in his mind. His ears have never heard the clash of arms. One is always pouring out fresh rice wine. The other has wild vegetable soup with every meal. One makes a living with 2 bundles of firewood. The other supports himself with rod and line. One idly tells his innocent son to sharpen the axe of steel. The other quietly bids his slow-witted child to mend the nets. In spring, one likes to see the willows turning green. When the seasons change, the other enjoys the rushes blue. Avoiding the summer heat, one trims the new bamboo. The other gathers water chestnuts on cool July evenings. When frost begins, plump chickens are killed each day. In mid-autumn, the crabs are at their best and always in the pot. When the sun rises in winter, the one is still asleep. The other keeps cool in the dog days of summer. Throughout the year, one does as he pleases in the hills. In all 4 seasons, the other is happy on the lake. By gathering firewood, you can become an immortal. There is nothing worldly about fishing. Sweet smell the wild flowers growing outside my door. Smooth are the green waves lapping at my boat. A contented man never speaks of high honors. A settled nature is stronger than a city wall. Higher than a city wall for resisting enemy armies. More illustrious than holding high office and listening to imperial decrees. Those who are happy with mountains and rivers are few indeed. Thank heaven, thank earth, and thank the spirits. When the two of them had recited their verses and matched couplets, they came to the place where their ways parted and bowed to each other to take their leave. "Brother Li," said Zhang Shao, "look after yourself on your way home, and keep a sharp lookout for tigers up in the hills. If you met with an accident, then an old friend would be missing on the road tomorrow." This made Li Ding angry. "You scoundrel," he said, "I'm your friend. I'd die for you. How could you put such a curse on me? If I'm killed by a tiger, you'll be capsized by a wave." "I'll never be capsized," retorted Zhang Shao. "In nature there are unexpected storms, and in life unpredictable vicissitudes," quoted Li Ding. "So how can you be sure you'll never have an accident?" "Brother Zhang," replied the fisherman, "despite what you just said, it's your life that's insecure, whereas my life is certain. I'm sure that I shan't have an accident." "Your life on the water is very dangerous and insecure," said the woodcutter. "So how can you be so certain?" "There's something you don't know," said Zhang Shao. "Every day I give a golden carp to the fortune teller on the West Gate Street in Chang'an, and he passes a slip into my sleeve telling me I'll catch something every time, provided I go to the right place. I went to buy a forecast from him today, and he told me that if I cast my nets to the east of the bend in the Jing River and lowered my lines on the western bank, I would be bound to get a full load of fish and shrimps to take home. Tomorrow I shall go into town to sell them to buy wine, and we can continue our talk then, brother." With this, they parted. How true it is that if you talk on the road, there will be someone listening in the grass. A patrolling yaksha from the Jing River Palace overheard Zhang Shao's remarks about always catching fish and rushed straight back to the Palace of Crystal to make an urgent report of disaster to the Dragon King. "What disaster?" asked the Dragon King, and the yaksha replied, "Your subject was patrolling in the water by the river's edge when I heard a fisherman and a woodcutter talking. Just when they were parting, they sounded very dangerous. The fisherman said that there is a soothsayer on West Gate Street in Chang'an City whose predictions are very accurate. The fisherman gives him a golden carp every day, and he hands the fisherman a slip saying he'll catch fish at every attempt. If his calculations are so accurate, won't all we water folk be wiped out? Shall we fortify the water palace, or shall we make some leaping waves to strengthen your majesty's prestige?" The Dragon King seized his sword in a great rage, intending to go straight to Chang'an City and destroy this fortune-teller. But then his dragon sons and grandsons, shrimp officials, crab soldiers, shad generals, mandarin fish ministers, and carp premier submitted a joint memorial that read, "We beg your majesty not to act in anger. As the saying goes, words overheard are not to be trusted. If your majesty were to go now, you would have to be accompanied by clouds and helped by rain. And if this frightens the common people of Chang'an, heaven may take offense. Your majesty is capable of making all sorts of transformations, and of appearing and vanishing unexpectedly. So you should change into a scholar for this visit to Chang'an. If you find that it is true, you will be able to punish him at your leisure. And if it turns out to be false, you will avoid killing an innocent man. Taking their advice, the Dragon King put aside his sword, and without raising clouds or rain, he climbed out on the back, shook himself, and turned into a scholar dressed in white. He was handsome and noble, towering into the clouds. His step was stately, and he observed the rules of conduct. In his speech he showed his respect for Confucius and Mencius. His manners were those of the Duke of Zhao and King Wen. He wore a gown of jade-green silk, a cloth wrapped casually around his head. Once on the road, he strode straight to West Gate Street in Chang'an City, where he saw a crowd of people pushing and shouting. One of them was proclaiming grandiloquently, "He who was born under the dragon will clash with the one who belongs to the tiger." Although the cyclical characters are supposed to be in concordance, I'm afraid that the year planet may be offended by the sun. As soon as he heard this, the Dragon King knew that this was the place where fortunes were told. So he pushed through the crowds to look inside. He saw 4 walls covered with pearls, a room full of silken embroideries, incense ever rising from a burner, clear water in a porcelain pot. On either side were paintings by Wang Wei. High above the seat hung a picture of the Devil Valley Hermit, an inkstone from Duangxi County. Golden smoke ink, on which lent a large brush of finest hairs, a forest of fiery pearls, the prediction of Guopu, as he diligently compared them to the Taizheng Xinjing. He was deeply versed in the 6 lines of the diagrams, a great expert on the 8 trigrams. He understood the principles of heaven and earth, and saw into the feelings of gods and devils. He knew all about the cyclical numbers, and had a clear picture of the constellations. He saw the events of the future, the events of the past, as if in a mirror. Which house would rise, which house would fall, he could tell with divine perception. He knew when good and bad was coming, could predict death and survival. His words hastened wind and rain. When he wielded his writing brush, gods and devils trembled. His name was written on a signboard. Master of Divination, Yuan Shusheng. Who was he? He was Yuan Shusheng, the uncle of Yuan Tianyang. the imperial astrologer. He was famous throughout the country, and the leading member of his profession in Chang'an. The Dragon King went in to see him, and when they had greeted each other, he asked the Dragon King to sit down while a servant brought tea. "What have you come to ask about, sir?" asked the soothsayer. And the Dragon King replied, "I beg you to uncover the secrets of the sky for me." The soothsayer passed him a slip of paper from his sleeve and said, "Clouds obscure the mountain peak. Mist covers the treetops. If there is to be rain, it will certainly come tomorrow." "When will it rain tomorrow?" asked the Dragon King, "and how many inches of rain will fall?" "Tomorrow the clouds will gather at mid-morning. Late in the morning there will be thunder. At noon it will start to rain. And in the early afternoon the rain will finish after 3 feet, 3.48 inches have fallen," replied the soothsayer. "I trust that you are not fooling," said the Dragon King. "If it rains tomorrow at the time and to the depth you have predicted, I shall pay you a fee of 50 pieces of gold. If it does not rain, or if it does not rain at the time and to the depth you say it will, then I'm telling you straight that I'll smash up your shop front, tear down your sign, and run you out of Chang'an, so that you won't be able to deceive the people a moment longer." "That is entirely up to you," replied the other cheerfully. "We shall meet again tomorrow after the rain." The Dragon King took his leave and went back to his watery palace from Chang'an. The greater and lesser water spirits greeted him with the question, "How did your Majesty's visit to the soothsayer go?" "It was all right," he replied, "but he was a smooth-tongued fortune-teller. When I asked him when it would rain, he said tomorrow. When I asked him what time of day it would be and how much would fall, he said that at mid-morning the clouds would gather, late in the morning it would thunder, at noon it would start to rain, and early in the afternoon it would stop raining. He also said that 3 feet, 3.48 inches would fall. I made a wager with him that if his prediction turned out to be true, I'd give him 50 ounces of gold. But if he got it all wrong, I'd smash up his shop front. I'd drive him out, so that he wouldn't be able to deceive the public any longer." The watery tribe laughed and said, "Your Majesty is the General Superintendent of the 8 rivers and the great dragon god of the rain, so only you can know whether there will be rain. How dare he talk such nonsense? That fortune teller is bound to lose, absolutely bound to." Just as all the dragon's sons and grandsons were laughing and talking about this, with the fish ministers and crab soldiers, a shout was heard from the sky. "Dragon King of the Jing River, prepare to receive an imperial decree." They all looked up and saw a warrior in golden clothes coming towards the watery palace with a decree from the Jade Emperor in his hands. This alarmed the Dragon King, who straightened his clothes, stood up solemnly, burnt incense, and received the decree. The gold-clad warrior returned to the sky. Giving thanks for the imperial grace, the Dragon King opened the letter and read, "We order the superintendent of the 8 rivers to travel with thunder and lightning and succor the city of Chang'an with rain." The time and amount on the decree were exactly the same as those foretold by the soothsayer, which so startled the Dragon King that he passed out. When he came round a moment later, he said to the watery tribe, "How can there be a man of such powers in the mortal world? He is really someone who knows everything about heaven and earth. I'm bound to be beaten by him." "Your Majesty should not worry," submitted General Shad in a memorial. "There will be no difficulty about beating him. Your subject has a humble plan that I can guarantee will shut that scoundrel's mouth." When the Dragon King asked what the plan was, the general replied, "Make it rain at the wrong time, and not quite enough, so that his predictions are wrong, and then you will surely beat him. There will be nothing to stop you smashing his sign to smithereens and running him out of town." The Dragon King accepted his advice and stopped worrying. The next day he ordered Viscount Wind, Duke Thunder, the Cloud Youth, and Mother Lightning to go to the sky above the city of Chang'an. He waited till late in the morning before spreading the clouds, unleashed the thunder at noon, started the rain in the early afternoon, and stopped it in the late afternoon. When only 3 feet and 0.4 inches had fallen. He had thus changed the times by 2 hours and reduced the amount of rain by 0.08 inches. After the rain, he dismissed his generals and his hosts, and put away his clouds. Then he changed back into a white-clad scholar and charged into Yuan Shusheng's fortune-telling stall on West Gate Street. Without even asking for an explanation, he smashed up Yuan's sign. His brush, his inkstone, and everything else, while the fortune-teller remained calmly in his chair without moving. The Dragon King brandished the door in the air, ready to hit him with it, and began to pour abuse on him. "You evil man, with all your reckless talk about blessings and disasters, you stinking deceiver of the masses, your predictions are false, and you talk nonsense. You got the time and the amount of today's rain quite wrong, but you still sit there so high and mighty. Get out at once if you want me to spare your life." Yuan Shusheng, who was as calm and unfrightened as ever, looked up to the sky with a mocking smile. "I'm not afraid," he said. "I'm not afraid. I've committed no capital offense, but I fear that you have. You may be able to fool the other people, but you can't fool me. I know who you are. You're no scholar. You're the Dragon King of the River Jing. You flouted a decree of the Jade Emperor by changing the time of the rain and cutting down the amount, which is a crime against the laws of heaven. I'm afraid that you're for the executioner's blade on the dragon-slicing scaffold. Are you going to keep up that abuse of me?" On hearing this, the Dragon King trembled from fear, and his hair stood on end. Dropping the door at once, he straightened his clothes and made gestures of submission, kneeling to the soothsayer and saying, "Please do not be angry with me, sir. I was only joking. I never thought that it would be taken seriously. Whatever am I to do if I have broken the laws of heaven? I beg you to save me, sir. If you don't, I shall haunt you after my death." "I can't save you," replied Yuan Shusheng. "But I can suggest one way by which you may be able to save your skin." "I beg you to tell me," implored the Dragon King. "Tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 you will have to go to the office of the official in charge of personnel, Wei Zheng, to be beheaded. If you want to stay alive, you must report at once to the present Tang Emperor, Taizong, as Wei Zhang is a minister of his. And if you can get him to speak for you, you will be all right. The Dragon King took his leave of the soothsayer with tears in his eyes and went away. The sun was setting in the west, and the moon and the stars were coming out. As clouds settle round the mountains, the crows fly back to roost. The travelers on long journeys find inns for the night. The returning geese sleep on a sandbank by the ford. As the Milky Way appears, while the hours push on, a lamp in the lonely village burns with barely a flame. Pure is the monastery as the reed smoke curls in the breeze. Men disappear in the butterfly dream. As the moon sinks, flower shadows climb the rails. The stars are a jumble of light. The hours are called. The night is already halfway through. The Dragon King of the River Jing did not return to his watery palace, but stayed in the sky until the small hours of the morning, when he put away his cloud and mist horn and went straight to the gate of the imperial palace. At this very moment, the Tang Emperor dreamt that he went out of the palace gate to stroll among the flowers in the moonlight. The Dragon King at once took human form, went up to him, and knelt, and bowed before him, crying, "Save me, your majesty, save me!" "Who are you, that we should save you?" asked Taizong. "Your majesty is a true dragon," replied the Dragon King, "and I am a wicked dragon, as I have offended against the laws of heaven. I am due to be beheaded by your majesty's illustrious minister, Wei Zhang, the official in charge of personnel. So I have come to beg you to save me." "If you are supposed to be beheaded by Wei Zhang, we can save you, so set your mind at rest and go along now," said the Tang Emperor. The Dragon King, who was extremely happy, kowtowed and thanks and went away. Taizong remembered this dream when he woke up. It was now 4:30 in the morning, so Taizong held court before the assembled civil and military officials. Mist wreathed the palace gates. Incense rose to the dragon towers. In the shimmering light, the silken screen moves. As the clouds shake, the imperial glory spreads. Monarch and subject as faithful as Yao and Shun. Imposing music and ritual rivaling Zhou and Han. Pages hold lanterns. Palace women hold fans in brilliant pairs. Pheasant screens, unicorn halls, shimmering everywhere. As the call, "Long live the Emperor," goes up, the Empress is wished 1,000 autumns. When the rod of silence descends 3 times, the uniformed officials bow to the Emperor. The brightly colored palace flowers have a heavenly scent. The delicate willows on the bank sing royal songs. Pearl curtains, jade curtains, are hung high from golden hooks. Phoenix and dragon fans, landscape fans, rest by the royal chariot. Elegant are the civil officials, vigorous the generals. By the imperial way, high and low are divided. They stand by rank beneath the palace steps. The ministers, with their purple corded seals, ride 3 elephants. May the Emperor live as long as heaven and earth. When the officials had all done homage, they divided into their groups. The Tang Emperor looked at them one by one with his dragon and phoenix eyes. Among the civil officials, he observed Feng Zualing, Du Ruhi, Zhu Shiji, Zhu Jingzong, Wang Gui, and others. And among the official military officers, he saw Ma Sanbao, Duan Zhixian, Yin Kaishan, Cheng Yaojin, Liu Hongji, Hu Jingde, and King Shubao, among others. Every one of them was standing there solemnly and with dignity, but he could not see Minister Wei Zhang among them. He summoned Zhu Shiji into the palace hall and said to him, "We had a strange dream last night, in which a man came and bowed to us, claiming that he was the Dragon King of the river Jing. He had broken the laws of heaven and was due to be beheaded by the official in the personnel department, Wei Zhang. He begged us to save him, and we agreed. Why is it that the only official missing at court today is Wei Zhang?" "If this dream is true," replied Zhu Shiji, "Wei Zhang must be summoned to the palace, and your majesty must not let him out of doors. Once today is over, the Dragon King will be saved." The Tang Emperor was overjoyed, and he sent a personal aide with a decree summoning Wei Zhang to court. That night the minister Wei Zhang had been reading the stars in his residence, and was just burning some precious incense, when he heard a crane calling in the sky. It was a messenger from heaven with a decree from the Jade Emperor ordering him to behead the Dragon King of the river Jing in a dream at 1:30 the following afternoon. The minister thanked heaven for its grace, fasted and bathed himself, tried out the sword of his wisdom, and exercised his soul. This was why he did not go to court. When the imperial aide came with the summons, he was frightened and nonplussed, but he did not dare to delay in obeying an order from his monarch. So he hurriedly tidied his clothes, tightened his belt, and went to the palace with the summons in his hands. He kowtowed to the emperor and admitted his fault. "We forgive you," said the emperor. The officials had not yet withdrawn, so the emperor now ordered the curtains to be lowered and dismissed them. The only one of them he kept behind was Wei Zhang, whom he ordered to mount the golden chariot and come to his private quarters with him, where they discussed the policies to bring peace and stability to the country. At about noon he ordered the palace ladies to bring a large Weiqi chess set, and said, "We shall now have a game of chess." The imperial concubines brought in a chessboard and set it on the emperor's table. Thanking the Tang Emperor for his grace, Wei Zhang started to play with him. As each moved in turn, they built up their lines of battle. It was just as the chess classic says, "The way of chess, the best place is the middle of the board. The worst is the side. And the corners are neither good nor bad. This is the eternal law of chess. The law says, it is better to lose a piece than to lose the initiative. When you are struck on the left, look to the right. When attacked in the rear, keep an eye on your front. Sometimes the leader is really behind. Sometimes the laggard is really ahead. If you have two live areas, do not let them be severed. If you can survive as you are, do not link up. Do not spread yourself out too thinly. Do not crowd your pieces too closely. Rather than being niggardly with your pieces, lose them and win the game. Rather than moving for no reason, it is better to strengthen your position. When he has many and you have few, concentrate on survival. When you have many and he has few, extend your positions. The one who is good at winning does not have to struggle. The one who draws up a good position does not have to fight. The one who fights well does not lose. The one who loses well is not thrown into confusion. Open your game with conventional gambits, and end by winning with surprise attacks. When the enemy strengthens himself for no apparent reason, he is planning to attack and cut you off. When he abandons small areas and does not rescue them, his ambitions are great. The man who places his pieces at random has no plans. The man who responds without thinking is heading for defeat. The Book of Songs says, "Be cautious and careful, as if you were walking on the edge of a precipice." This is what it means. There is a poem that goes, "The board is the earth, the chessmen heaven, the colors positive and negative. When you reach that subtle state when all the changes become clear, you can laugh and brag about the chess-playing immortals." As sovereign and minister played their game of chess, it was 1:30. Although the game was not over, Wei Zhang slumped down beside the table and started to snore, fast asleep. "Worthy minister," said Taizong with a smile, "you have exhausted your mind in strengthening the country, and tired yourself out building the empire. That is why you have fallen asleep without realizing it." The emperor said no more and let him sleep. Not long afterwards, Wei Zhang woke up, prostrated himself on the floor, and said, "Your subject deserves 10,000 deaths. I fell asleep without knowing what I was doing, and I beg your majesty to forgive your subject's criminal discourtesy to his sovereign." "What criminal discourtesy have you committed?" the emperor asked. "Rise and take the pieces off the board so that we may start again." Wei Zhang thanked him for his grace, and was just taking the pieces in his hand when he heard shouting outside the palace gates. Qin Shubao, Zhu Maogong, and some others brought in a dragon's head dripping with blood, threw it to the floor in front of the emperor, and reported, "Your Majesty, seas have gone shallow and rivers have run dry, but such a sight as this was never seen by human eye." The emperor and Wei Zhang rose to their feet and asked where it had come from. "This dragon's head fell from a cloud at the crossroads at the end of the 1,000-yard portico, and your humble subjects dared not fail to report it," said King Shubao and Zhu Maogong. "What does this mean?" the Tang Emperor asked Wei Zhang in astonishment. "Your subject beheaded it in a dream just now," replied Wei Zhang, kowtowing. "But I never saw you move your hand or body when you were dozing," said the shocked emperor, "and you had no sword, so how could you have beheaded it?" "My lord," replied Wei Zhang, "your subject was bodily in your presence, but far away in a dream. I was bodily in your presence reaching the end of a game. When I shut my eyes and felt drowsy, I went far away in my dream, riding a magic cloud, bursting with energy. That dragon was on the dragon slicing scaffold, where he had been tied by the officers and soldiers of heaven. Then your minister said, "You have broken the laws of heaven and deserve the death penalty. I bear a heavenly mandate to behead you." When the dragon heard, he was bitterly grieved. Your subject marshaled his spirits. When the dragon heard, he was bitterly grieved, pulled in his claws, laid down his scales, and gladly prepared to die. Your subject marshaled his spirits, hitched up his clothes, stepped forward, and raised the blade. With a snick, the sword came down, and the dragon's head fell into the void. Emperor Taizong's feelings on hearing this were mixed. On the one hand, he was happy, because he was proud of having so good a minister as Wei Zheng. For with a hero like that in his court, he needed to have no worries about the safety of the empire. On the other hand, he was distressed, because although he had promised in his dream to save the dragon, it had been executed. He had no choice but to pull himself together and order King Shubao to hang the dragon's head up in the marketplace as a warning to the common people of Chang'an. He also rewarded Wei Zheng, and then all the officials dispersed. When he returned to the palace that evening, the emperor was depressed as he remembered how the dragon had wept so bitterly in his dream, begging to be saved. Yet the dragon had been unable to avoid its doom. After brooding over this for a long time, he felt more and more exhausted and uneasy. In the second watch of the night, he heard sobbing outside the palace gates, which made him more frightened than ever. As he lay in a fitful sleep, the Dragon King of the River Jing reappeared, this time holding a head dripping with blood in his hands. "Emperor Taizong of the Tang," he shouted, "give me back my life! Give me back my life! Last night you were full of promises to save me, so why did you double-cross me yesterday and order Wei Zheng, the official in charge of personnel, to behead me? Come out, and we shall go to the King of Hell's place to have this out." He pulled at the emperor's clothes and would not stop shouting. Taizong could find nothing to say, and struggled so hard to get away that he was pouring with sweat. Just at this moment, he saw fragrant clouds and colored mists to the south. A female immortal came forward and waved a willow twig, at which the headless dragon went off to the northwest, weeping pitifully. This immortal was the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who had come to the east in obedience to the Buddha's decree to find the man to fetch the scriptures. She was now staying in the temple of the tutelary god of Chang'an, when she heard the devilish howling, and she came to chase away the wicked dragon. The dragon then went down to hell to submit a full report. When Taizong woke up, he shouted, "A ghost! A ghost!" The empresses of the three palaces, the imperial consorts and concubines of the 6 compounds, the attendants, and the eunuchs were all so terrified by this that they lay awake trembling for the rest of the night. Before long, it was 4:30, and all the military and civil officials were waiting for the morning court outside the palace gates. When dawn came and the emperor had still not come to court, they were so frightened that they did not know what to do. It was not till the sun was high in the sky that a decree was brought out that read, "As our mind is not at ease, all the officials are excused court." 6 or 7 days quickly passed, and all the officials were so anxious that they wished they could rush to the palace gates to see the emperor and ask after his health. But all that happened was that the empress issued a decree summoning the royal doctors to the palace to administer medicine. Crowds of officials gathered at the palace gates, waiting for news, and when the doctors came out a little later, they asked what the matter was. His Majesty's pulse is not as it should be. It is both faint and fast. He murmurs deliriously about having seen a ghost. His pulse stops every 10 beats. His 5 viscera lack all spirit, and I am afraid that the worst must be expected within 7 days. The officials went pale from shock. Amid all the panic, it was learned that Taizong had sent for Zhu Maogong, the Duke Protector, Qin Shubao, and Lord Yuchi Jinde. When the 3 lords received the decree, they hurried over to the lower story of the side palace. When they had bowed to him, a serious-faced Taizong spoke forcefully to them. "Illustrious ministers," he said, "we started to command troops at the age of 19, and had many hard years of fighting from then on, conquering the north and the south, defending in the east, and wiping out our enemies in the west. But never once did we see anything sinister or evil. Yet now we are seeing ghosts." "Your Majesty has founded an empire and slaughtered men beyond number, so why should you be scared of ghosts?" asked Lord Yuchi. "You don't believe us," the Emperor replied, "but outside our bedroom door at night, bricks and tiles fly about, and the ghosts and demons howl. It is really terrible. Daytime is passable, but the nights are unbearable." "Don't worry, Your Majesty," said Qin Shubao. "Tonight I and Yuchi Jingde shall guard the palace doors to see whether there are any ghosts or not." Taizong agreed to his suggestion, and after thanking him for his kindness, Zhu Maogong and the other 2 generals withdrew. That evening, the 2 of them put on their equipment and took up their positions outside the palace gates, in full armor and helmet, with golden maces and battle axes in their hands. Look how these splendid generals were dressed. On their heads were golden helmets bright. On their bodies was armor like dragon scales. Magic clouds glisten in front of their heart-protecting mirrors. Their lion coats are tightly buckled. Fresh are the colors of their embroidered belts. One looks up to the sky with his phoenix eyes, and the stars tremble. The other's eyes flash lightning and dim the moonlight. These true heroes and distinguished ministers will be called gate protectors for 1,000 years, and serve as door gods for 10,000 ages. The 2 generals stood beside the door till deep into the night, and not a single demon did they see. That night, Taizong slept peacefully in the palace, and nothing happened. When morning came, he called the 2 generals in, and gave them rich rewards. "We had not been able to sleep for several days since we fell ill," he said. "But last night was very peaceful, thanks to the awesome might of you 2 generals. Please go and rest now, so that you can guard us again tonight." The 2 generals thanked him and left. For the next 2 or 3 nights they stood guard and all was quiet, but the Emperor ate less and less as his illness took a turn for the worse. Not wishing to put the 2 generals to any more trouble, he summoned them to the palace with Du Rui and Feng Xuanling. These were the instructions he gave them. "Although we have enjoyed peace for the last 2 days, we are unhappy about the night-long ordeals we have imposed on Generals Xin and Yuchi. We therefore wish to commission 2 skilled painters to make faithful portraits of the 2 generals to paste on the doors, so that they may be saved the trouble. What do you think?" In obedience to the imperial decree, the officials chose 2 men who could draw a good likeness, and the 2 generals wore their armor as before while they were painted. Then the pictures were stuck on the doors, and there was no trouble that night. The next 2 or 3 days were peaceful too, but then the emperor heard bricks and tiles banging and crashing once again at the Hozai gate. He summoned his officials at dawn and said, "There has, thank goodness, been no trouble at the front gates for several days now, but there were noises at the back gates last night that practically scared me to death." Zhu Maogong went straight forward and submitted this suggestion. "When there was trouble at the front gates, Yuchi Jingde and Qin Shubao protected your majesty. Now there is trouble at the back gates. Wei Jing should be ordered to stand guard." Taizong approved his suggestion and ordered Wei Zheng to stand guard at the back gates that night. Wei Zheng received the edict, and that night he put on his best clothes, belted himself tightly, and took up his vigil outside the Hozai gate. He was a true hero. He wore a black band of silk around his forehead, a brocade gown loosely belted with jade. His hood and billowing sleeves caught the frost and dew, and he looked more ferocious than the ghost quellers Shinshu and Yulti. On his feet he wore black boots for motionless movement. In his hand he wielded a keen-edged blade with great ferocity. When he looked around with glaring eyes, what evil spirit would have dared approach? No devils were seen all night, but although nothing happened at the front or back gates, the emperor's condition still deteriorated. One day, the Empress Dowager issued an edict summoning the officials to discuss funeral arrangements. Taizong sent for Zhu Maogong and gave him orders about the affairs of the state, instructing him to look after the heir to the throne in the way that Liu Bei, the ruler of Shu, had instructed Zhu Liang. When he had finished speaking, he was bathed and put into clean clothes. All he had to do now was to wait for the end. Then in rushed Wei Zhang, who grabbed hold of his dragon robes and said, "Do not worry, your majesty. I can ensure your majesty long life." "The disease has reached my heart," replied the emperor, "and my life will end at any moment now. So how can you save it?" "Your subject has a letter here," said Wei Zheng, "that I am offering to your majesty to take with you to the underworld and give to Kui Zhu, the judge of Fengdu." "Who is this Kui Zhu?" asked the emperor. "He was one of the officers of your majesty's exalted predecessor. From being magistrate of Xizhou, he was promoted to be vice president of the Ministry of Rights. When he was alive, he and I were close friends. Now that he is dead, he is in charge of the registers of birth and death in the underworld as judge of Fengdu, and he often comes to see me in my dreams. If you take this letter with you on your journey and give it to him, he is bound to allow your majesty to come back out of consideration for your humble servant. I can guarantee that your majesty's soul will return to the sunlight, and the dragon continents will certainly return to the imperial capital. Taizong took the letter and put it in his sleeve. Then he shut his eyes in death. The empresses, consorts, and imperial concubines of the 3 palaces and the 6 compounds, the palace servants, the heir to the throne, and the civil and military officials all grieved and dressed in mourning. The imperial coffin lay in state in the White Tiger Hall. If you don't know how Taizong came back to life, listen to the explanation in the next chapter.